Make sure that I am muted over here. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? All right. Am I in the... There we go. For a second there, I thought it was in the wrong studio. Or the wrong link, sorry. Happy day, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Today is going to be a very thing. Can't wait. The Crystal Skull energy, Kiara's energy, and Goldman energy, and we're just going to go on and on and on. Today is going to be fantastic. Yesterday was a beautiful day, and today is even going to be more beautiful. Just the energy that people are bringing in today is going to be incredible. Good morning, Leanne. How are you, my divine sister?
Join us for the conference today.
So guys, please like and share and hit the bell so that you get notifications for when we go live. Today is day 4 of Humanity Unplugged. All 3 days have been just totally amazing, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of these days coming up. I'm just looking for, can somebody reach out to Kathy Mason and find out where she's at, please? And that's about it, Rob. What do you think? Yesterday was an amazing day, and today is going to be just as amazing because we got just an incredible lineup happening today. And yeah.
I think it's going to be, one of the things that happens during these conferences is we keep getting a different style energy, but it's like more prolific each day as we go through, because it's like this grand building of amassing energies, and by the time we get to that last round, we're like, it carries us through all the days, especially when we do 5 days, 6 days. It's I'm looking forward to the Crystal Skull today. I think that's going to be something that I haven't seen just yet during a kind of a conference or an event, but there's great speakers all day long, so I'm excited to actually see all of them. So I'm right here with you, brother.
Dr. Joan?
I want to mention with our crystal skulls, because she's coming on in an hour, if you have any skulls around or little skulls, bring them hold them in your hands when we're going to have her on. They'll get activated.
My little skull.
Yeah, right?
Yes,
I brought
hold your little skull, guys. And we're going to put them on the table on your altar and activate them.
Something like that. I'm really looking forward to today. And oh, look at that. Kathy's got some amazing crystals. Check this out right here.
These have all been charged with a Rife machine. And then I have them in a toroidal loop. There's one more that's a black one that's for, I have a lot of crystals.
I am really looking forward to getting an upload from Kiara today. I've been looking forward to that, and I've gone over to Portal to Ascension and watched some videos there. I'm just really intrigued by Kiara, so I'm really looking forward to getting this upload. In fact, it's one of the main ones that I've been looking forward to, besides the Crystal Skull. And Geraldine last night was just sick. Geraldine Grace, the New Earth lawyer, that that was an amazing download. And then here's another favorite one that I've been waiting for. So guys, with that being said, we are about 1 minute into bringing Kiara on. So any final words before I kick us all off the screen and leave Kathy on?
Do you want me to open up with the Akashic records again, or I've also
whatever you want to do, Kathy. It's your show, sister.
Oh, no, I won't embarrass you guys. I promise.
And yeah, let's do it. So I'm going to stop my cam. Guys, remove yourselves from the screen, and then we'll get the day going. It's 8:05. We don't want to fall behind. So Kathy, good luck. I'll be here in the background if you need anything, and I'll give you a 15-minute heads up when when we can start taking questions. So here we go.
Okay. Good morning.
Hey, Kathy.
I'm so excited
to see you.
Yeah, to see you and experience you. Wonderful. So
Yeah.
what we are live, so I want to welcome everyone to another day of Humanity Unplugged. And this possibility today, all along, is to build up your knowledge and your resources so that you can go through this huge change that we're going through in the earth and in ourselves with ease and grace. And today, I am very excited to introduce you to my dear friend, Kiara Whitrider. And Kiara's here from India, so we were lucky that we could work the time change enough that it would work out perfectly. What I want to make sure everyone knows about Kiara, I only have 2 of his books here. And this is an older version, but Kiara is an avid science researcher. He explores connections between galactic cycles, climate change, ancient history, quantum physics, systems theory, human behavior, and spiritual awakening. And he is practiced in many shamanic different um, processes, and he brings that knowledge with love and affection to everyone. So, Kiara, welcome.
Wow, it's so good to be here, Kathy. It's been a
Yeah.
long time.
Yes. So, Kiara, tell us what we want to know now to give us hope and inspiration about the human race. Because if you follow the narrative, which of course you and I don't, but if you follow the narrative, it's not very hopeful. So could you share what you're seeing and how to navigate these times?
Sure. I mean, this for me is the most exciting, the most hopeful, the most transformative time ever.
Yes.
And I'm talking about long-term cycles. I'm talking about galactic, universal perspectives.
Yes.
And yes, what we are seeing, the narrative is a short-range vision, and it's also a very mental vision. And we are multidimensional creatures. So when we identify with ourselves as simply human, we are leaving out so much of ourselves and so much of our global reality. And that's why I like the term Gaia, because Gaia is like, it's personifying the earth. It's not just a dead piece of matter circulating around the sun, circulating around the galaxy in the universe, but it's a living consciousness that we are part of. We belong to her, she belongs to us, we are part of each other, and there's an evolutionary purpose and function, there's cycles of time, and we're here for a specific reason on invitation. So we just don't happen to be here because we, fell into incarnation. We are choosing to be here for so many powerful reasons. And the more I understand this, the more I explore this, I just feel so thankful for this time. And many, many indigenous cultures have been speaking about this time forever. They talk about the great day of purification. They talk about the rainbow warriors emerging. Sri Aurobindo talks about the new species that's arising. The Incas talk about Homo luminous, which is an entirely new race of humanity. And what Sri Aurobindo says is that we are actually a transitional species, meaning that if you look at our human species currently, it's not complete. It's not the final definition of who we are. It's like looking at a 2-year-old baby and saying, this is what it is like to be an adult. And then holding that baby responsible in the same way you'd hold an adult responsible. We simply haven't arrived yet.
Yes.
And so all the wars and all the chaos and the greed and the fear and all the tragedy of human experience for the last few thousands of years is because we haven't arrived yet. And we are arriving. We are arriving sooner than we ever realized. And this is what excites me more than anything. that this is the time of transition. This generation is a time of arrival. This is the time that we are actually coming into birth for the first time ever. As a species, as a potential, with abilities that are fabulously divine, and it's like we've been plodding around on this earth's surface in these limited functions, in these limited bodies, in these limited ways of understanding each other and what's around us. And it's like collapsing what's real into this tiny little box and then feeling lost inside that box. And what we're about now is opening that box.
Yes.
And I, for about a year and a half, I was doing this podcast called Age of Pandora. And the idea of this is that we're opening Pandora's box. And what do we find there? The first thing we find is chaos, because we've created that chaos. We've identified with that chaos. But if we look deep enough and far enough, we find hope. And what is that hope? If we truly understand that hope from a big picture perspective, there's no other place to be but joyful and hopeful and blissful. And it's a responsibility. So the more we understand, the more we also come into a space of deepened responsibility and identification with an evolutionary potential. And maybe this is something we can focus on during this hour, because what is it that, Kathy spoke about the narrative going on now, which is anything but hopeful. It's dismal. It's brutal. But if we get underneath that narrative and look at the larger cycles of life, that can shift us out of this brutality and depression and dismal understanding, which is frankly suicidal. We've been on a suicidal path for such a long time. We've identified with humanity in this state of duality, in this state of collapse, in this time which is the best of all and the worst of all. We've taken one side of it and made that real. And now it's like filling that up. We're expanding our vision, we're identifying with more and more of the truth of who we are without leaving out anything. There's many spiritual traditions where you're leaving out something or denying something or transcending something. And really it's about embracing and integrating everything. So Sri Aurobindo refers to integral yoga. And what he means by this is that, we are all of it. We are the body, we are the soul, we are spirit, we are matter, we are human, we are divine. And how do we bridge and integrate all of it together in a way that finishes who we are as a species? Not finishes in terms of, destroys, but completes. And this is what he meant. We're not a complete species. We haven't reached our potential yet.
Right.
And what is it that, if we try and get there through struggle, through effort, that's only one part of the mind. And, that's the part of the mind that we're trained in, right? Our whole educational system, our the roles we have chosen in society, it's all about achievement. It's all about struggling and achieving something through the mind. And that's one small piece of it. But what is the mind? Beyond mind is this fullness of consciousness revealing itself through so many layers. We see maybe 1 or maybe 0.1% of what's real. And meanwhile, there's all this seeming invisible reality, which is more real than what we think we see. Can we begin to understand what that is? Can we amplify that 99.99%? What does it mean to be fully, totally human with our DNA fully activated to download the fullness of a divine being? And, this is much more than we can get into in an hour. But I want to maybe touch in on this. So maybe one place to begin, and we can go into questions and other things also. Well, one place to begin is to understand that history is not a linear timeline. We think of history as a straight line. Here's the past, here's the future. We are in this point in between, and we're progressing step by step by step, cause and effect, into what we call the future. And meanwhile, there's a multi-dimensional aspect of our being, and history is cyclical. It's cyclical in terms of major events, astrological events, galactic events, solar events, planetary events, and they're all connected together. And once we begin to recognize what these events are, then we can place ourselves within this timeline to understand what the next steps are, and then claim for ourselves um, choices that we want to make, that we choose to make, not choices that are imposed on us. So in the last 2 years, many people have felt like there's been choices imposed upon us through the C word that I'm not supposed to mention, or whatever words that we're not supposed to mention, because that's been the narrative that that there's a small group of people who have chosen to enslave the rest of humanity, and so this is the story. And if you believe that is a story, then we can either go along with it or we can struggle and resist it. But if we can understand the bigger picture and realize, if you're going beyond duality, there's not it's not a struggle of right versus wrong, good versus bad, positive versus negative, the deep state versus the rest of us. It's much bigger than that. It's like when there's an evolutionary momentum that starts to build, everything gets used in service of that. Everything, no matter what. So we can talk about all these people out there that comprise the deep state. We can talk about the strategies, Agenda 2030, and so on and so on. And this could become a discussion about that. But rather, once we understand that nothing is outside of the divine plan, and that once we actually become part of this acceleration, things go quicker and quicker. There's going to be something pressing down on human consciousness that brings up everything that that expresses our struggle.
Right.
So there's going to be all the stuff that we've been sitting on in our collective consciousness that starts to surface, all the fears, all the what's the word I'm looking for? The aggression, the coercion, the fears, everything. Because that's what we see, that's what we focus on. But there's a galactic cycle going on right now. Right now, what's happening is, well, there's two things happening. One is that there's a galactic wave coming in from the center of our galaxy. Some refer to this as a galactic superwave. Astrologically, at this point, we're exactly conjuncting the galactic center and one of the stars in the Pleiadian system, Alcyon. So these are very powerful streams of energy. Also, what's happening in the US chart is there's a phenomenon known as the Pluto return. Pluto is a planet. It's a very small planet. Some even say it's not exactly a planet. It's a planetoid, whatever it is. It's like an expression of the soul. The soul is practically invisible to the human eye, but it's far more powerful than we begin to realize. That's Pluto. Pluto signifies death and rebirth. It signifies collapse of the old ways, the old energies, the old world, and the rebirth of the new. And we are in that moment. It's karmic in the sense that as long as we are identified with cause and effect, we experience the karmic aspect. eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and so on. But once we get past that, it's about transformation. Pluto is about seeing the world with new eyes and creating that world from the fire that dwells within our heart. So it's like, this fire that blazes inside us cannot be stopped. And once we align with that, this is the fire of rebirth. This is the phoenix that's rising from the ashes. This is a soul that's incarnating, perhaps for the very first time, in collective humanity. And so in Sri Aurobindo talks about this species is not finished yet. There's something much more to come. It's about not just a new consciousness, but also a new form. A new form of what it means to be human, a new form of human structures, and even a new form of this planet that we call Earth or Gaia. And all of this is vibrational. So rather than see things in terms of stages and hierarchies, I like to see things in terms of symphonies. It's all a big cosmic symphony. So I think that the topic that I've been given is what? Layers of dimensions and spiritual worlds. So these layers and dimensions, all we see with our physical eyes is the physical dimension, right? What we call the third dimension. But what if our identity gets transferred to something beyond that? Once our identity gets connected with the soul, and then that identity becomes connected with the universal self, then we become multidimensional in the sense that the mind begins to expand, so it's no longer just perceiving things in terms of rational thought. The heart begins to open to experience itself as Gaia. As Gaia, the body begins to recreate itself on a genetic level. So at that point, we find that we are no longer limited to the old laws of physics. We're no longer limited to energy in the way that we've understood energy, in terms of outdated phenomena, outdated power systems, where you have to get in a car and drive in order to get somewhere, or eat this hamburger to feed your or nourish your body. It's like we start living off prana. We start connecting with our subtle bodies. Our subtle bodies connecting with our emotional and mental bodies, which in turn connect with our causal bodies, which in turn connect with the body of Gaia and her bodies, which in turn connects with the bodies of the cosmos, multidimensional aspects of the universe or multiverse. So the entire universe is a living system. The entire universe is conscious and alive. That is the universal self. That is God. We have such a limited hierarchical model of God, and this is what keeps us trapped in these human forms in such a limited way. And it's time to break out of that. So this galactic wave that's coming in is part of it. This Pluto return that's happening astrologically is part of it. This solar cycles, there's a completely new cycle of the sun that's starting. And in fact, this weekend, right now, we're experiencing a massive solar wave, which is activating people in all kinds of ways.
Yes.
And activation means it's an initiation, which sometimes feels really awkward and difficult. But if we can just surrender to it, something new, something deep, something profound starts to awaken. And then we become something more. But the key to this, so in terms of cycles again, the key to this, as I see it, is what many of the ancients referred to as the 3 days of darkness. And so this is, like I can tell you a story when I was in Guatemala before 2012. Remember before 2012 when people were starting to talk about the Mayan calendar, and 2012 being like a massive
Change, rebirth.
a time of change and rebirth. So I'd gone to Guatemala to spend some time with the Mayan elders. And I was speaking with Don Alejandro Cirillo. He was one of the best known elders in the Highland Mayas. And what he said is, forget everything you've heard about 2012. That's not what a prophecy is about. A prophecy is really about the 3 days of darkness. And he said there's been many minor prophecies that have already been completed. This is the last prophecy that we await. And it's not with fear, it's not with any kind of trepidation, but it's with so much excitement. It's the knowing within us that this is the time that we're born for. And what is this 3 days of darkness? And I questioned him about this, and he didn't really know. He said, well, who knows? It could be metaphorical, it could be literal. But then later I began to study this in terms of physics and metaphysics, and to understand the magnetic field of the earth. And what I realized is that the earth goes through what's called magnetic or geomagnetic reversals or excursions. And this is a regular cycle every 12,000 years. And the last phase of this reversal is extremely rapid. So within hours or days, you actually go through a complete shift of identity. And how does this happen? So while we're on this planet, remember that we are many different bodies all coordinated and working together. So there's the emotional body, the mental body, which is the personality, the living system that then through the etheric body and the prana system, chakras, nadis, meridians, that's what then feeds the physical body. In turn, all of these are held within the causal body. And all of these are locked into the electromagnetic field of the earth. So once the electromagnetic field of the earth starts to weaken, then collapse, and then reverse, what starts to happen is that this relationship between these different bodies starts to dissolve. There comes a point, this is the last phase, the 3 days of darkness. There comes a point where our sense of human identity is gone. We're no longer identified as a personality, as a human system. We're no longer identified with anything except that which we are as the self. And then there's a incarnation. So when I say reincarnation, I'm not talking about leaving the body and recycling back, but within a short period of time, within a few hours perhaps, coming back through the dimensions and reanimating the body, reanimating the personality structures, and reanimating an entirely new identity. And what happens when we leave the physical body, when the soul consciousness leaves, is it generates what's called DMT within the pineal gland. This is a substance that's found in plant medicines of all kinds. And this is what opens up doorways between the worlds. And once these doorways are open, I'm not just talking about individually, but collectively, that's the opportunity to rebirth ourselves. That's the opportunity for a new species to emerge. And every time we go through these cycles, every time there's a geomagnetic reversal, there's massive extinctions. And this is already happening, by the way. Many species are dying off. Millions of species have already gone extinct. But following this, there's massive rebirth, new species emerging. And within species, new possibilities emerging. So within the human species, new possibilities are emerging now. And when does this rebirth happen? When does this geomagnetic reversal happen? I suppose that's the question. This is a question that the ancients have had. This is a question all of us have. It's something some of us have been looking with dread. Some of us have been looking with hope. And I've been following this through different websites and space agencies. And it could be, if some of this is accurate, uh, as early as March of next year. And it has to do with the magnetic north uh, reaching a certain point in latitude on the Earth's surface, uh, which could happen by March of next year, at which point things fall at a very rapid pace, the magnetic field, and then the reversal takes place. So this is the um, magnetic reversal. This is the 3 days of darkness. This is the trigger for this massive shift of consciousness. And so some of us are more aware of this than others have been. Some of us are just beginning to become aware of it. Some people are going through a lot of chaos in our personal lives because this is what happens when the old world begins to fall away. And it's necessary. Don't resist it. This is the only way we can truly surrender to what's coming in. Trust that it's good. Trust that it's divine. Trust that it's positive. Trust that it's taking us where we need to go as a species, as a collective, as a planetary consciousness, as a living system with choice. This is why we have chosen to be here rather than anywhere else in this beautiful universe. So I keep saying, that there's no other place I'd rather be in this entire universe than right here, right now. And such a privilege, such a joy to be here. And we could go on and on about different aspects of this, but what I'd like to do maybe is to open up to some questions so that this can become more interactive.
Okay. Well, I'm needing a little bit of help from Rob or Omar. Thank you. Don't make me big. One of the questions that we've been given, well, first I'm going to say one thing. One of the reasons why I love your work, Kiara, is that you have a very kind and graceful way of integrating shadow. And we're going through this time period right now where everyone has to integrate their shadow. That's the trigger that's causing all the fear. That's the issues that were showing up as war. That's collective shadow. Do you want to talk about clearing your shadow first? And then I'll go to some questions.
Yeah, well, this is really the key to everything.
Yes.
In the Inca tradition, the South American Inca tradition, they don't talk about right and wrong, good and bad. They don't think in terms of duality. What they say is that either you're in the flow of life or you're opposing and resisting the flow. So a shadow, in that definition, is when you're in resistance to the flow. Why? Maybe there's fear, maybe there's trauma, and that trauma then creates an energetic knot that then attracts to itself more of the same. So clearing the shadow is basically unknotting trauma. It's releasing aspects of us that we have feared. So when we recognize that there's nothing to fear, nothing to resist, there's no wrong, there's no way that we can be bad on an existential level, or there's no reason to feel guilty for anything really, and there's no reason, especially, to be afraid of death, because death is simply an aspect of change. Once we've identify death as something that is an end, what happens is that we freeze frame our lives within this very narrow box. And as that starts to happen, we start resisting the flow of life. We start resisting life itself. And so owning our shadow, embracing our shadow, is really about understanding that. There's no karma that we have to be afraid of. There's no one else judging us and telling us that we're wrong.
Right.
There's no, especially not some God sitting out on his throne in the heavens, sending us to one way or the other, depending on what we've done in our lives. But it's really about self-love, self-forgiveness, and self-understanding. And once that happens, once we begin to do that, then we find that as we enter into the flow of who we are, then we step beyond the limitations of our humanity. We start embracing the divinity. So embracing our shadow also means embracing our light. And at that point, we start opening ourselves to the fullness of divine consciousness. And it's unlimited. It's truly unlimited. And we could spend an entire hour just talking about what that means.
Well, what the thing is that you embody and you model for, at least you have for me, is courageousness, because I think our programming, our survival programming, is afraid to look at the dark, and we are being forced to look at the dark and to look at it and do the inner work in order to have a different reality. And I think there's a lot of way showers like you came early to the party and have been showing and sharing this incredible peacefulness and way to walk in the world with grace that is not being modeled on the media. And certainly not in entertainment programming. It's not being modeled for people. And you're walking in the world. You don't have to be in a cave up at the top of a hill to be able to do this work now. You can integrate and work on your co-creating with the universe at a very high level. And you model that so beautifully, Kara. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. Well, I think we are actually carrying that cave around inside of us.
Yes.
So in a sense, it's like in the old days, or in the old lifetimes, we'd go sit in a cave, meditate for, a lifetime or two, and learn how to really connect with the divinity that we are. And now we are in the midst of this world, which is quite active, quite chaotic at times, and we are meant to carry that cave inside wherever we are, whatever we do, wherever we go. And that's what grace is. It's not about leaving anything behind to be able to go somewhere else. It's not the grass is greener on the other side. It's not about transcending something in order to become fully divine. It's about recognizing that the body is divine. This dirt is divine. This earth is divine. This human form, this human life, with all of its struggles, with all of its limitations, with all of its misery, if we choose to take it that way, is also divine. Everything is divine. How can anything be outside of divinity? How can anything be outside of who we are? And once we really understand that, or begin to understand that, then we begin to see the reflection. So the world around us becomes a reflection of the world inside. As above, so below. As within, so without. That's what an alchemist is about. And at that point, we also become creators. Yes. We have become very good at creating misery. And in the same way, we can become amazingly good at creating beauty and joy and fascinating worlds, inside worlds. And we also need to understand that the aspect of us that thinks we're creating from the human aspect of a being is a tiny, tiny, minuscule part of what is actually creating. So we're actually being more of a channel, or the Buddhists refer to as an empty flute. For something far beyond. It's like, Rumi talks about this 3 stages. I love this. He talks about 3 stages of enlightenment. The first stage is as a seeker. You're identified with a drop, you're moving towards the ocean in order to dissolve. The second stage is when you actually dissolve into the ocean. And many people refer to this as enlightenment. But then Rumi says, and Sri Aurobindo echoes this is only the second stage. The third stage is when the entire ocean enters into the drop and moves through the drop to create new worlds. So this is what I mean by becoming a channel. The personal self doesn't have to be dissolved. It doesn't have to be, what's the word people use, gotten rid of. But the personal self merges with the universal self so that the ocean can enter the drop, move through the drop, and at that point you become a creator, a true creator, where all the worlds start to come together. The invisible becomes more visible than the visible, and the potential becomes real.
Well,
And,
the opportunity is to have those experiences more and more, and then be able to operate in this environment as a multidimensional being, out of the construct of 3D. That's what being a fifth dimensional human. And we were designed to ascend embodied this time. And so what you're talking about is a path
right.
to ascension embodied. Omar wrote, from Watchers Talk wrote, you spoke of the mind. Does this avatar access the mind, or does the mind exist within the human avatar?
Yeah, so the mind is much bigger than this little brain understands. So we are actually an expression of mind. So now I'm talking about mind with a big M, which is the mind of God. That's what some people would refer to as consciousness. And Sri Aurobindo actually refers to 5 different levels of the mind. And maybe I could touch on this a little bit. So, actually, there's more than 5 levels, but starting vertically, the rational mind is something we are all aware of. This is what we mostly identify with. This is what we mostly call the mind. Would be mind with the small m. Beyond this, there's what he calls the higher mind. So this is still working through rationality, through the ability to understand, synthesize, integrate. But you begin to integrate more and more of the big picture. It's the ego's eye. You're seeing the big picture. So that allows you to become more neutral. You're not so identified with one aspect of yourself or the other, or one aspect of the world or the other. Beyond this is what he calls the illumined mind. And now we're talking about the senses. So as humans, we've learned to work with 5 very limited senses. This is through our conditioning, through our social conditioning, and through our educational systems, where we have only a very small fragment of the spectrum of what's possible through each of these senses, whether it's vision, auditory, taste, smell, touch. So what happens at this level of the mind, your senses start to open, which basically means that you're starting to attune to the pranic body, to the causal body. You're connecting with the body of Gaia. You're experiencing yourself through the eyes of other species. Plants, actually, being around plants will do this, because plants enhance your pranic body and your auric system, so that you begin to experience more through your senses. Beyond this, there's what he calls the intuitive mind. It's not to be confused with intuition. But the intuitive mind is where anything that you look at, whether it's out in nature, whether it's another person that you're talking with, whether it's the great starry universe, you become that.
Yes.
You actually enter into what you're experiencing, into what you're perceiving. You become that. And then you're no longer identifying or experiencing yourself through that personality structure that you call me. I am that. That's only the next level of mind. Beyond that, you have the overmind, and this is archetypal. So at this point, you're not just, seeing yourself as a human self, as part of human species. You're seeing humanness as an evolutionary potential, or whatever it may be. And I know there's other people on this panel who are going to be speaking about galactic humans. There's so many other species from outside this particular star system, this planetary system. One thing that makes us so unique as Earth humans is the fact that our DNA is so diverse. And it's partly because our planet has so much diversity. Gaia is so diverse in terms of its um, multiplicity of species. Beyond all of this, beyond the overmind, you have the supermind. And this is the key to transformation at this stage. What he says, what Sri Aurobindo says, is this aspect of ourself, this what he would call the mind of God, as it enters through these different levels of mind, through the rational mind, into the cellular mind, which is the wisdom of the body, and then into the body of the earth. That's what's awakening something so deeply rooted in the inconscient or the unconscious of the earth, bringing it to life, bringing it to potential. This is the matrix or the womb of creation itself. It's not been explored much before. When we have access, this has been through millions and millions of years of evolution. Now we have an opportunity as we integrate these levels of mind, is to accelerate evolution by making it conscious. And once we do so, within a few short years, we evolve so powerfully. Once we go through this 3 days of darkness, this geomagnetic reversal, we have the potential to actually manifest the supramental species of humanity. And yes, it may take a few hundred years to fully manifest, but we are the pioneers. This can happen. We can break out of the limitations of our current human species, begin to activate DNA in ways that haven't been seen before or even imagined before. We begin to join with other species on this planet and enter into the mind of Gaia herself. We are becoming guardians and aspects of Gaia in a way that the indigenous people had always felt was possible. But now this is the final capstone. Not final. No, nothing is final. But this is the next capstone.
Well, the understanding of it is so vast. I'm still seeing us as photonic energy, and us being able to hold more information through the light and the crystalline structure as we go from carbon-based to crystalline. But the 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 perspective or the access to the big M is still there's only a few people that are actually able to access it, and whether or not they can actually communicate to us here. I mean, it's like a momentary access, and then you come back with that new knowledge and that new visioning, just like you would with a plant journey or some other kind of journeying where you've had that expansive view. How do you see us walking through this right now? because what you have, ever since I've known you, you have been able to walk in both worlds. And I so want to acknowledge your journey and the work that you've done to be able to do that. And could you share anything for the audience for how they could possibly integrate this energy? Because some people are complaining about aches and pains. And so, I mean, it's so interesting. The victimization script is so strong, whereas you've taken it and kind of tried to figure out how to use it. Could you share a little bit of that concept so people might be able to model what you're doing?
So the aches and pains, the sleeplessness, the anxiety, pressure that we're experiencing in the body, the chaos that we're experiencing in our emotions, the forgetfulness that we often experience. All of this is part of a new download, but it requires that we empty our cup.
Perfect.
And what happens is that we see this as losing something. We see this as a collapse of the old system, and we are attached to the old because we don't know. It's like a caterpillar going inside a cocoon and freaking out because all of its abilities are falling away. It doesn't know who it is anymore. So I would say if we allow ourselves to do that, allow ourselves to let go, allow ourselves to actually let go of anything that's familiar, including our familiar gifts, our values, our achievements and accomplishments, things that we're so used to doing that we've gotten so good at that. What happened for me is I started to feel like I needed to let go of everything that I was teaching, everything that I was learning, all the ways of seeing the universe from the higher spiritual perspective. Even that needed to let go because it was still functioning from a perspective of mind, the little mind. So then, as the big mind started to come through, it created its own pathways. And what was important at that point was to not resist, not struggle, not try. And that's very different. There's a certain point when struggle, achievement, and effort is important until you get to a certain structure and integration. Then the next step is to let go of whatever is being built up so that you can open to the butterfly wanting to unfold its wings and fly.
Okay, so there is a question if you'd like. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think, can you speak a little on the self-identities we create and defend, please? I think we can integrate this into what you're saying.
Yeah, so self-identities. I think a lot of it, we can all think of all kinds of self-identities, but let's talk about the spiritual identities that we get so attached to. I'm a good person. I'm a very spiritual person. I'm taking, I'm here to serve others. I'm here to heal. I'm all my healer identities. That can be the hardest to let go. It's not that those are not important. It's not that there's nothing valuable in them, but we've plateaued to where that's become an obstacle. If we're really here to let go of the human species as we know it and to evolve into something beyond, then we're looking at a genetic change. And at a certain point, once we can surrender, and it does require surrender, it's not going to happen until that takes place. And this could be a whole conversation.
Yes.
Then what starts to happen is the ocean starts to enter in. And then those identities naturally start to go. So what I would say, just very briefly, never force yourself to try to disintegrate an identity. But when it starts to happening, go with it, flow with it, let it happen. let it move, and then watch what happens. You might go through a dark night of the soul. Go through it consciously with awareness and see what emerges on the other side. And it's also important to have support from other people or from people that you trust.
Yes.
Makes it a lot easier.
Well, again, I wanted to make sure that everyone knew of your work and could follow you, because you have trusted ever since I've met you. You actually have been very courageous about working with the ancient truths and making them usable for now without fear. So you're an example of trusting the bigger picture, the play that's going on, and being an active part in it rather than a victim of it. And I think that your example and following what you're doing, watching the path, we really aren't fighting against. We're evolving to a new perspective, right?
Right. And I would say, Kathy, partly it's because I've gone through those dark nights of the soul enough times that I understand the process, I understand the journey. And that's part of the hero's journey, the dark night.
Right.
And once I understood that I didn't have to resist the dark night, that was freedom. That was the path. Um, the Inca, many of the indigenous traditions have been very helpful for me. All of the spiritual traditions, in fact, not the dogmas, but the practices. My book, Luminous, which is my most recent
Oh, I
book,
don't have that one.
has to do with the Inca tradition, and very practical, very simple exercises to open up doorways between the three worlds.
Oh,
And
wonderful.
once we learn how to do that, then it becomes really easy to walk in between the worlds, not just one or the other, not leaving out any, but all three at the same time, grounded and complete and free.
Wow.
Um, so
And are
that
you
would
teaching
be.
that? Are you teaching that somewhere?
I've been traveling a lot and teaching that until the COVID restrictions came along. And then
Yes.
I was doing some online. Um, but the book can go a long ways to help people. And
And
then the companion volume to that is Gaia Luminous. So this is the big picture perspective. This is looking at where the new physics and as ancient history and galactic cosmology and various indigenous understandings of the universe um, come together to provide the perspective. We're talking about what happens exactly when the geomagnetic field starts to change, what happens as we go through the solar cycles. And we are right now going through major climate changes. We're going through not a global warming, but a global cooling cycle now for the next 30, 40 years, which will become increasingly more and more intense. How do we prepare for that? And how do we ride this wave rather than be, sunk under it?
right, right.
Again, it all has to do with perspective and
Wow.
big picture understanding.
Wow. So I didn't realize that you had these new books. I can't wait to read them. I love your writing, and I love how accessible um, your processes are. In at least when I learned Elahinor from you, and then I got to take the Peruvian um, uh, training that you did,
Mm.
Inca healing training
Yeah.
that you did here. It made it very, very easy to do. So, so I want to make sure that we highlight whatever else we've got about 10 minutes. So, and I don't have, I've got people making comments. I don't have a lot of questions right now. Do you have anything else that you would like to share? I find what you offer so easy to use compared to most people that are training right now. They seem to have too many steps. And what you do, the it's heart work. If you're calling it mind, but it really is from this
Mm.
your body. Could you talk anything about that, about the heart expansion that's going on?
Yeah, good question, Kathy. Um, when you're talking about the steps, I think the difference is that um, the focus for me has become surrender. It takes work initially to surrender.
Yep.
It's not about just resignation or being um, passive. It's an active process of letting go. But then once surrender happens, the body actually takes over. There's an instinctive understanding, or you could call it an intuitive understanding within the cells where the body knows how to do what's needed. So there's an alignment between intention and surrender. So, and the Incas actually focus on this quite a bit. So that intention creates the surrender, and then whatever needs to come through is supported by your uh, mind, and manifestation happens much easier. So rather than trying to struggle to make something happen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Right.
it's a top down kind of process. So you go through the phase of surrendering, becoming one with the ocean. Then the ocean starts to come through step by step, and then the ocean has its own intelligence, its own consciousness, its own flow. It knows where it's going. Like the Hopis say, this is the time when the river is rising. Um, and what do? Most of us try and hold on to the shore because we think it's safe. Instead, if you let go, even if you don't know where the river is going, the river knows.
Yes.
Trust that, surrender to that.
Yes.
And so that, I find that it's very difficult for me to trust if I don't also have a big picture perspective of where we're going. I need to be able to trust something beyond myself, bigger than myself, in order to open to the forces coming through. So that can be a big part of this. So some of these Inca practices, the Lahingo practices, what they're really about is learning how to trust simple, physical um, exercises that work with energy, which then begin to awaken that flow. And so, as the Incas say, once the flow awakens, you start to release what they call hucha, which is our resistance, our attachments, our fears, which keep us in this web of limitation.
Perfect. Perfect. That was perfect. And it's a perfect way to leave our talk today, because I'd love to leave everyone with knowing that Kiara is a very powerful resource for you going through these times, that it'll give you an attitude of co-creating with the universe at a high level rather than being a victim of what is happening now. And you'll be able to see how accessible this knowledge is, because he has traveled the world, worked with so many different cultures, traditions, and he's already put them together in a way that, and packaged them so we can benefit right away in this perfect timing. I mean, for someone just discovering your work right now, you're such a gift, Kiara. So let's make sure we know how. I've got up on the screen right now your website, kiarawinwriter.net. Is that the best way to reach you?
Sure, that's a good way to reach me. I also have a YouTube channel, Kiara Windrider. Actually, there's two YouTube channels. Somehow, I don't know how that happened. One is Kiara Windrider all in one, and one is separated by a space, Kiara space Windrider. Um, There's also the Age of Pandora podcast that I'd been doing, which I stopped temporarily because YouTube was flagging a lot of my
Content.
content. I was actually doing this along with the co-host David Shurjan, but I want to start again. And so, what I would invite also is people listening and participating in these. You have 111 guests on this, and what I would love is to interview others who have the same vision for creating this new earth.
Oh,
Um,
yes.
to do a series of interviews, to see where we want to go, to use all the different gifts that we've been given to inspire each other, to support each other, to go as far as we can go.
It's perfect. It's like we're seeing everything as a facet of a diamond, and each facet has a different perspective. And once we integrate all of those different perspectives, we get that beautiful, beautiful whole. So I'm so glad to talk with you today. Thank you so much for your enlightened sharing, and I'm sure we'll get to spend more time with you again soon. Thank you,
Well,
Kiara.
Kathy, you are such a gift in my life.
Oh, I
Just
love you
appreciate
dearly.
you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. So again, want to make sure that everyone knows that his website is kiarawinwriter.net. And there we go. And it's on screen. And I don't have the console. So, so I guess we could talk a little bit longer. I don't have a way to stop this for now. So, hey guys. Okay, so I guess what we want to do is wish everyone the best and the most productive time period for through the end of the year. We're going to be going through waves of this solar initiation. And then it probably, well, the completion will be by 29, most likely, but a big part of it will be next year. So please, please, please go to Kiara's site, go to his YouTube, and rely upon the information that you can safely rely upon his information to guide you through this.
Can I say one more thing, Kathy? There's also a Facebook channel called Grand Solar Minimum Geomagnetic Reversal Forum. Um, and there's about 3,000, 4,000 people who have been bringing together a lot of the galactic solar information. So if you can look for it on Facebook and join,
Okay.
you'll find a lot of really good information there as well.
Well, I wanted to make sure that everyone knew that that you've already content curated the science, the research, the ancient history, and the practices all together for us. So that's why you're just such a gift, and the information that you've experienced is such a guide for us during this great time. So I'm getting from people a great presentation, that they loved it, that let's see, what else can I tell you? Hopi, yes, this is what this conference is about. So okay. So I guess there's one more thing. I guess if we have time, is
Got
can,
about 1 minute, Kathy, before
oh,
we
okay,
bring
yeah, I
Dr. Joan
couldn't
on.
tell. Okay, Kira, I got a quick one. Can you talk a little on the brain memory and the avatar memory in 1 minute?
Well, the brain memory is basically electrical signals. The avatar memory is the whole cycle of evolution, spanning lifetimes, spanning different forms of incarnation, far beyond human, and going all the way out across different planetary spheres and galactic spheres and the universal self. So all of that is part of the Akashic memory, and we have access to that.
Yes.
And one thing I speak about in my books is there's a chakra behind the back of the head. I call it the whale chakra, because that's who first showed me about this. That can begin to open up access, doorways of access for any of us by just making that connection and allowing this channel to be built. So then the brain memory and the cosmic memory start to align in new ways.
Wonderful. Yes. And that is part of the Elohim process that I really recommend. This is the book. That's how you spell it for people that can't understand my accent. Elohim, it's a Turkish word. And there is a process to help open up that whale chakra in the back of your head and integrate it with your third eye and work with that energy going back and forth to activate your whole system.
Yay.
Thank you, dear. Okay, so I think time flies when you're having fun, it says. Really great presentation, Kiara, it says. So is there anything else? We want to make sure people know how to reach you. And there is a YouTube channel. There's two of them, actually. One says Kiara Space Windwriter, and one is all together Kiara Windwriter. YouTube, and there it is on the screen. Thank you.
Beautiful.
And
Thank you
feel
very much.
free to contact me personally with any of your own stories and ideas. Kiara at eternaldoorway.com.
Perfect.
Kathy,
Perfect.
can you put that in the private chat, and then I'll put
Sure.
that into
Sure,
the
sure.
comments?
I'll be happy to.
This
Okay.
was just a beautiful presentation, and everything you said, Kira. I was just resonating with what you said, because a lot of the things that you were saying, I talk about that on my channel, and and I really resonated with the unestablished form and the established forms that we have on this planet. And I would just love to do a one-on-one talk with you and just
I
really
would love that.
pick your
Absolutely.
mind for like 2-3 hours. Just an amazing guy. And I'm going to reach out to you after this conference and see if we can connect and do like a couple-hour interview and like really go in deep, because I really resonated with what you were saying here. I'll put myself on camera for a quick minute here. When you were saying the one becomes the whole and the whole becomes the one, I use that slogan for my Watchers Talk for a very, very long time. And on my Facebook, actually, I have it on. There's one becomes the whole becomes the one. When you said that, my eyes just popped out, and I was like, oh my God, I love this man. I want to talk with him more. So thank you very much. Shukriya, my friend.
Well, thank you. Wonderful. Thanks for what you do and what you bring to this world.
Yes.
You're very, very welcome. Let's bring Stone or Dr. Joan on. And guys, visit Kiara's website at kiarawindwriter.net and head on over to his YouTube channel like right now and subscribe. Hit the bell so that you get notifications for when Kiara is live. I've got the one YouTube on there, and then I'll get the other one on there as well. So thank you very much, Kiara.
Thank you.
Loved your presentation, Kiara, and your voice. I've heard you before, so thank you.
Thank you, John. Yes, I remember you.
I do. I was looking at him going, oh, I know him. Yeah. Thank you so much for what you're doing. All right. So, guys, we are about to introduce an amazing woman, and I want to tell you about her. So, Neil and I were down in Tulum and Carmen del Playa, and he had a referral from Ellen Steinfeld to meet this amazing crystal skull keeper. So we reached out to her and we found our way to her beautiful home and met her beautiful crystal and her. In fact, you'll see a video that I think Neil and I did. So I want to tell you a bit about her before we bring her up. So Javati was born in Holland in a family line of healers. I'm bringing my skull already. She is a multidimensional healer, a reader, a pathway counselor, a channeler, a crystal master, Since over more than 25 years, she has been the keeper of the sacred crystal skull, AIU. Okay. Together, they have intensively traveled the world at service, to be of service. They are available for seminars, lectures, private sessions, sacred ceremonies, Mother Earth healing, grid work, and sacred journeys. So I'm really happy to bring on Shivati. So I think she's here. All right. Oh my
Yes,
God, my long
I'm
lost
here.
sister.
Thank you, Joan. Nice to be here. And I already tuned in early this morning with the opening of the day. So I could hear you say, like, get your crystal skulls ready or your crystals to be charged. If people don't have them, it is not a problem at all, because the way how AIU work is beyond time and space. So you don't need to go look into your house. What is best, if you would like to give AIU the opportunity to work with your crystals, if you listen to this podcast right now, you could really, like, with intention from your heart, if you say, any crystal that right now can support me in the best way possible to take the next step in my pathway, even if you don't have them in your hand. And then afterwards you can go to your in your house and see which crystal has changed, which crystal really now has like a different frequency.
I like that. I like that because I had too many to bring into the room to put on my computer to charge.
Yeah, well,
And it's
most of
true.
us
It's
have
true.
yeah, most of us have a lot of crystals, and it is important that you know which crystal can support you right now to take the next step, because even though we have a lot of crystals, there is also now a lot of confusion in the world, and the best thing is to be available for the next step. So, and if you have then one specific crystal that is supporting you in that, and you have this raising of frequency, because that is really what AIU is doing then. For AIU, he's a teacher. So in this way, he's not giving a straight, direct answer. If you're asking that, he is always creating the pathway for you to develop it.
That is making so much sense to me, Shavati. Why don't you tell us a little bit about AIU?
Yeah.
And you don't have to give us the long story. It's a really amazing story, but just a little bit about him and the skull itself and
Yeah.
your relationship.
Yeah, well, there are many different crystal skulls in the world, and I also make a little bit of difference between crystal skulls and skulls of crystal, because you can really shape crystal in the form of a skull, and that can hold a tremendous high frequency of energy, and specific angelic beings can connect themselves with it, but that is still something different than a crystal skull that is holding crystal skull consciousness. There's a difference in crystal that has crystal consciousness or crystal skull consciousness. So AIU holds a crystal skull consciousness, you could say, like how we as human beings, how our soul has incarnated in a human vehicle, which give us human experiences, human lessons to learn how to experience our consciousness. In this way, there is a specific, like, crystal skull consciousness incarnated in this vehicle, in this beautiful vehicle of this crystal. So it is a combination of the energy of the crystal plus this identity that AIU is made of. This he really has his own character, and by itself he has a mission and a purpose. And one of the purposes that he has is that he is at service for supporting humanity in making the quantum leap. That is also why he has the harmonic proportion and the size of a human crystal skull, because in this way he can directly work on our skull. So in the way how you approach AIU, like if you would like rub him like this, like with your hand uh, like if you pet the head. And then he is connecting in a very specific way with different unity consciousness that he is holding within himself. He's like, you could say, like a galactic library from ancient time, present time, and future time of all different unity consciousness. So in this way, and when people are being guided to rub AIU in a specific way, what he then does, he is releasing certain energies from the specific unity consciousness, and we are then absorbing that. And it takes time for us to unravel it, the gift that we have been given, because it is always like really fast in the way how he is transmitting it. And because our human consciousness is still limited and is still relatively slow, it takes a little bit time for us to unravel this all. But on the other hand, he has a very specific role in creating like this multidimensional consciousness that we are able to reach when we have reached this level of coming to unity consciousness of all the 12 dimensions. For he had showed me many different ways that then we come to this 13th dimension, which has to do also with the 13th crystal skull, which is like a little bit like a stabilizing, and then everything is unfolding itself and is opening up again, as if we are like multi dimensional, even much more than before. And that is the beginning of a whole new concept of evolution, a whole new way in how we relate. Then also, like now we are still working on activating certain levels of our DNA, but we are also holding within our 12 strengths of DNA, we are also holding crystal skull consciousness DNA. And in a certain way, that is our consciousness of the future. So, in many different ways, how he is working with people, when you, for instance, would touch him with the fingers like that, what I have seen and what he has explained me is that then in that way he is like creating the new lines, like the crystal light lines, meridians that are going beyond these 13 dimensions, all to prepare ourselves, like when we walk our pathway, when we learn our lessons and we come till a certain level, then he has already created the pathway. Like we just need to step through it. Like he helps to prepare many things, but the most important is like that he is like encouraging you, like come. He is motivating, stretching out more. I always say it's like cosmic stretching, trusting yourself, walking your pathway. And in this way he can gently encourage you and show you already the potential from what is there. That's a very short version.
Let me unmute myself. We have the gardener behind me if it's noisy.
Yeah.
That was a very, very short version. But I'll tell you, one of the things I really got was this concept of like petting or, connecting with your skull that way. And actually, you can do it this way.
Yep.
And then I've always had this yearning to like put my third eye. Is there a connection that way with the third eye connection too with the skull?
Absolutely. That is also what I say when people come for an individual darshan with AIU, they sit with AIU and AIU is guiding you then how to touch him. Sometimes you feel like I don't need to touch him. He's already like transmitting the energy like that. And in a certain way, it's like at the end, then you lay your, I always call it the first eye on the first eye of AIU. And then it's like a completely download. It's as if, to speak in computer language, it's like he's giving a download like that. And it is like a completely new program then that you are receiving, which is on your lineage, because he is never giving something that which does not belong to you. It is not that he is giving his consciousness, but he has the ability to unfold on all the galactic levels and to really like like grab all that is from you and bring that in a certain package. And we also use like stargates for that. And in this way, when you put your first eye on the first eye of AIU, you receive that all. And I always say to people, it can really take you 6 months that you need to really like unfold it, to open it, to integrate it until it gets a completely click place in your presence now here. I will later on, I will put the camera a little bit in front of AIU so that people can have a more direct and intimate relationship with him. But AIU is also, he is helping really in any way possible. And in this way, he has learned many different, I call it, playful tricks in to touch people, in stretching their consciousness, in opening their limited thinking. Because the way how our third dimensional mind is working is that we want to label everything, we want to understand everything, we want to order everything in certain boxes. And that is exactly the opposite of what AIU is doing. The process in how AIU is supporting humanity is like opening the boxes of our limited thinking. That is also in the way that he has asked me to use specific words that are not really karmical attached, because there are so many pathways of teaching, of learning. And one pathway uses a word for this concept, another pathway uses the same word but means something different. But when we are using those words that already has received a certain label, then we are putting it in a certain concept. And AIU is helping to gently break all these concepts so that we can get connected with our own true mind, and through that with, I call it, the true internet of things, like the universal mind. And in a certain way, he does that with his physical vehicle. I have seen that very often. Like, he is like rock solid, it's quartz crystal, but he has the ability that he can shift his physical expression. Like sometimes, like the jaw comes a little bit forward or the head comes a little bit forward. Then he is very often doing that when I am having a lecture, when I am speaking. And AIU also in a certain way has guided me that through my flow of words, there is like an understream of his energy, that in that way he can touch people also. So in a certain way, that has changed my ability of speaking, that in that way I can touch people. And the words by itself are not so important, but they are important, but more like the under carrying stream in which the words are traveling is very important. But also, when I'm speaking and I see in the audience the faces of the people, I can see that AIU is doing his playful thing, that he is changing his expression. Because he then, if you see that happening, that something that is so solid as quartz crystal can change forever, that is changing your mindset of how reality is being created. So it really opens up the awareness of people, it opens up the consciousness of people.
I'm keeping my sound on and off because of this
Yeah.
gardener here. So you're saying that the crystal skull, when we're actually looking at AIU, and I have a great experience I had with AIU I want to share in a bit, but when AIU can pick up our consciousness, download, and then adapt, and we can actually physically see a shift in the skull itself.
Yeah, he
In a certain
sometimes
way.
does that. Not always, but sometimes it is like, okay, because his character he has by itself, his identity, he's very funny. He likes
Yes.
to play. He likes to laugh. He likes to sing. He likes to hear music and all these things. So sometimes he's a little bit like, oh, Shafati is talking and talking. I'm a little bit bored. Let's go play a little bit. So then he's really like in this way, like supporting, of course, the whole thing, but he likes to do that. He likes to touch people because sometimes he says like people are taking it too serious in like developing their consciousness, awakening their consciousness. They forget that it can be playful. They forget that we need to enjoy. They forget that it is like we are here on this blessed planet that is a vehicle of so much abundancy, of so much joy. And people are only serious like we need to come to a certain level of enlightenment and then we can take off. And it's not, because the greatest gift that Mother Earth is giving us is this variety of creation, this expression that she is giving. And one of the most important expressions in that is to do it with grace, to do it with joy, to do it with compassion. Because without all these different qualities that we as human beings are able to express, we are missing the point. So, and in that way, he's also like, he's a great teacher in showing that our pathway can be joyful, our pathway can be with laughter.
Well, it's so interesting because I approach everything so seriously. And, I was trying to fathom AIU when I was there. Couldn't fathom him at all, but I was totally, really blown away by your toning. And I hope you do some of your toning and allow us to hear how you awoke, and got into resonance with AIU.
Yeah.
Because I think that that's a big thing for us, is how do we get in resonance
Yeah.
with our.
Yeah, well, and that is also something that AIU after that showed me to do. And I first started doing it while we were doing sacred journeys, when I was at sacred sites, that I couldn't hold it in me, but I was starting to bring like a sound vibration out of myself. And sometimes it is just so strong and so powerful that I'm thinking like, I don't have such a tremendous sound ability. Like, where is this coming from? It's like as if my whole body is just empty and it is starting to vibrate, and because of this vibration the sound is coming out of me. And after I first started doing it at sacred sites, and then AIU said like, I want to support people more. So every time he has taken different steps in, okay, let's go do this, and then he is guiding me how to do that. So he showed me a certain specific way to work one-on-one together with people, that I go sit at the feet and AIU goes at the head and the person lies in between. Then also AIU is guiding me through different stargates to find a piece of the soul of the person that has never been in physical incarnation yet on this planet. So in this way, that is also like a complete download of higher galactic consciousness that you are able to embody here in this lifetime to support you on your pathway. And for that, we need to use certain stargates to that this consciousness can travel through these stargates and get like aligned with the heart of the people here. And the tones to open those stargates are also like these specific sounds, and I always need to make 3 sounds. The why, I don't know. I never had received information why it needs to be 3 sounds. Maybe also because of with AIU, I had to make 3 sounds, but it is just guessing. But that works the best. And in that way, I fully, at that moment when that stargate is starting to open and I make this sound, I am in full oneness connection with the whole galactic identity and the human identity that you are right here. I know you, I understand you, like it's fully there, because that is necessary to bring that part coming here. At the moment that it is finished, I would not be able to repeat it. It's not possible. So, and I already do this for so many years, and always for everybody it is completely different. Sometimes I do also, like when I'm traveling, I also do sessions, and when I do it at for instance, in a practice with somebody else, that was one time in Germany, and the sound gets really loud when I just let it go. It's like, ah, like it's really loud. And so you hear it on the outside. And one time when I was in a practice like that, and there was another doctor working in the practice next to me with a client, and the client said, I want that too. Can I have that too? Because it is a certain, even if it is not your sound, even it is not your stargate, it is a certain galactic vibration that we all are resonating on. But of course, if it is your personal pathway opening of these stargates, woof, that is tremendous. Like I always hear from people afterwards, like, because it's also to open the cells, to open all the consciousness within the cells, that this whole vibration is starting to resonate in their whole body. So it's beautiful to do that. I really enjoy it. We always do it when, for instance, when we have a seminar or when we have a sacred journey and one person has their birthday. As a gift, we are then also toning these galactic tones, like we are all connecting with each other, and we just say, like, we all have a singing angel here, and you just surrender, you just let yourself. It's not about a nice sound that needs to come out, but we are then a channel for this higher consciousness that can give the birthday coding for the whole year to come, to empower this person. And then it is so beautiful because there's like one person lying in the middle and the whole group is around it, so the sound is coming from all directions, so you have receive a full sound bath. And it is beautiful to receive it, but it is also very beautiful to do this together, that together at service we are to transmit this vibrational consciousness. And because AIU is present, it is a little bit different than if you would do it without it. But I definitely can recommend anybody to start using sound vibration for activating this stiffness that we have in our body.
You know, first of all, I have to say something. My birthday is tomorrow, just so you know. And so my antenna just went up. It's like, okay, can we do it like 20 hours earlier? But that was the first thing. But I want to share something because we'd love to have your activation. A few weeks ago, I was in a sacred ceremony and I was in meditation, and I found myself drifting in the galaxy. I just was drifting. And I went, well, this is boring. I don't like just drifting in nothingness. I need something to happen. And suddenly, and I was so surprised, I thought of AIU. Just came right into my consciousness, and I had meditation music on. I was alone in the house, and I just started chanting AIU. And, you know, between you and Neil, I had kind of learned a little bit more, but I couldn't believe it because I had the meditation music on. I had something over my eyes, and I'm chanting these sounds, and suddenly it's, oh God, now the gardener is so loud. Okay, I'm chanting these sounds, and I'm flying over planet Earth. Like somehow I'm like in a Star Wars movie, and we're just like going over the planets and the galaxies, and every tone took me further into this most amazing place. I thought like we were running the angel brigade,
Yeah,
calling all angels. I'm going to shut the sound off. You can respond to
yeah,
that.
yeah. And that is something I have heard it from other people before also, that they came into a situation like one time somebody told me he is a singer, and they were performing at a gathering, and there was a lot of conflict, a lot of disharmony like that, and it was their purpose to unite the people, to bring the people together. And he knows AIU, and he had been with AIU, and he had asked me, can you do something with my voice so that my voice is like touching the hearts of people more? And I said, but we have karmical imprints, we have karmical vehicles, so that is not in a certain way how I do that with music instruments. So to make a long story short, like at the moment that they were performing, and there was a lot of disharmonies in the audience, a lot of like conflict that was starting to rise up, and without him, and he was so at service that he wanted to unite the people, and he also, instead of using the words of his song, he started to vibrate and to chant the name AIU, and he could really see how the people were uniting back again. So it was really like a certain tool to come together, to bring the consciousness back together again as one. And it is the same way as like AIU is this consciousness of all different consciousness together as one. And with that also, Joan, like you say that you have been chanting the name of AIU because it is his purpose to unite and to hold consciousness together. I think like specifically in this time that we are, and I can see it, like we have this window of opportunity now going to the equinox in moving back to the original timeline, because actually right now, if we were on the original timeline, we would already be in a unity consciousness field. But it's like we missed the boat because of the frequency of the collective is so low, and it's been so down through this 2 years of like complete bombardment of fear and all like that. We are all like with this collective like too low. But now in this time, it's like the door is open, and I see this unity consciousness almost there to catch us, like come, it's ready. And many of us can feel it, many of us like there, it's like we feel we are so close, but we can just not reach it. And these days, that's why this initiative that you and your team have created is so important, because we are being trapped again in this loop, this ancient repeating loop of this, I'm not going to call the word, but this crisis that has been created after crisis. It is just to trap us again to repeat what we have done before. But the most important is now that we do something different, that we focus on what are we going to manifest, what are we going to create, and that is this new frequency, this new vibration, and that can really, I'm convinced about it, it can really go like into this unity consciousness that we already were supposed to be if we would have followed the original timeline.
So you're saying that through connecting with the skulls through these chanting of these sacred tones, which I'm telling you, Shavati, I'd never had this experience. Okay, my voice, which really cracks, and I would never try to tone in public, okay, was suddenly rich and full, and my whole being was alive. I've never had that experience, but you're saying that that can actually change the timeline. Your personal,
yeah, you go ahead.
both personal and galactic, maybe.
Well, it's one of the things. There are many things, of course, that can do that, because it is, where are we focusing on? But because of all the confusion that is there, it is very difficult to just like really from our heart to connect with that. Because if we do that, and the collective is so heavy, it really costs for us like a lot of energy to hold our vibration. And when we do that, we are opening up, we are really like expanding our ability to receive this higher vibrational consciousness. So in this way, it is really like an extra step that can help us. And also something that really helps is like, I walk every morning on the sunrise on the beach. Like the codings of the sun are now so profound that they can touch us, but not everybody has the ability to see the sunrise, and so to help us. But really, I am convinced that in the way how AIU is at service for humanity, in the way how he helps to for people that they get connected with their highest and best what they have of themselves, is that he can have like an extra support in these days and months to come. For also, one of the things that we have been doing since the beginning that I started working with AIU is connecting people with their own individual crystal skull consciousness. For many years ago, you already started to have that. All of a sudden, crystal skulls were coming in our awareness. People started to talk about crystal skulls, started to have dreams about crystal skulls. All of a sudden, it started to be like a hot item. And that was not for nothing, because there is around our planet, there is a whole grid of crystal skull consciousness. And for all of us that are on our pathway, there is a representative within this grid of our own individual crystal skull consciousness. So in the way how I have integrated that within my teachings, that when you connect yourself with your higher self, in the way how you always do, but also like when you have been together with AIU, even if you see him like on a video now, or if you see him on a photo, it can really help you if from your heart you also like you connect yourself, or you invite your own personal crystal skull consciousness. And for many people, it can be as if then a crystal skull is starting to pop up in front of them and it starts to communicate, or it can be that it comes above your head or has a certain position. Sometimes people say, oh, mine was this and this color, or and sometimes it is even like going in your head. Like one time I had it with a person that was sitting next to me, and I could really hear the cracking of the bones of the head, and he was like doing this a little bit. So I asked him afterwards, what are you doing? And he said, like, my crystal skull and my own skull are not really fitting together. But it was really like a cracking. And we all have now, all of us that are on the pathway of awakening and of being of service for humanity, we all are connected with this specific grid of crystal skull consciousness. And often it is when you start dreaming about skulls or anything, that this consciousness is starting to come to you. But crystal skull consciousness is our consciousness of the future, when we have like adapted, when we have gone through this change of this Karman based reality, that we have to become more like crystalline Christ all beings, then we are also going to have Christ all consciousness, like clear and transparent as quartz crystal is, and which also means without ego, fully awakened. So in this way, when we are connected with our own personal crystal skull consciousness, it is like an extra guideline, an extra teacher to help us step by step to go there where we are planning to go.
So this is so fascinating. So we don't actually have to have our own physical crystal skull for
No,
you to connect us on my birthday to the crystal skull, our own personal crystal skull consciousness. As you are
I,
speaking, I can
yeah.
feel it.
Yeah, I don't need to be an intermedium to connect you with your crystal skull consciousness. Now that I have spoken about it and that you are like having this understanding, aha, crystal skull consciousness, my own crystal skull consciousness. And because it has been spoken of in the presence of AIU, even like you say that you feel it, but even at home without me, you can just like in your normal meditation or in your normal daily preparation that you are used to, if then from your heart you think, well, wait a minute, Shavati was talking about this crystal skull consciousness, let's give it a try. If you then say, like, I invite my personal crystal skull consciousness, it will happen. So you don't need me to do that, then you can really do that yourself.
Well, that's true. But now I don't know about our audience, but I'm feeling like a real call to want to feel AIU and be close to him. So I know
Okay,
you
well,
mentioned that we're going to have a
yeah,
little act, even
yeah,
though you say that we can activate ourselves. You are the shaman and you are
yeah.
the high priestess, and
Well,
we
it
honor
is
you.
it is different, but it is like this crystal skull consciousness, your own personal crystal skull consciousness is available for everybody. For that, you don't need to have extra this intermediary of AIU. Like if I do something with AIU, it is even something extra. But this is very often like when people start having these dreams about crystal skulls, they think, oh, maybe I need to go find my crystal skull. And then they are projecting it outside again, like it's an outside thing, but it's not. It's an interior experience. It is part of who we are on a bigger galactic like scale. And in this way, when you connect from this moment on with your personal crystal skull consciousness, it is part of you that is like one piece of your puzzle that is becoming like a bigger part of your puzzle. So I have set it up here a little bit. So I'm going to move the camera now in front of AIU so that people can have it a little bit more from closer by. And the way how you can do that is that you are just going to look at AIU. Just, it's very difficult because he is so transparent. So sometimes you just look completely through it. And I'm slowly going to move him around. And I have heard like that people can have different type of experiences if they look at AIU. But for everybody, it is exactly that what you need at this moment. So that's why you cannot compare it. You cannot say, oh, I have this or this. It is just like he is guiding you through different things. And also, if you look at AIU here from the back, it almost looks like water, like liquid water. Yeah, water is liquid, but it's like it's different consciousness. It's not. It doesn't look like solid quartz crystal.
It's true.
And AIU also holds within himself like this new frequency, and the way how you physically can see that is in the rainbows that AIU is having. It's with this light, it's a little bit difficult that you can see his rainbows, but he has this extra color and the colors of his rainbow are also different. In that you can already see that when we are making this jump and going to a higher frequency, our reality will be changing. The colors that we are seeing now in the rainbows will also change, like the green and the blue are different. And he holds within himself also this type of pink magenta color, which is like the integrated feminine and masculine Christ consciousness. So he is already presenting that in physical reality to people. He's already manifesting that. Now I'm just for a short while not going to say anything so that people can take their own time. A very specific thing that I would like to mention in how AIU is also working, like AIU has very bright teeth, has the same amount of teeth as we have. And sometimes when people have tooth problems, very often it can be connected with on other dimensional levels of fear that is stuck for taking the next step. So then sometimes you can physically start to have problems with the teeth. I always say to people that are knowing AIU, like, imagine that the painful tooth that you have, that you rub that tooth of AIU. Imagine that you rub the tooth of AIU. Then he is helping you to go to that specific dimensional level where there is like a fear program holding you back in taking the next step. So he's helping you to reach that. It's a certain unconscious fear. And in this way, you can release this fear, and you can also then much easier continue on your pathway, because we have, going back to our oneness, there are many blockages on other dimensional realities that when we were coming into separation, we did not really realize it, but we lost things. But on our way back, it's like we have certain like fear programs of, and all the trauma of the loss of love, of the loss of the connection, of the unity, that sometimes we are staying a little bit too long on that level, and that can create again a certain like sadness, a certain difficulty to take that step. And with that, it's like really you have like the loving support of AIU that says, come on, you can do it. I'm here, I'm supporting you. Okay. I don't know exactly how much time that we have.
We have about 10 or 12 more minutes, basically.
Okay, so I think let's do some sound activation then together with AIU.
Yes.
And the people that are now tuned in, they can immediately like also tone. But of course, people that are watching this video later in time, it doesn't matter that it is not live, because the quality, the work, how AIU is working is beyond time and space. So that portal can then also, if you hear it and you join in also at that moment that you hear it, it would also work for you. So
Sweet. And we have about 16 more minutes. So take it away.
Okay. So I'm just going to do this. I need to touch you for that a little bit. So, okay. So if we just go into our heart space, into our sacred heart space, and we connect with Mother Earth, we connect with the crystal skull consciousness of Mother Earth. Allow this crystal skull consciousness of Mother Earth to rise up as far as possible that she is choosing that is appropriate for you now. And we also invite our personal crystal skull consciousness. We are connected with our higher self, and we hold this vision, we hold this image within ourselves that we see this portal, this window of opportunity, so that in this way we can return to the original timeline for supporting Mother Earth, for supporting humanity, for understanding all the steps that we can take, so that this whole vibration of this lower frequency that is holding humanity trapped in this repetition cycle, that this may, by this toning through this portal, that we open this portal more, and that we raise the frequency not only of ourselves, but that we are able to raise the frequency of the whole collective of humanity, to bring them home, to bring Mother Earth home. If we hold that intention, we will tone the right toning of our soul. And the silence after the sound is also the most important, because that is that you are in this state of surrender, of receiving the flow of energy that is coming in. And of course, we now toned the name of AIU, his sound vibration. And you can do this at home in these next coming days, really with this intention of this portal of opportunity that we can reach and be connected with this waiting consciousness grid for receiving us. And that will support us in releasing more qualities of ourselves that we can use of being of service. But of course, if you feel guided also in these days to start toning a different tone with these sound vibration of the resonance of AIU, his name, then you are using this consciousness portal of AIU at that moment to even bring in more codings of your own soul. So feel free in how you are being guided in that. Well, this was just a very short introduction.
Shivate, this
Yes.
is so profound.
Right now in this time that we are, we can use all the support there is, all this, because we have so much potential. Each one of us is so important, but with this whole like negative programming of all these forces and of the artificial intelligence, it is really, for many of us, it can be so frustrated that we feel like, aha, it should be different right now. And it is so difficult to really like hold that by yourself. And AIU is just, I say he, but other people say she, because there's no difference in masculine, feminine. But because we as a partner work together, I'm used in saying he. But he holds so much love, and he understands our pathway. He understands our struggle, and with so much compassion from this consciousness that he is looking at that if you really truly like are like searching, if you want to take the next step, but that it's so can be so confusing, if you just ask like show me the next step what I can take, he will most often he will really support you. It's not that he makes it for you, because we need to take our own step, but he can make it more clear, like that. In the way how clear he is, he can help that we can see with more clarity. Aha, there it is. Okay, I'm going. I can take the next step again. It is also like the way how the consciousness of a crystal skull is working. It is magnifying everything. So it is magnifying and helping you with your potential. But it, of course, it is also magnifying your shadow issues. If you are not ready to look at your shadow issues, he can put it straight into your face. But if you are willing and say like, okay, bring it on, like he shows it, but with so much love and with so much support that you can say, okay, I am able to face it. I am able to do this. And with this also, because I am the keeper of AIU, for me, it really means that I need to walk my pathway with so much consciousness awareness with so much integrity, for it magnifies everything in me as well. Like it magnifies the love, it magnifies the kindness, but it also magnifies things that still need to be worked on. So that is good that you can see it, but it also, you cannot push it away. You have to deal with it. You have to like bring it more into the light. And that is what AIU is doing. Like often when we are at certain gatherings, like hidden things cannot stay hidden. Like he brings it up, but he brings it up so that things can be resolved, things can be cleared up. That is his function. But for people that are not willing, or people that are trying still to hide or to pretend, or what, who they are going to get a struggle with that, because it creates with them like an inner conflict. So and that is also one of the things. So if you are ready, AIU is opening all the doors for you, and guide you, like show you that. But if you pretend that you are ready, but if you are not ready and want to look away, like so many people are still like looking through pink glasses and not facing the reality that in reality there's still a lot of things that needs to be cleared up on all the levels, and that is not a problem. That is what we came for. So and we have had the tendency of looking away, like this, the ignorance that is so present also within the collective, within mass consciousness. Now that more truth is rising up to the surface, it's like we need to address all the hidden things, and AIU is such a tremendous support in helping to bring that what is hidden to the surface. And then it's up to us, with decision we are making, what to do with it and how to handle it, how to transform it. What choices are we going to make right now? Are we going to make choices for the benefit of all, or again for the separated ego? So there are so many ways in how AIU is showing us different ways in how to go back to where we came from, with so much more than we started.
Shavati, this has been so profound. Can we see your face again?
Yes, let me just move it a little bit.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. Oh my God. Okay, well, the comments that I'm seeing in the chat room is everyone is bubbling up with new energies, new vibrations. I know that I feel like I'm so excited about my birthday suddenly, and I didn't even have time to think about it, but it's like a new pathway of new beginnings showing up. So I'm having an impeccable time here. But how do people reach you and work with you and connect further with you?
Well, I'm not a skilled writer. I do have a website, but it is absolutely not maintained. So I am apologizing for that. So there, people will not really get a good impression. But people can always connect with me by email. I am always try to respond in a variety of 2-3 days time. So if people write me an email, I will always respond to you. And that is like Shavati, my name, at crystalunity.com.
We will get it up in the chat in a second.
Yeah.
And the ways, again, that you actually, like, if I was to call you and say, okay, I just have to have more, what would be the next step?
That depends in what do you want more. So what is important. So in this way, I always look at the individual, and it in this way we can make for you specifically what fits you best. Like with you, with your birthday, of course, that would be like receiving as much as possible codings to really develop all your next phase of life, and that is the most important.
So I would get a download of codes, and you'd be toning, and
Yeah,
then I could
yeah.
listen to it over again and keep receiving these awakenings.
Yeah, well, normally when we travel, this transmission with AIU is something that I would do live with people. But now with all the travel restrictions that are happening, we need to find different ways. So that would really, normally I do healings and sessions by distance through the pictures of people, or I do it like when it is like a channeling or a multidimensional pathway counseling, we do it by Zoom. But if it would be like with the work with AIU, then it would also need to be, everything always get recorded, but then it would also be that you go lie down on your bed and that we start working on it, because this whole session of a transmission is that you are going to have during that moment that we are working, it's also that you expand in multidimensional consciousness, and in this way you are receiving lots of information, lots of messages that are traveling through this multidimensional consciousness through you. But extra, you receive this toning, and you receive I also start channeling sacred language that is also coming from this specific level, that is also opening up all your consciousness, and that is activating like the sleeping DNA to that it comes more to awareness and start functioning. And then at the end of that type of session, people can ask a question, but it is never a spoken question. It is really like you release from your heart, because then a portal is open that people can ask these questions. It can be many questions, as much as they want, but you don't speak it out loud. You just let it rise from your heart, and AIU sees that question. He looks in this whole download that he has given at the same time, where is that answer, and he makes then a connection and brings it up to the surface, that sometimes you receive it directly, or you receive it in a time period of 2-3 days, or then in 2-3 weeks. And I always say to people, like, you are fully within this like grid that we have created, and this session works like 6 months, but because I always want that people check it, that they have something tangible, instead of me just saying that they can check it in a certain way. And one of the things that AIU is doing, that this whole grid is still present. And I always say to people, like, okay, if you would just, after you have had a session like that, and after a few days or a few weeks, and you would lean back a little bit, then you feel the active working still, because in total it stays working for 6 months.
You know, I was tuning in. We have to go in a second, but I was tuning in because I remember I was activated in November with you when we were sitting with AIU.
Yeah.
So Shabati, I want everyone to know also that we're going to be hosting you on Portal to Ascension in September at the Crystal Skull Conference, and I think you're at our free 3-day online conference also in April. It's a tongue twister. So guys, check out Shabati is going to be on Portal to Ascension. So I'm really excited we get to have a few more times with you in 2022.
Yeah.
So guys, you've now met Shabati.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to share AIU, and I'm looking forward to next time. Thank you very much.
We'll see you in April.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much. All right.
Bye.
Oh my God, guys. Was that amazing? Rob, are you activated and awake?
I am activated, awake, and ready to rock and roll. I loved that presentation, and you guys were talking about the skull. It's just there's so much. I was out there touting to everybody, like, listen, this is the moment that I've been waiting for on this day for sure, because I've never had the chance to witness one of those skulls. Where not so much in person, but with the ability to actually see it and study it while looking at it while she was talking about it, and then the resonation with the tones was just it was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I'm telling you that the other day, my experience with those tones, I couldn't believe he just showed up in my meditation as if like, oh my God, there's the answer. Yes. And he took me under his wing. I love that, Shabati, I love that he's sort of watery. You know, you can meld and melt in. And I love you. I'm so happy you shared with us today.
Absolutely.
you.
I want to do a one-on-one conversation with you too, Shivanti. So I took down your email address so I could reach out to you and we can get you on Full Spectrum Universe to really, get down to it, just like Joan did, and maybe from a different angle. It's going to really be epic. Epic.
Thank you so much, guys. Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right. All right. All right. So my name is Rob Yox of Full Spectrum Universe. I know you haven't seen me a lot today, but next we have Andy and Jonathan Goldman. I'm going to give you a quick bio for them so everybody knows who they are. If you haven't, you've probably been living under a rock, but just in case for those of you out there who aren't usually on our channels. So, Jonathan Goldman, MA, is an international authority and pioneer in the field of sound healing. He is a renowned writer, musician, and teacher. Jonathan is an author of several books, including Healing Sounds, Inner Traditions, The Divine Name, the 2011 Visionary Award for Best Alternative Book of the Year, and The 7 Secrets of Sound Healing, both from Hay House. A Grammy nominee, his award-winning recordings include Chakra Chants, The Divine Name, and Reiki Chants. He is the founder and director of the Sound Healers Association and CEO of Spirit Music. Jonathan Goldman was named as one of the Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine's top 100 most spiritual, influential living people. And then Andy Goldman. Andy Goldman, MA, LPC, is a licensed psychotherapist specializing in holistic counseling and sound therapy. She is the director of the Sound Healing Seminars and co-director of the Sound Healers Association. She is a musician, teacher, and sound healer, award-winning author, and the wife and partner of Jonathan Goldman. Jonathan and Andy Goldman have co-authored Chakra Frequencies, winner of the Visionary Award for Best Alternative Health Book of the Year, and their new bestseller is The Humming Effect, which has just won, the 2018 Gold Visionary Awards for Best Health and Healing Book from the Inner Traditions. Together, Jonathan and Andy have dedicated their lives to the path of service, helping awaken and empower others with their ability of sound to heal and transform. So without further ado, let us bring them on. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Hello, Rob. How are you?
I am great.
Kathy.
I'm going to let Kathy take it down. Go ahead, Kathy.
Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to introduce you, if you haven't met them before, my dear friends, Andy and Jonathan Goldman. And Rob had just explained about some of their books. Here's 2 of their books that are Hay House books that have a CD in the back of them. And this book, The Divine Name, has been used by a lot of people to actually activate crystals and other tools to help. The other book that they explained about and told about the awards is this Chakra Frequency book that you definitely want to have. And they have a new book about humming that we're going to talk about today. So, hi, guys.
Oh,
Hey, Kathy, how are you?
It's so great to see you.
Yeah, of
Kathy.
course.
Oh.
Of course. Well, we have so much fun together. Andy and Jonathan live in Boulder, so we actually get to see each other in the flesh. Even during all these weird times, we can actually see each other. So today I would love to give the audience some reinforcement to get through this big time of change. And I know that you have tools in your toolkit and you have knowledge that you want to share about how sound could be a vital part of this evolutionary process.
Well, Kathy, what a blessing, because you know what? Everybody's into frequencies, and we like to think of ourselves as elders of frequency, because we've been working with frequencies together, probably older than anybody on here except maybe us. And, there's lots of stuff that we want to share with people because it's really powerful and really important. And we're going to try to make a lot of things really crystal skull clear in terms of how and why sound can work and what you can all do. We can all do to use sound for healing and transformation.
Well, and I want to also just say thank you, Kathy, for having us on today. We are so delighted to be here. And in these changing times, indeed, sound can be such a valuable tool that everybody can just have kind of in their back pocket. And we're going to tell you about it today.
Well, you also, I want everyone to know they are the perfect example of how to create resonance in a relationship and in a balanced way to work together. Because there aren't that many couples like you that honor and show huge respect and integrate each other's talents so well. So I also want the audience to be alerted to that if they're looking for role models for how to navigate these times of relationship, that here is a beautiful example for all of us.
Oh, Kathy, that has absolutely touched our hearts.
Oh, good.
And so appreciate you sharing that. And we've been at this for a long time. Jonathan, of course, has been in the founding pioneer for 40 years, and he and I have been working together for 27 years. Wow. So we have had a lot of experience, you could say.
And it's a real blessing to be able to have a partner. I want to say to everybody who is watching or ever going to watch, it is possible to be in relationship and have a loving, friendly, non-competitive, totally compassionate space with another, and it is the best gift you can give yourself and give the planet and receive yourself as well. You are my gift. Thank you.
You're my gift.
But let's talk about sound.
Yes, please. Well, the one other thing, could you talk about, Jonathan, because people that are just being introduced to your work, you are a futurist. You started doing the World Sound Healing Association back in the 80s, correct?
Yes, indeed. And, for sure, Kathy, I see now that sound as a healing and transformational modality, whether people are using it for meditation, for prayer, for healing or whatnot, it's really becoming almost as, shall we say, mainstream as yoga is. And of course, back in the 80s when, I first started doing this work, yoga was really strange and sound healing didn't exist. I helped bring it onto the planet. And now to see all these people doing sound work, what a blessing. And, just like to suggest that people say to me, well, how do you feel? I say, well, it's taken enough time to get here because I thought we would be here about 20 years ago personally. But I bless it now. I guess we need it now more than ever.
Yes. Yes. Well, the insight that you had to create that association and to bring people who obviously were the way showers of medicine, or the people that brought the ancient ways, because I think sound healing is ancient. They brought the ancient ways back into our current reality. And that's what you're the father Daddy, your daddy.
Grandpa John. All right.
Oh,
Oh, so how, again, back to the question about using this wonderful modality that in your case, you're going to talk about humming, which is free. You don't need tools. You're bringing these wonderful gifts back in so everyone can use them right now for this change.
But Kathy, I want you to know that for anybody who's watching us, listening us, whatever, we're not just going to talk about humming. We're going to talk about sound. Humming is a small aspect that we're going to focus in on toward the end because it's something everybody can use. But first, we're going to give you some information about how and why sound can heal and transform. And it's really important because once you understand this, your life changes. Just as simple as that.
And Kathy, we do have a lot to talk about. We want to start out talking about what it is about sound. Why is it such a valuable healing modality? And Jonathan, being the pioneer that he is in this field, you were right, Kathy. He helped to initiate the modern day field of sound healing.
And basically, Kathy, to begin with, I'm going to give you a basic sound healing 101. The idea that everything in the universe is in a state of vibration from electrons moving around the nucleus of an atom. The planets and distant galaxies moving around their suns. They're all in a state of vibration. They're all in a state of motion. If they are in motion, if they're in vibration, they are creating conceptually a sound. And this goes forward in terms of our body. Every organ, every bone, every tissue, every part of our body is in a state of vibration. When we are in a state of health, we say we are in sound health, and we are like this orchestra that is playing the overall symphony of the self, the suite of the self. But let's say a part of our body goes into its wrong vibration. It's a little bit like the string player losing the sheet music in an orchestra. They begin to play out of tune, out of harmony. Pretty soon the orchestra string section is off, and pretty soon the entire orchestra is off. And this is, if you like, akin to a part of our body vibrating out of ease, out of harmony. We say it is dis-ease. So the basic concept of using sound as a healing modality is simply to restore the sheet music back to the string player, to project the correct resonant harmonic frequency back to that part of the body, physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual, that is vibrating out of ease, out of harmony. Voila, the secret of sound healing universe.
Sound healing 101. And Kathy, what I'd like to say next is that actually, to kind of simplify things a little bit, we experience sound in two different ways. We experience it through vibroacoustics and through psychoacoustics. And I want to talk about each one of those subjects, because psychoacoustics is where we actually listen. The sound, perhaps we're listening to healing music, etc., but the sound goes in through our ears and travels in through our auditory pathways up into our brain, and it affects our brain waves, our nervous system, our heart rate. And so when we're listening to music that has been specifically created for healing, all of that is happening. That is psychoacoustics. And later on in our program, we're going to hear an example of psychoacoustics. Now, the other is vibroacoustics. Vibro, it's almost like vibrating. You can feel the sound actually in your body at a deep cellular level. For instance, if we're putting a tuning fork on our body, that is going to go into our cells. It's going to be touching our body. Now, it's interesting because what we work with a lot of different sound healing implements, and, many of them, are such as, sound beds and tuning forks. The major focus, right. The major focus that we have, however, is our voice. And that is the place where Jonathan and I focus most of our attention. Now, what we have discovered, and of course, we've been at this, as I mentioned, a long time, and what we have discovered is that vibroacoustically humming, which everyone can do, goes directly into our bodies at a cellular level, and it is the most powerful vibroacoustic way that we can actually experience sound. And we're going to talk a lot more about that in a minute. But I know.
Well, yeah, but I also want to give you a quote from the New York
I was
Times.
thinking of that, yeah.
And it's February 8th, 1988. A lot of eights in that one. Sound shaped into dazzling tool can make, break, or rearrange molecular structure. The second part is, and levitate objects. We're not going to talk about acoustic levitation today, but it's there, kids. But the idea that you can rearrange molecular structure. You know, even the New York Times many years ago was talking about this, and this once again is what we are using in terms of our metaphor for how sound can heal. And vibroacoustics is oftentimes a pretty ignored aspect of sound in terms of how sound affects us on a physical level, not only going into our brain, affecting our heart rate and respiration for psychoacoustics, but bottom line also, there is an aspect of sound that we want to bring into attention, coupled, because we've been talking about the frequency, we've been talking about the sound. The sound, whether it's vibroacoustic or psychoacoustic, it travels as a wave, and that wave is measured in cycles a second. We say that the number of waves is its frequency. Everybody's into frequency, but there's another aspect that we think is very, very important, and that is
intention. And Kathy and our listeners, the intention that you are holding when you are making sound is vital. And 40 years ago, Jonathan created a formula. Frequency, i.e. the sound, frequency plus intention equals healing. So I love to share that formula, frequency plus intent equal healing, because I think it's the magic formula for working with sound. And Jonathan, you might want to talk about that.
I want to suggest that 40 years ago when I first came up with this one, and it was an original frequency, but certainly not an original idea, because it's the basis of most magical and spiritual traditions, is encoding sound with an intention. But at the time I came up with it, the different people that I knew who were particularly related to the scientific community and the medical community thought I was off planet, which I well may be. But nowadays you have people like our friend Bruce Lipton, for example, and the biology of belief, and Joe Dispenza doing the placebo effect, all these things showing the power of our consciousness. So if you couple that with a sound, and this is one of the reasons why people are so focused on this frequency, I must use X, Y, or Z frequency, when really, oftentimes, it's the intention and your belief that the frequency is going to have an effect that also creates the effect as well. So there's the vibration, the frequency, and the intention, and they work really well together. And if you think about it, when you're dealing, the more amorphous and fluid something is, whether it's water or the energy fields or vibrations or even our cells, the more the intention is really able to encode itself upon the sound. So sound plus belief equals outcome. Now we're going to listen to a brief 2 or 3 minute example of sound for listening to sound. And this is something called Convergence from a recording called, I believe it's...
that you created.
Called Frequencies. Okay.
He's created quite a few over these years.
So the bottom line of this one is that the intention of it is very powerful, but also there are a lot of different psychoacoustic phenomena. It's very slow. It's very pretty. There are different brainwave things attached. So what we'd like to do as we begin to listen to this is for people first to just check themselves out. And then as the music begins to play, for even just a few minutes, what do you notice happening to you?
And I want to mention that one of the tenets that we do hold is that we are all unique vibratory beings. And so when we are, as an example now, listening to a particular piece of music, it's going to affect us in our own very unique way. So there's just the experience to be in. That's all you have to do is just listen and see what happens to you.
So, Kathy,
I've got
everybody,
it. I guess I need my tech side here. I've got it in, but it's
I'll keep talking, and
okay. Sorry.
when you got it, say that I got it. And this
Okay.
recording features myself, our wonderful, beloved, we call her the, divine mother of sound healing.
Sarah Benson, who is no longer with us here in this dimension, but is probably on the other side watching us right now. And her voice is the voice of an angel. It's just beautiful. And shall we keep talking?
Yes, of course. And the very, very cool thing about Sarah is that she told us a really powerful and important secret about sound healing many years ago. And that secret was
the true sound of healing is love. And I think that if that were just the only thing that people remembered from this interview, it would just be such a blessing. The true sound of healing is love. And we talk about Sarah in each workshop and each teaching that we do, because love is such that we're basically love.
And Kathy, when you are set, give us a thumbs up and we'll stop talking.
I will. I'm
so
sorry.
we'll keep
talking for a little bit.
Oh no, we have no problem. We are able to talk for weeks on end about sound because it's so important. And one of the things that we wanted to talk about is the fact that, as Andy was saying, we encode sound with our voice, so that even your conversational voice can be a healing instrument, particularly if you are trying to project healing energy. And at the same time, and unfortunately, your voice can be a non-healing instrument if you're raising it in anger or whatnot. So we want to suggest to anybody who's watching this or ever going to watch this, be conscious about your voice, particularly the conversational voice, because it can have such profound, powerful effects. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. Did we see a thumb up there?
No, we didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did. Yes. So absolutely, the energy, frequency plus intent equals healing. So that intention that we hold, even when we are speaking, is of vital importance. And I think it's also important to be conscious, because we kind of go through our day and things happen, and, we lose sight of holding the consciousness of positivity, gratitude. I know each morning when I wake up, the first thing that I say is thank you for this day. I am grateful that I have yet another day here on planet Earth. And I like to set that intention as the first thing that I do each day, because as I do go through my day, I forget, we're busy, things happen. But if you can set that intention first thing, that can help hold the intention of love throughout your day. And I think we might be ready now for convergence.
Oh, we are.
Yes,
okay,
we are.
So everybody take it. Let's see what happens. And let's see if this comes out. We'll see. What a blessing. I see it.
Thank you. It worked.
Thank you.
Oh, Kathy, thank you. I knew we could do it, and we hope that everyone had that experience of experiencing sound in a psychoacoustic way by listening.
Yeah.
Well, it's one thing to talk about it, but there's another incredible gift of feeling it, and such calm, gentle, loving sound really can change your whole trajectory of your whole day.
Well, thank you, Kathy. And that, blessed be, that continues to be an extremely popular recording on all sorts of different platforms. And we are grateful that it has been discovered because we use it all the time. And it's really wondrous that many, many other people do as well. And we are really totally grateful for that. And once again, with sound, you can talk up a blue streak or whatever the term is about it. But once you experience it, it's real. Other than that, it's just a thought form. It's just an idea. But when you experience it, it's real. And you can't say much more about that, except it's real.
Well, that's what we're finding with everything right now. We're starting to uncover what our reality really is and get out of the matrix box, the illusion that we've created with our conditioning and our patterns, and getting to create at such a different level with everyone. I think that's what the gift of these times is the opportunity to expand and really feel this is heart work. This isn't just this.
Oh, for sure. And talking about heart work, that's so interesting because we are in the global guided humming experience that we're going to be doing in about 10 or so minutes. But that is really one of the major ingredients of that is what we call heart-brain coherence. I'm jumping ahead, but I wanted to suggest that it's there. But we're going to talk for a moment about why we work with the hum, particularly because, as you know, having been in this field for 40 years, we've worked with overtone chanting, mantras, kirtans, every different type of vocalization, let alone tuning forks, crystal bowls, Tibetan bowls, X, Y, or Z. And yet we're back to sort of, get-go, which is humming.
Well, and the reason we're kind of back to the get-go, as Jonathan just said, is because humming is something that everyone can do. And we wanted to get the information out there with sound that would be applicable so that people would think, oh, I can't do sound. I'm not a singer. I'm not a musician. No, if you have a voice, you can be a sound healer. And the neat thing about humming, not only that everybody can do it, little babies hum all the way to the elderly, we all hum, but it's a sound that it's a very non-judgmental sound. so when people are humming, they're not judging themselves. And we just felt that that was such an important thing. And so humming is, it's really
all inclusive.
It's all inclusive. I like that. All inclusive.
And really, it allows people to have the experience of sound healing. And, experiencing the power of their own sound. So many people have so much restricted ability in terms of when they make sound, even when they're doing a tone, an ah or an om, there's still some question about that, let alone singing or whatnot. But ain't nobody that we found has problems with the hum. Babies,
And right, and we
the elderly.
actually in our book we call it conscious humming, because we are teaching how to very consciously hum. And the very first chapter in our book is nothing but peer-reviewed scientific research on the physiological benefits that occur in our bodies when we are humming. Our heart rate is lowered. Our respiration is lowered. Melatonin is released. And that, of course, regulates our sleep. The hormone oxytocin, the trust hormone, is also released. Endorphins.
Great for pain relief.
Yes, so many things are happening physiologically by humming. And there's a very important molecule that a lot of people are talking about these days called nitric oxide.
Nitric oxide, indeed.
And Jonathan
voted in the 1990s the molecule of the year, and we love the fact that we've seen a number of different videos and presentations on the fact that you can release nitric oxide when you're humming, which is very cool. And this may have been one of the things that we have in our first chapters, the talking about the release of nitric oxide and how nitric oxide, among other things, is a vasodilator. So it kind of loosens up your circulatory system, your blood vessels. It also, it's a signaling molecule, what they call it, and it literally adds to the neuroplasticity of your brain. And finally, it is an antiviral agent. And so if you hum, it's really useful for getting rid of a lot of the nasty critters that lodge in the nasal cavity. Because when you hum, believe it or not, there's 15 times more nitric oxide created in the nasal cavity. And we have particular techniques for humming, but for anybody who's trying this or read or seen any of the videos, we just want to suggest that an element that is really important to understand is so you hum for about 4 or 5 times, and then you pause for about 3 minutes, and then you begin to hum again in order to get the maximum use of nitric oxide, if that is your intention for making and for humming. But there are a lot of other ways and reasons you can hum, including just stress reduction. One of the things that happens, sorry I'm on here, but it's like
okay.
You get the reduction of heart rate and respiration when you take some deep breaths. So Annie's going to be leading us in, but you get the reduction of heart rate and respiration on pharmacological levels. Like almost as though if you're stressed out and you're about to do something, just take some deep breaths and do some humming, some conscious humming is we're going to be showing you, and it'll do miraculous things.
And the reason that I really love humming is that it gives us our own, we become our own therapists. We are empowered through our own voice when we perhaps want to reduce stress. Perhaps we're in a heightened emotional state that we would love to shift and change. And we have the power within ourselves to do that simply through conscious humming. So we will take some nice deep breaths and then we begin to hum, and that shifts and changes our emotional state just almost really quickly.
Right. It's really, an extraordinary vehicle You get these physiological benefits. You can focus your intention on to the hum. You can do all sorts of things. And just a real quick thing for anybody who's into yoga, and if you've ever done an Om, okay? Here we go in the Wayback Machine to about 3,000 years ago, and a man by the name of Patanjali, who wrote the Yoga Sutras, which is sort of the basis of all yoga. And Sutra 1.27 says the original sound of creation was the humming of prana, the humming of energy, the humming of prana, pranava. They had to give it a name, so they called it Om. So the Om literally comes from the hum. So we like to say that, you know, the Big Bang, nah, the cosmic hum, yes.
And of course, part of conscious humming is breathing. And, you know, we like to teach that belly breath, the diaphragmatic breathing, and you take a nice deep breath, a couple of nice deep breaths to relax your body, your mind, your spirit. And then on the exhale, you begin to hum. And that is where all of those physiological benefits that we just talked about happen. And one of the things that I do love to mention when we're talking about humming, we had a beautiful quote from Dr. Bruce Lipton on the back of our book, and he talks about it being a non-pharmaceutical approach to healing. So this is something that has so many levels of benefits.
We're going to hold up the book for you just so you can see. Fabulous. The humming effect. Yay. All right. And listen, one of the things that we did want to say also is that there are only two caveats or, you know, things to consider when you're humming. One of them is that you make sure your lips are closed. And I'm going to demonstrate this so you can see. Here, I'm going to hum. I'm going to pinch my nose. Watch what happens. As soon as you pinch your nose, the hum stops. So you need to have your lips closed in order to do proper humming. That's number one. Number two is
breathing. Number two is to take that nice, deep, diaphragmatic breath and have your lips closed. And
I thought of a third one.
Yes.
Do it. Make sure you're in the comfort zone. That you're comfortable when you make the sound. No, louder is not better. More is not better. Just want to be comfortable. Usually same sort of tone as your conversation. And just tone on one note. Tone on one note. Not zippity doo dah, some great melody. That's fine. That's just one note. And finally, when we get done doing this, and we're going to be in silence for a couple of minutes, and there's a reason for that. Silence is the yin to the yang of sound. As Andy says,
silence is we listen within, we hear our own inner wisdom. And in just a short while, we're going to be leading our audience through a guided humming meditation where we'll, you know, do our breathing and we'll, you know, begin to, you know, share how to hum. But we want to also remember to be in silence after we do any sound work, whether it's humming, whether it's toning, whether it's with crystal bowls. It is the silence where the shifts and changes will happen.
And we're going to go on in about a minute. So I'm going to be prepared now, because in about a minute, I'm going to ask you to play this video. I want to suggest one of the things that occurs. We're going to do, Andy's going to lead you in a special heart-brain coherence exercise. And when this happens, when our heart and our brain are in coherence together, our electromagnetic field becomes anywhere from 50 to 500, or some even say 5,000 times greater. And then when we add the element of sound to it, it becomes even greater. This is why the different meditations and prayers on our planet are vocalized, or whispered chants, spoken or sung, simply because sound enhances and focuses the power of our prayer, which happens when we're in a state of gratitude, when we're deep breathing, when we are in a state of coherence together.
And back to frequency plus intent, when we are preparing for conscious humming and we are in coherence, it is so important to hold the intention of appreciation, of gratitude, of anything that is positive, because that is what is going to expand that electromagnetic field that then our sound really brings forth.
So this is a very wondrous video. We basically found that the best way to project and present sound through the internet is doing pre-record. So Dr. Mason, if you're able to, let us know when you are, and we'll just stop for a moment or get a thumbs up and trust that everyone will be able to watch this wonderful, powerful guided meditation.
The purpose for this meditation is to project a sound encoded with the energies of light and love and project healing to the Gaia matrix, our beloved planet Earth. We will first create coherence between our heart and our brain. This effect will further be amplified by the power of the hum that you will be toning along with later, bringing more light and love into your body, mind, and spirit for health and wellness. And now, begin to focus on your breathing. Breathing in and breathing out. Slowly breathing in and out. And as you're breathing in and out, imagine or visualize that you're breathing in and out through your heart. As you're breathing in and out through the area of your heart, remembering that it is love that breathes each breath, and it is love that causes each beat of our heart. Continue breathing slowly, breathing in and out in this manner. And now, I'd like you to call to mind something that has brought you a great deal of appreciation, gratitude, something that you are feeling very good about. This might be an experience with another person. Perhaps it's a beautiful sunset. It may be a beloved pet, a spouse. But it is something that has brought you loving kindness and gratitude and appreciation. And as you're breathing in and out through your heart, feeling this appreciation, feeling this gratitude, you're creating a beautiful coherence between your heart and your brain. And your heart, through this coherence, is expanding, getting larger and larger, and connecting with all the heart and loving energy on our planet in this moment. This is just a wonderful way of creating a very powerful heart activation, and you'll be amplifying this with the sound of the hum. Continue breathing slowly and deeply while feeling appreciation and gratitude, and imagining your breath going in and out through your heart. Now, visualize this energy and begin to sense a radiant light around you that is permeating every cell of your body and resonating your heart chakra. In a moment, we'll begin to gently sound forth with the power of the hum. And as you do this, visualize the planet Earth as a holographic image floating in front of you. Imagine bathing the Earth in a healing field of light and love that you are creating through your sacred sound. Now, let us begin to make the heart sound of the hum, bringing the energy of global harmonization, peace, and healing to our beloved planet, Earth. And now, one last time. Now, being in silence, visualizing all the light and love through sound that you have manifested, resonating and bringing to Earth and yourself to a deep state of healing. when you feel ready, open your eyes and know that you have contributed to personal and planetary healing.
That was so beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I can imagine people replaying this track over and over and over again, at least once a day, as we go through these changes, because that just centered all of your essence into your vessel. And it's joyful. It's not just centering. It actually has joy encapsulated in it.
Kathy, thank you. Thank you so much. And for the opportunity really to share our guided meditation, because it is our hope that in these changing times, that indeed, that this guided humming meditation, and of course, reminding people that they can hum anytime, not just with this meditation, of course.
It's really an extraordinary thing. When you begin to hum consciously, you begin to experience it and you feel this. Many people get very blissed out because they've never hummed really consciously. They're sort of doing it unconsciously. Here they're doing it consciously and then being in the silence. So you go, wow, you get very, it's almost psychotropic. And I love it because it's self-created, you control it, and we can use this type of thing anytime during the day.
Well, in that silence, I just want to reiterate how important that piece is, because that is where you go into that place of stillness and you begin to feel that joy. And Kathy, I have a great anagram for silent and listen have the exact same letters in them. And so when we are silent, we indeed listen.
Listen within.
Something to think about.
Yes. Well, I had mentioned before how much I admire your relationship, your incredible relationship together. And you had said to me at one point that when you do have something going on that you hum together.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to share about that?
We would love to.
Totally.
Because it works, Kathy.
We've done it recently. We can attest to it. I attest.
It works. But what has to happen is that with whomever, whether, it's your spouse, whether it's your partner, whether it's your children, whomever, you make the contract ahead of time. Okay, honey, when we get into that really tough place, one of us has to have the presence of mind to say, let us hum together. And so we've made that agreement way before we get into that difficult spot. So then when we do get there, one of us can say, oh my gosh, honey, we've got to start humming. And I'll just grab Jonathan's hands and we'll just say, okay, let us practice what we preach. And we hum.
And it works.
For maybe a minute
or two, and it works.
2 minutes.
We can tell you physiologically, you get basically an entrainment of your neurological system. Vibrationally, you are encoding to a really slow and chilled out thing. And on a level emotionally, it bypasses that anger portion of your brain, goes directly, because humming can also affect the vagus nerve. And the vagus nerve is the whole aspect of the autonomic nervous system that allows you to either chill out, fight or flight. So you get into or chill.
Oh, that's perfect. So I would be remiss if we didn't also share a little bit about World Sound Healing Day. And we had it's every year on Valentine's Day, February 14th. And do you want to talk to this past year was the 20th anniversary, and it's grown actually during this past 2 years because of the technology. Do you want to talk a little bit about World Sound Healing Day so everybody knows to join next year?
Right. It occurs on February 14th, Valentine's Day. It is a day when people throughout the planet project a sonic Valentine to the Gaia matrix, or Mother Earth. And bottom line, we have a website, which is worldsoundhealingday.org, that a couple of months before Valentine's Day begins to get active, we have a portal that people can go to and post their events. We usually have a few hundred events going on throughout the planet, everything from crystal bowls to chanting to toning, Tibetan monks, to even spoken word like poetry, or musicians or chamber orchestras or jazz, as long as the sound is made with the energy of intention and gratitude. It's good, and the energy of the Earth Mother really appreciates it. There's scientific data to validate this, but not necessary, because in our hearts, we know that it's real. So we invite everyone to come.
I was going to say it's available to everyone, and people can gather in their communities, and they can then create their own program, their own group, and then post it on our website. And it is our hope, of course, in 2023, Kathy, that we're going to be back in person. I know here in Boulder, we have loved doing
as
ours.
well as doing it live, because there's nothing better than globally doing a global event.
But it's a chance for people to sound forth for global harmonization. It's a lovely day. Thank you for mentioning it.
Oh, yes, I wanted to make sure, because I absolutely love it. And I can really see how it has created a unifying item for so many people in this past 2 years during all of this change. So I wanted to make sure that anyone in the audience, if you go to that website, worldsoundhealingday.org, you'll be able to see what beautiful offerings people did. So this is starting another part of the love wave that we're all feeling during this 11-day event, where people are sharing their gifts and sharing their genius and giving you aspects that can raise you up during these times. We
want to invite people also to come to our healingsounds.com website. That's the big one. And Kathy, big announcement. In a few days, we're going to be launching this incredible online course by one of the Dalai Lama's favorite Tibetan monks, chant master, Lama Tashi. And we're doing that, the Tibetan Secrets of Happiness. So be on the lookout for that. I don't think anything like that has manifested before. We were so excited.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Well, we have been showing the healingsounds.com website. And again, you never know what's going to happen next with these two. They're so far ahead of everyone. They're futurists and they're visionary. And thank you so much, both of you, for everything you do. I just love your work and love you both so much. And can't wait to see what's going to come next.
Kathy, we love you back just as much, and thank you so very much. And just so many blessings of love and light through sound to all of our listeners.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So again, let's tell everybody the best ways to reach you and how to find you. I think you also have a Facebook page, but
right. And healingsounds.com, or the word healing sounds, it's pretty much associated with us, and healingsounds.com. I think our Facebook page is even Healing Sounds. What do I know?
Well, it's one way. You only have to remember one thing. That's great. And do you see that, are you seeing that you're feeling more hopeful about all of this time? And excited about it?
Absolutely. I'm feeling, I know Jonathan is too, but I do feel that, Kathy. I feel that we're coming into a more hopeful, more optimistic time. I know there's a lot happening, very challenging energies to so many people on our planet right now. And we, holding our prayer vigil every day for the people in the Ukraine and Russia and all over the entire planet. But yet there is something that is shifting that we are feeling. It's that subtle current that I'm feeling.
Real quick, I think, without going into a large explanation, that we're coming into global coherence.
Yay.
Bottom line, global harmonization. It's happening during the travel. It gets a little shaky, and then it smooths out to a new waveform.
Yes, and that's what I'm so excited that people will have you as a resource during all of this time, because this is inner work time. And this work, we're seeing the manifestation of things that we've not heard as a human species manifesting. So this is the perfect time to discover all of your sound healing, all of your books, all of your incredible resources that you have that are easily accessible. I mean, I can't juggle them all. Thank you so much. So much.
Blessings.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I know you have another interview, so thank you for figuring out a way to make all this work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Mwah.
So, and I have no control of the deck. There we go. Hi. Hi, Omar. You're muted. Oh,
Oops, I
so
hit
much.
the wrong one. That was amazing, Kathy.
Oh, they
Oh my God.
honestly, there is nothing that is real. That is totally them. They're delighted. They're excited. He is a creative genius. I mean, he started this in 82.
Yeah.
I mean, and somehow I had the download that, hey, I don't want to just be a hippie. I want to change the world. and what he did with that World Sound Healing Association, he started it. And people, of course, a lot of the Europeans are way ahead of us with frequency and healing modalities. And so they jumped on board before the US, before North Americans did, because they know it works. It's part of their culture. So
yeah, that's beautiful. I loved it. So far, it's been a wonderful, wonderful morning. And with that, let's bring Leanne on for our 10-minute stretch so that we can continue to learn after the stretch. What do we have coming up? We have Jay Wiedner coming up at 11:35, and then we have Agi Nost coming up at 12:40. And then we have Jennifer Koofman, Marian Schiff, and Isabella Hunt coming up at 1:45. Those are the next three. So let's bring Leanne on for a stretch so that we can get ready for 3 more uploads.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, guys. How's everybody doing?
Doing
Can you all
awesome.
hear me okay?
We're doing awesome. Thank you very much. We'll do a stretch until 11:35, just running a couple of minutes behind, 5 minutes.
That's fine.
We'll do that, and then we'll bring our next guest on.
Fabulous. Just getting my extreme protein matter out of the way. All right, guys. Stand up. Kind of like walk a little bit. Get your feet feel on the floor. Feel. You can even do some tapping up your legs, down your arms. The back of your hands hit not too hard. Just waking up those organs. Bonjour, kidneys. How are you? We're fine, thanks. All right, let's put our arms up and down, stretching out through our fingers as we do. And maybe some of these gentle No need to tweak anything while we're trying to help ourselves. Yes. Yes. Okay. Hands on hips. Omar, you like this. So we'll do this again.
Oh yeah, I like that one.
You do? It's good.
Yeah,
I was waiting. Where are the sound effects? They're going to start happening soon.
that's nice. I like it. Oh yeah,
Here we go. Amy.
especially my mattress. It's like so soft that
Oh my goodness.
it's a killer.
Listen, if Alan and Phil Gruber were here, we'd be talking about futons, not mattresses. Okay. Straight up in the air. Maybe one of them is watching, maybe not. Phil.
Oh,
And then, right? And then put your hands back down.
oh.
Okay. Let's go down to the floor. And I'm gonna
Oh no,
do this.
one. Oh boy.
Uh-huh. Try to sit crisscross as you can. My left side doesn't always go down as much as my right side. So. Different sides feel different. Okay, so let's
Yeah.
feel where our sit bones and if our legs are touching the floor. And if you guys have a towel or something, if you're not comfortable, you can always slip something under your knees if they're not expanding.
I'm not that flexible. This is good.
Okay. I'm flexible in certain ways and then not so much in others, but like everybody's body is different. But like, let's take a couple deep breaths. And as we do, try to raise up from our side ribs and fill our chests and lift up our chest and hold it. And then exhale.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Feels good.
Really, really ground yourself with the ground and allow the gravity to pull you down as you stretch yourself up. It's very subtle, but it's definitely self-traction. Another deep breath in, let the oxygen go to all the body parts you think need. And then exhale. Right. Another big deep breath, oxygen go to wherever it needs to go. And exhale whatever it's clean out. All right. Now, let's gently take our left hand, and this is where all the yoga teachers sometimes get confused, and put it on our right knee. I don't know if I'm opposite to that, so just ignore what you're seeing and just listen to the words. And then put your right hand behind you.
Oh,
And take a deep breath.
oh yeah.
And as you exhale, allow yourself to twist a little bit more from down here. From right.
Yeah, I feel it in my belly and my back.
That's right.
Oh,
Breath in.
I just cracked it.
And then exhale and twist a little bit. And what you guys do with your heads, you can turn it to the back. You can turn it this way, whatever your next need.
Hoo.
And then go back to center, sit arms up, take a nice breath in.
Oh boy, my ribs just cracked.
And a nice exhale.
Oh,
And we're going to put our right hand on our left knee.
these guys know when to come, eh? Just when we're stretching. Oh God.
Oh, are kitties helping you stretch? They do that.
No, it's these porn posters that keep invading our sacred space.
Well, you're the one that was talking about mattresses and making noises. So you can, right.
Oh, that feels nice.
Up we go. Leanne Stretch Comedy Hour.
Oh,
In with the air. Exhale and gently twist from your lower stomach muscles. While you inhale and lift your chest out. And exhale and twist gently a little bit more. And do with your next what your next needs you to do. Nothing more. Gentle, gentle. One more in. One more exhale, one more twist to the back. And exhale, come back to the middle, palms up. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. And I think that was about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Ça, c'était 5 minutes. C'est fini. Je pense que c'est fini. Pour les gens en France, je peux parler en français. Et à Montréal. Bonjour. Bienvenue à Leanne's Stretchy Time.
Oh, mercy buckets for that one.
Mercy buckets, demi-tasse, and la plume de matin.
Why are we speaking French? Do we have a French audience out there? Is that what this is?
Well,
Yeah,
maybe I'm attracting the wrong audience. Maybe I'm doing it. I'm grateful in advance pour tous les gens qui comprennent ce que je dis, parce qu'en France, il y a des millions de gens qui regardent.
Oh,
right?
maybe we have some people from Quebec watching.
Hey, you never know.
French is
Got
our
it.
second language
Got it.
here in Canada. So it's honoring Canada. All the patriots here in Canada. Oh, that was
Yeah,
great.
yeah, coreana te ataka ayena. She urna ashishe ayeta taka shea.
So
And for whoever understands that, how's that? Welcome all beings. All right. Well, do we want to stretch? I thought we were running behind. We can stretch some more.
yeah, we're stretching. We've got about 3 more minutes left
Oh, we did?
before we bring Kathy and Jay on.
All right. Well, then, everybody, stand back up. Yay! Yay! All right. Stand back up. Put your feet together. Feel the floor. Shake out your legs because they were like pretzels just now. And then do that. A little more than hip distance. Bring your hands here. Then extend them out. And then first, take one foot and turn it in so that your toes are pointing toward your other leg.
Oh, bro, this one killed me yesterday.
And then turn your other foot out so that your chest is still facing forward and your hips are a little funny. And then extend out over one leg and put your hands down.
Oh, man, I feel that in the back of
Your
my leg.
chest. Try not to let this hip, try to push it forward and open your chest up. And as you push I guess it's my right hip forward. I'm trying to pull my left hip back and stretch up.
Oh.
Couple deep breaths. Really push your feet into the floor and come back up.
Oh, man. Yeah.
And then parallel your feet. And then turn, I guess it's my right foot. I'm turning my heel because it's easier pivoting on my toes, turning my heel. And then pivoting on my heel, my other foot, my left foot out. And then I'm going to reach out over my left leg.
Oh, yeah. Just like that.
And stretch up.
Oh, boy. That was great.
Oh, yeah. Good, right? Keep breathing.
If you guys are interested in stretching and yoga, please consider signing up.
Polyglot yoga.
Please consider signing up for my health yoga, the affiliate program I am involved with our friend Carrie Ann Fields from Australia. This is beneficial for everyone, so if you guys will consider signing up, go and visit the site, check out the information that's there. That will be greatly appreciated. All right, Leanne, thank you very much, my sister. That was wonderful.
Everybody got back up okay, right?
Yeah, that's good. I got up okay this time.
Put your arms up or down. That's down. All right, and then just take a deep breath. Thank you. See you around 4 o'clock your time, 7 o'clock my time, 11 o'clock someone else's time. We're all over the place. We love you.
Meditation coming up at 3:50 after Sharon Rose. So we will bring Kathy on. And we have Jay Widener in the house. So Kathy, did you want me to bring Jay on right now, or did you want to do his bio first and then bring him on? You're muted. You're muted, buddy. Yeah, you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. Can't hear you. There we go.
I'm muted because I didn't want anyone to hear me moaning while okay. Yeah, you can bring Jay on.
Okay, I'll bring Jay on right now.
Yeah. Hey, Jay.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Welcome, Jay.
So I am very excited to introduce you all to Jay Wildner. I don't know if you already have met him before because of his plethora of different movies that he's created. He's the writer-director of The Last Avatar and the former director of content at Gaia.com. He was called by Wired Magazine an authority on the Hermetic and alchemic traditions. And he's a renowned filmmaker, author, and scholar. Jimmy Church of Fade to Black says that Jay Wildner is the smartest man alive. How about that? and he's talked to a lot of them. So so I am very excited today that Jay's joined us to talk about our future. Jay always seems to have his hand on the pulse, his finger on the pulse of what's coming next, and hasn't always been loved for it. He seems, I was at a party at your house one time, and you were during the election, and you were explaining why Trump was going to win, and people were not happy. Oh my gosh. And but you have a braveness of spirit that you want to share what you see, but you are visionary. You see the future, and you actually help people in so many ways prepare for it. So today you wanted to talk about our reality check, which is the name of your YouTube channel. And we're going to talk about transhumanism versus the natural world. So, and that this is going to be fantastic. So, Jay, welcome. Welcome
Hey,
to Humanity Unplugged.
thanks for having me.
Yeah. So where do you want to start? Do you want me to read the definition of transhumanism?
Sure.
Okay,
Like
I looked it up. It says it's social and philosophical movement devoted to promoting the research and development of robust human-enhanced technologies. Such technologies would augment or increase human sensory reception, emotive ability, or cognitive capacity, as well as radically improve human health and extend human lifespans. Such modifications resulting from the addition of biological or physical technologies would more or less permanent would be more or less permanent and integrated into the human body.
Yep. Oh, that's a very nice and benign description. The problem, of course, is that any technology can be hacked. So you're going to be at the mercy of really anybody who knows how to work the technology. And I'm sure it's going to be that knowledge will be ubiquitous out in the internet world where the hackers all meet in the dark internet where we never go. And you should never go there, by the way. The guy will be at your door in a second. But yeah, so what transhumanism really is it has the seeds for the destruction of the human race. And what they seek to do is to have everyone locked up in their apartments in virtual reality, the metaverse or whatever ends up being the chosen one. I'm sure it's going to be really fantastic, by the way, like hyper real. Pornography will be probably the thing, just like pornography brought in the internet and paid for the early internet. So too will pornography be the first force that will drive this virtual world. And because everybody's so damn lonely these days because of the lockdown and nobody wants to touch anybody anymore. They created this perfect environment for their transhumanist future where we're more or less just trapped in this world that they're creating. It's not like we can create the world. They're going to create it, and they're going to measure everything you eat, what you eat, how many calories you take a day, what your thermostat is at, how fast you're driving, if you can drive at all, which I don't think you'll be able to drive via self-driving cars of some kind. And if we even have this thing's coming at us so fast that I fear that my voice is lost in the wilderness, and that I can't, because I know what's going on with like the younger kids, and they're really, they're on a lot of drugs, and they're quite willing to accept what this universe is offering. And so what my argument is that we have now, at this point in time, we still have a choice. And I'm fine. Okay. Since I'm part of a very tolerant group of people who, I'm fine with them having their metaverse and their transhumanism and injecting machines into them if they want and all that. Okay, cool. But I get to world.
Right.
So we need a natural world Bill of Rights moving into this transhumanist world. And that natural world Bill of Rights says, I have the right to reject all of your machines. I have the right to be in control of technology and not have technology be in control of me. I have the right to eat natural food. I have the right to have a garden. I have a right to educate my family in the way that I see fit. And these rights can never be taken away from me or from anybody else who wants to, to live in the natural world. And I thoroughly and completely reject transhumanism. I believe it's ultimately it's part of a spiritual war. And Rudolf Steiner warned us 100 years ago that at the beginning of the 2020s, a force that he called Ahriman would appear. And Ahriman is like AI. It's this all-pervasive observation of every single human being. It's first the desire for that, which is weird enough, but then it's the actual enactment of it. And that's what we're in right now. We're actually in the enacting of this transhumanist world run by AI. And the AI, we now know from recent events that the world has been weaponized. So now I can be canceled. You can be canceled. Anyone can be canceled with their finances. In other words, you got $200,000 in the bank. Boom. No, you don't got nothing anymore. And who gets that money? And that's the next question we have to ask. But we're now realizing that. And so computers and internet have the power to control us. Okay, and the people that run the world know this. But what they also know is that computers and the internet also have the ability for us to all completely decentralize. That is what they fear. Now we're moving from the age of Pisces, and now we are fully in the age of Aquarius. It happened in the winter solstice of 2020. At the age of Pisces, well, we just observed it with 2,000 years of the age of Pisces. We know what the age of Pisces is. It's top-down, pyramidal rule, hierarchies, everything's massive, gigantic cities, gigantic everything, armies, gigantic technologies, and killing the environment and just destroying everything in sight. That's the Piscean age. The Aquarian age is ruled by water, because the water bearer. Water is fluid. It's also information, and it moves wherever to the lowest part of the land as it's moving, and it can't be stopped. It's just always on the move. And that's the age that we're going into. The leaders, the World Economic Forum and Bill Gates and all these guys, I don't want to name names. That's not what the world, I don't even want to be part of blame game. Just these people at the top are Pisceans who know that their age is over, and they're doing everything they can before the Aquarian age sweeps over the world completely to grasp on and hold it and make it stay. You've got to stay Piscean. You've got to stay Piscean. And that's what transhumanism is. It's a way for a top-down complete control system to come in subtly, though, through entertainment and pornography and everything, until you end up, just like Rudolf Steiner said, completely trapped in technology. So I am not anti-technology. I think it's incredible that I can sit in my dining room and be on this thing. And I live in the middle of the country, but I want their technology, and I welcome it, but I want to be able to control it. So, you know, the future world that I envision is a radical vision, and that is that we break into small communities. We keep our technology, we just control it, and we go back to growing our own food. We can you can do vertical farming now, where 100 square yards of greenhouse will literally grow thousands and thousands of stuff because you're growing it vertically. And there's all these new incredible technologies coming out to help us as we decentralize. And that's where this is where the war of the two ages is going to happen. And this is the hill that we kind of have to die on, and for our children's sake. And so we have to say, you know, no, we're not going down that road. You can, though. And if you want to think you're going to become a superhuman or have, you know, super high IQ because you're hooked onto Google and you can ask any question you want, you're wrong. Because just like they censor Google now, they're going to censor everything then. So you're going to be at a complete loss. In fact, the only place you're really going to have to go to get knowledge is you're going to have to use those things behind me called books. And so, you know, those things are going to come back too. And we can't trust the we can no longer trust the system. We now know we're weaponizing the financial system, so that we can no longer, now all trust is gone. So, but that brings in, you know, like cryptos, like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a completely managerless currency. There's no humans involved at all in the managing of Bitcoin. It's just a ledger that's kept. Those truckers in Canada could have gotten, if they used Bitcoin instead of GoFundMe, they would have gotten all their money. And so we can see that the distrust of the financial system is going to drive the Bitcoin up and up and up, because it's going to be the only place that you can put your money besides maybe gold or silver. But even those, you know, clunk around, you know, pounds of gold, and it's like, how do you divide it up? And it's just, you know. But anyway, so we're moving into this decentralization, but the guys on top are kicking and scratching and refusing to budge, and they're too hard, or they're powerful for us to go against. So in Aikido, when you're a small guy and you're fighting a big guy, then your strategy has to be that you let him take the first punch, you avoid it, you let him wear himself out until he's all worn out, because you're smaller, you can move faster, and then when he's tired, you hit him. And so that's what we have to do. We have to Aikido these guys and not let them get us, and insist that we have a Bill of Rights that allows us to live a natural life. That you cannot come and tell me that I can't live in my farm. You can't come and tell me what I can grow and can't grow. It's just, that's the way it has to be. And, you know, the way they're moving us towards insect burgers and things, and it's a very real thing.
Yes. Well, okay. So Jay, okay, so you're a filmmaker, and you know that there's been these sci-fi films that have talked about the cyborgs and Battlestar Galactica and all of that. And so in the human consciousness, I thought they were placing a seed for us to be afraid of the Borg and afraid of these transhuman capacities. But in some ways, they've already done that with the CRISPR they've been playing around with DNA anyway. So whether it's mechanical or organic, somebody's playing God.
Yeah, that's what they think they are. They think they're God, and they're spending a lot of money of their own personal wealth looking for into immortality. I know for certain. I've been invited to speak to these guys because they think somehow I have the secret of alchemy or something. Look at me. Do I look
You
like
you are an alchemist, though. But
So-
why do you think they did that, though? Because they really framed, if you look at the media, which is owned by these guys, they've actually framed that idea of being part human, part machine as a negative. They haven't made it seem positive.
They, yeah, they have, but they, I think the older movies, like the Terminator films, and that was, my generation's films, we were afraid of it. I mean, because we'd look downstream and we saw, where this was going, and so yeah, I've heard outrageous things going on. I've heard of GMO chickens that are 7 feet tall in China that have gotten loose. They've gotten loose and they're running around in the forests and stuff. And so, we're reaching this place where I call it the great bifurcation. And what I mean is that one humanity is splitting off, and one is going into that technology full tilt boogie, and the other is wants to live a more natural life. And they've lived that natural life, and they know it's a better life. And furthermore, when you live the right kind of life, you become an example. And so the normies who are all going into technology, thinking it's the greatest thing on earth and that they can't wait to get the downloads and all that. When the normies come and visit, places like my house, my ranch, after 3 or 4 days, they're ready to sell their house and move out into the country. And so we can win by example is what I'm saying. And we don't have to fight them like that because we're not going to win. But if we're going to be healthier, I guarantee you that. We're going to have better educated children, I guarantee you that. They may not be robotons that repeat what Google is telling them, but they will have a good education. And we'll have just everything. We'll have fresh air. We'll be in the sunshine, and we'll live a better life. And I fear that the people in charge are trying to figure out a way to flush us out of the country. And, I don't know if these fires that are happening everywhere there sure are a lot of fires happening. There used to not be so many fires happening. And I have to wonder, because they seem sometimes to be kind of right in the places where you'd flush a lot of people out of.
Right.
Yeah, so, and I worry because I live in a place with a lot of high dead timber just up a couple thousand feet above me, and so I look at my binoculars and I see literally thousands and thousands of dead trees, and nobody's going up there to get them, and so I worry about it too for my own sake. So it's not just, but so go ahead.
I'd like to go back to because of your diverse knowledge and how you put things together and have a different viewpoint. We've got a Pluto return happening. Yeah. And this year and next year, could you talk about how that might feed into this? Because we are going into a different age. Just an event like this is resonating, creating this love wave and this incredible opportunity to get resources, to keep growing, and to see life in a different way. As a human being, in joy, not in fear. But because the Pluto return is a big turnaround. That's when our country was established, was during a Pluto return. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, yeah, it's also the fourth turning.
Okay.
And bunch of other cycles are coming to close or beginning. Never seen anything like this, in fact. So yeah, so we're going into the until 2025, we're going to be in some darkness, and people have to get hip and get ready and find your tribe, because it's going to be a little bit of a darkness, and the war is not helping. I find it very convenient that the day that they decided to just stop talking about what,
Yeah.
then the war starts. It's like,
Yep.
oh, that was mighty convenient. And by the way, I predicted on my Facebook page with the day that, well, first I remember seeing that the CEO of Moderna sold all of his stock on February 14th for $400 million and shut down his Twitter account. I got kind of interested. And then Pfizer went private. I don't know if you know this, but Pfizer has gone. Yeah, Pfizer has gone private. They're no longer on the stock exchange. They're no longer governed by stock exchange rules. And here's the kicker.
The killer. Sorry.
They put killer.
Freudian
They
slip.
put several universities put COVID through the CRISPR technology, and all of them discovered that there was patented DNA from Moderna in the COVID. I don't know if people understand how really important that is, but it's really important. And this was a couple of weeks after he had sold all his stock. So I'm saying that somebody's going to take this down. Some lawyer is going to track this down, and it's going to be huge. But I said the day that news came out that they found the patented DNA, I said on my Facebook page, this is it. It's over. They're going to take it off the news. They're going to stop it. And I was exactly right. That was the day they stopped it. As soon as that news came out, they stopped talking about the whole thing. Fauci disappeared for the most part, and then Putin attacked Ukraine conveniently, and now we aren't talking about that other stuff. We're talking about this other stupid stuff, and it's all done to distract us from what's really going on, which was the onset of this technology. And we have to understand that and see, here's little things that are going to happen that we haven't thought about. If AI is running your insurance company, right, and you get something where you make a claim, right, and it misfiles you somehow, you could be literally years trying to get that AI to straighten out the mistake. Okay, you could make the mistake. I'd put the wrong address or something, and again, it's going to take years. So going down this path is, yes, we can use AI to help us do calculations and things like that, but to have AI run, you and me,
yeah,
you don't want that, because we're all different. We're coming from this. The people that are trying to do this transhumanism are coming from this point of view that we're all the same. I was reading this book, a Chinese military book, a theoretical book about what would happen if Chinese military attacked the United States, right? What would happen? It was a pretty interesting book, but clearly the Chinese military doesn't understand Americans. That was so obvious. I was like, oh, you have no idea what would happen. So people are, we're not the same. That's the other thing. And so even within America, we have all these disparate groups, and some are different than others. Some are more adaptable. Some can, play better in sports. Some are thinkers, and, we're all different. And what we want to do is create communities of all these different people to help each other. Now, when I say find your tribe, at this stage from now until late 2025, you need to find your tribe. And your tribe has to be people in your area who think like you. And what we do here is we're hooked together by radios that are always on 24/7. So, hey, there's a fire near my house, or there's a flood, or there's some strange person walking around, or whatever. So, then they all come and they help, and that's what has to happen, because we're not going to be able to rely on the police, I don't think, as much as we used to. And the police are, probably going to become afraid to go out much as well, because it's getting so crazy. I mean, I just read today, I lived for years in Seattle, one of my favorite cities. I read today that Amazon is not letting their employees that work downtown come to work anymore because it's too dangerous. I thought, my God.
Wow. Yeah.
I used to work in downtown Seattle.
Wow. Okay. So you and I both know James or Matthew James Bailey, and he just wrote a book about AI and smart cities, smart everything. And have you had a conversation with him about all this? And what did I would have been a fly on the wall for that one.
Many times, in fact. And I love his idea of creating a committee to look at the AI software and make sure it's ethical and not doing things that they're saying. And by the way, he's getting a lot of crap from Klaus Schwab and the Davos boys, and they don't want that. They don't want you looking at their AI, which is very, very telling. As a former investigative journalist, that makes everything go up. Wait a minute here. You don't want someone looking at your software? And so that's part of this kind of effort that I'm putting forth here. So we have a committee of scientists and computer programmers and philosophers who look at AI and make sure that it follows certain ethical boundaries. That's one prong. The other prong is my natural world Bill of Rights, that we get to live in a natural world free of the shackles of your technology and your AI. And if you don't like it, you can shove it. And what we need to do is we need to do this soon too, and it's happening because I know people doing it. We need to really quickly create parallel financial structures, which Bitcoin can do. Immediately it can become a banking system. If we all agree that we use Bitcoin, it's now the banking system. Well, there's no bank. There's no bank, no bankers, nobody. The great thing about Bitcoin is you can't fund secret projects if you have Bitcoin. Everything's on the ledger. You can't steal. You can't take bribes because everything's on the ledger. I mean, they can give you physical stuff, I guess, and that kind of thing could still happen, but you would still. No, it actually couldn't, because if you paid for your car with Bitcoin and then you gave your car to your senator, right, as a bribe, right, eventually it's going to come, that car is eventually going to come to the ledger and go, where is that car? And your senator, you have to say, well, I gave it to the senator. And then that calls into all the other questions that will happen at that point. So, we're moving to that place, and, we have to start policing ourselves, and we need to start growing most of our food. It's going to become really important. You have no idea what's coming at us as far as food. It's the plan. It's the plan. When Stalin wanted to get rid of the kulak Ukrainian farmers in the 1930s, he starved them out, and that was the fastest way to get rid of them. And they remember it, by the way, those Ukrainians. They remember all of this.
Okay, so I don't want to have nightmares from this, Jay. So I'd like to keep, because I know you're probably right, and I'm trying to figure out how we give people the step-by-step. Okay, so you're saying find your tribe, create a community like what you've done where you are, which I admire so much. You've got this beautiful greenhouse, and you've got a water source, and you've got a community of people that understand energy and love and the whole concept. What about Ubuntu or some of the other kinds of models? Because you see the community, most of the communities that have been created, Damanhur, Finhorn, Sunrise Ranch, Hummingbird, a lot of them, they're still hierarchical, and all the young people do all the work, and the other people are the spiritual heads. So
Yeah.
how do you see this community? I know you're modeling it with what you've done there, but how do you see anyone that's watching in our thread here being able to do that?
Yeah, my model actually is Michael Tellinger's Ubuntu model.
It is?
Yeah, so I have chickens and I have excess eggs. There's no way I can eat the number of eggs I have. So then I use those eggs to trade for somebody for fertilizer or whatever it is I need. And when you plant a fruit tree, it doesn't give you just fruit for like 1 year. You have fruit growing every year, and the tree gets bigger and bigger and more fruit. And so we have to change our mind from scarcity, which is what they want. They want the transhumanists want us to think that everything is scarce. Therefore, you have to stay in your apartment and eat what we give you. And they created the scarcity reality, which is actually not true at all. There's like super abundance. And if you know what you're doing, you can really crank out a lot of food and really grow enough to eat and live off of in your community. And we have to change the way that we think about things. Use the technology to our advantage. I mean, you can run a vertical greenhouse on a computer system that does everything. A human comes in for maybe 2 hours a day to check on everything, and it's just one human, and you're growing, thousands of heads of lettuce and raspberries and strawberries, and so we just have to rethink what we're doing here. And that's, by the way, they're not expensive. In fact, if you made them out of PVC, it would cost entire vertical garden. I think I priced it out, even with the increase in price of PVC. I think I priced it out at like $4,000. That's the entire vertical garden. All right, with the buckets and everything. Wow. So I mean, I'm not doing it because I have to go through all these again. Piscean laws that we have in our county, because right now I can start feeding the county if they just really let me do it, but they won't, because there's all these laws about farming and water, and so we need to also get rid of those laws. And the coming Aquarian age will revamp everything. But my vision of the future, because it's not a scary vision at all, is we change our structures that we live in so they're more healthy and more built around sacred geometrical designs, and bringing down the etheric energy into our life. Our houses now are stale. Our buildings are all stale, or even worse, with forced air, they're like worse than stale. So we need to redesign our world based around sacred principles and live our life that way. And then so if we have a small community, we build our structures so that they're etheric. It's look at the older buildings from Tartaria, and you'll see what I mean. There are ways that draw down all the energy into your house, and if you don't have that, you can buy things like these pyramids. I'll show you.
Yeah, I've got them all over the place.
Yeah. I have these.
And I got those too.
All over the house or behind me, and you, so if you're living in an apartment, you can take care of yourself and unplug. You got to unplug. That's the key. Is here's the one thing I want to touch on here. Alchemists know that the most important thing in your body is your pineal gland. Okay, your pineal gland is ruled by two hormones, serotonin and melatonin. Okay, and in the morning when you wake up and the light strikes your eyes, you immediately, the melatonin that was built up in your pineal during the night, during the dark, turns into serotonin. And then at night, when you go to bed, serotonin turns back into melatonin while you sleep. Melatonin is known for enhancing your life and giving you a longer life, and serotonin is one atom away from dimethyltryptamine, the most powerful psychedelic unknown to man. So if you stay up late looking at the TV or the computer and you got light hitting your eyes and it's after dark, you're messing with your pineal gland in a very big way, and it's one of the vagaries of the modern world. And I think that a lot of mental problems are caused by people maybe staying up too late looking into their computer and their television. And it's better to follow the sun. It really is,
Yeah.
I sleep about 6 hours in the summer, and I sleep about 9 hours in the winter, which is how long our nights are here. And so I try to regulate my life because I follow alchemy around this pattern. I get up and I sun gaze in the morning, and I follow certain patterns that allow the serotonin to become enhanced. And so that's one of the secrets of alchemy, is to create your own endogenous dimethyltryptamine, your own endogenous psychedelic through the use of serotonin. And there's practices in alchemy that allows that. So this world that I'm envisioning is going to be a world of people who, like the previous person, they do yoga, they probably do meditation. They eat a natural diet. They don't take any chemicals in their diet. They try to get the purest water they can. If they can't, then they have filters that give them pure water. And we can no longer rely on the chain supply chain. So we really have to decentralize. That's what the entire supply chain crack up says to me. It says, if we were decentralized right now, we wouldn't have these little fears that, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to get this, I'm not going to be able to get that, because we got people in our community who are growing whatever that medicine is, and we can rely on them and we can trade with them. And that's where we really have to go. And I pray that we win this struggle, because to me, I've gone down in thought experiments down the road of transhumanism, and it's like it makes Wall-E. Remember that movie Wall-E?
Yeah.
Makes Wall-E look like a fairy tale. It's like really a incredibly nightmarish world of control and even cyber wars where hacks are going on against groups of people, and right, it's just like, you don't want to go down that world, because I just don't think there's any way back. And we can still, become a futuristic world. It's just, I don't think the future world that I envision is one of a much calmer world, where people are less prone to insult and scream and yell. Because we're not going to have the mind control that we have during the Piscean age. That's what's melting away, and that's why they're clutching and screaming about how they have to maintain control, and you can't say this and you can't say that, and how dare you think for yourself? And it's like, no. Thinking for yourself is what you do in the Aquarian age. In the Aquarian age, we know how to fix things in the Aquarian age. We don't rely on other people. We know how to fix things. Right. We know how to repair things. We know how to control our universe, and we don't really need their control. We want your technology, though, because we like it. We want the internet, and we want to watch movies and have shows like this. It's great. This is outrageously fantastic. But, beyond that, no, I don't think so.
Well, okay, so you have studied alchemy and a lot of the ancient work, and there's so many prophecies about this time that how do you see that with our evolution as a species? I'm still, again, maybe I'm Pollyanna. I'm very hopeful. I'm very optimistic, because I'm seeing people pop. Here they're starting to make conscious choices. Yay! Instead of following the script line, or they're starting to see how it really even pertains to them, rather than just following as in the herd mentality. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, people are waking up like there's no tomorrow. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And I mean, I can tell you, I've had, well, that party that you were at, I can tell you right now that those very same women that were arguing with me, they're all on my side now. All of them. I was at a party in 2016. I said something, and one of the women, not those women, another woman who's prominent in our community, she just stormed out of the party. Really, I was like, oh, I guess I pissed her off. Right? And now she is like more than me. She's like crazed. She's so, I have to like calm her down, calm down, because she's like, oh, did you know this? And did you know that? And I'm like, yeah, I did know that, but I'm glad you're awake. And it's happening all over the place. And it's, it's what Cliff High talks about. He talks about the war of the normies. So, the normies don't believe in woo. And anything that's woo is alien to them, so they don't pay attention to it. But woo is building, and woo is where all the answers are. And so we who are of the woo, I call us woosters, the wooster, because we wake people up, right? That's what woosters do. Yeah. So the woosters are not shutting up. And no matter how many times they've tried to, blank us out on YouTube and all that, and how many times I've been in Facebook jail, we aren't going to shut up, and we're not going to shut up, and we don't care. And it was the same thing like they're going to come with us with the this thing. Remember that? We're not doing it. And everybody I know is no, sorry, we're not doing it, and that's the way it is. And and so you stand your ground. You say, no, this is the line. We're on the line right now, and that's it. And that's where we're at. And so I think that the woo people have to talk more and not be afraid of being told that you're crazy and you're weird and all that, because the more we talk and the more people that join us, yes, the more the normies have to pay attention to us. When the normies, there's some kind of, algorithm. Once enough normies have jumped over the bridge, right, then we win, and we're winning. We are winning by a lot. There have been so many victories, psychological victories recently, and and proof that the woosters are winning, and we literally have them on the run. That's what's really amazing. I literally think that we have them on the run.
I think it's partially physiological because of this photonic energy that's coming from the sun, great central sun, all the way through our galaxy to us. Lots of people are actually talking about trying to stay grounded. They're really feeling the opportunity for as not ascension, but cleanup.
Well, the thing is that our electromagnetic field around the Earth and the sun has collapsed in the last 3 or 4 years. And now it's as weak as it's ever been. And this happens every 400 years. We go into the Maunder minimum, where there's a weakness in the thing. And this causes cosmic rays that were normally getting buffered by our electromagnetic field to come in. And this is the time when genetics start mutating and new species arrive and that kind of thing. But, and I'm not talking about Darwinian evolution, I'm talking about a completely different way of looking at the universe, a more alchemical way. So, but we've never been hooked up to each other during this kind of time period. And so every 400 years, this happens, and now we're in this 400 years, but now we have the internet. And so we're going to see, like I said, the great bifurcation, a mass psychosis on one hand, in which people will believe things that just are hard to believe. And then you're going to see this incredible enlightenment happening, and the two groups are going to separate and move away from each other. That's the real civil war. And they're going to, but again, we want to take the normies with us. So our job right now, before this thing really begins to separate, is to try to grab as many normies and convert them over to our side before they, because you're saving their life. I mean, it's not like It's not like you're just doing it just because it's fun. You're saving their life, you
Right.
know, because if they go the other that way, they're not going to live because you know you're moving
Yeah.
into a world of mRNA vaccines and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Well, the thing that I'm seeing is that people are starting to ask me, what books should I read? I mean, they're not necessarily, they don't want to lecture, but they want
No.
access to the information. And I haven't seen that before. I haven't seen, and I'm seeing in the business world, I'm seeing lots of servant leaders appear where, and I don't know if it's just because they're working from home too. And it's nicer there. I remember when we first started the lockdown, you said, and I don't remember where we were when you said it, but you said, I want everyone to work twice as hard as they did in the office from when they work at home. So corporate America will let everyone work from home. Didn't you say that?
I did, and it worked.
Yes.
They aren't going back to work.
Yes.
People who say, forget it, fire me, you know, and because I personally know several, you know, I'm in touch with several large corporations, and they went the evolution of the office has been quite amazing over the last 2.5 years. We went from everyone like 3 years ago or so, everyone realized that you actually don't need an office.
Right.
You got your cell phone and your laptop. That's all you need, right? So suddenly everyone realized, you know, I don't need an office. I can go down to Starbucks and have a nice cup of coffee and get more done down there. So that was already starting. That, you know, and corporations like Procter and Gamble, for instance, they did away with offices, I think, in 2018. Something like that. There's no more. They have little private rooms where you can have private conversations, right? So there's just couches and bean bags essentially, and then like a deli, right? There's a deli and a coffee shop and a bunch of bean bags and couches, and everybody just sits around and they don't even go to meetings. They're on Zoom so now they're at home and they're really digging it, and they are getting more done. Of course, I knew they would because when I work from home, I always got more done, a lot more done. No distractions, and just it's more comfortable. The setting is everything. And you know, and I'm surprised, like some of these hippie owners that are insisting everybody go to work don't understand that. But anyway, so we're also now in the decentralized world that we're coming to is we're going to have schools that are going to be online, and you're going to have like psychiatry or psychology taught by like Jordan Peterson or something. Right? You're going to have these superstar teachers that are so good or so articulate, and everybody's going to be going to them, and these teachers are going to become superstars, and everybody's going to want their kids to go watch these teachers and take their classes, and you're going to see a huge increase in our children's ability to, or the education of our children. Right. Where they're going now, it's pathetic. I mean, I know exactly, you know, no offense against teachers, but I observed a math teacher in sophomore high school, and it was pathetic. It was absolutely pathetic. He didn't understand math. He had no right to be teaching math. And I'm not that good at math, but I knew this was not good. And I even asked the kids later, you know, and they said, oh, we don't know what he's doing. So, you know, so now your kids will be taught by the top math teachers in the world who aren't going to take any guff from them. So this is where we're headed, and it's going to be cheaper too. You'll get a good education, and the kids will be at home. We're going to be at home. We're going to be at home. The kids are going to wake up. They're going to garden in the morning. Then they're going to take some school. And then they're going to go and they're going to garden some more in the afternoon. Then they're going to come back in after they're done taking care of the animals. And they're going to take some more courses. And then at night, you're going to sit around with them and talk about what they learned today and play music and do yoga and be with your community and eat organic food and you know, say screw you to the transhumanists. You know, they don't want the science fiction world.
Do you see two different worlds? I mean, it's almost like you're talking about 3D, 5D. Do you see it
It
as
is sort of like that. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. Yeah, the transhumanists are completely materialist, 3D, everything. They may build fantasy worlds, but it's all 3D. You're not creating it yourself. And then, yeah, the other world is going off to these higher spiritual states, which are going to be evidenced during this coming age, in which a whole new kind of a spiritual view is going to emerge of respect for animals and plants and respect for nature and each other, and a really tolerant world, where we're happy. That's the thing, is we're going to be the happy people. And so then we're going to become so attractive to the unhappy people who are far outnumber us, that they will come in, and then we'll teach them how to be happy. But don't come into our community and try to make us sad, because we don't want that.
Well, I think the perspective will be so different. I mean, earlier this morning, I interviewed Kiara Winrider, who years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, he was walking between two worlds. And he had figured out a way to integrate the higher realms in 3D, and where he can function perfectly in 3D, but his consciousness and his mind, his capacity to know and to operate as an alchemist from that level is expanded enough to bring it in. And I think that's where we're going. There's the way showers, Dolores Cannon called the early adopters like you. She called them the way showers, first wave. We came in to help bring in this frequency and help make it usable and accessible. And now what you're showing is going back to what the indigenous, it's almost like we've been in the dark ages and we're going back to the Renaissance.
Yeah, well, alchemy is European indigenous knowledge. It is the shamanic tradition from Europe, old Europe. And those old beautiful buildings and the cathedrals, those were all built by alchemists. And they were built as vehicles of alchemy. So when you walked into those buildings, you were overwhelmed by this incredible power of ether that was pouring down from the ceiling down to the floor. And that's what we have to rebuild. Once we understand. So here's the other thing about living out more in the country, is our etheric field, the torus that's around our body, right? That's governed by your pineal gland, by the way. And when you're in the city, your etheric body clings to your skin almost. It's that close to your skin, because you don't want to mix with other etheric bodies that you don't know who they are. And so you purposely, like when you're tight in an elevator, you're really shrinking it down so you don't, and you're consciously doing that to not mix your etheric body with other etheric bodies that you don't know, because you definitely don't want to mess with that kind of stuff. So, but when you're out in the country, you can let your etheric body really grow out and expand. And as you know from Findhorn, they would use meditation practices to grow their etheric bodies. And then they were growing like tomatoes the size of pumpkins, right? In Scotland, where it was cold and wet and they hardly had any sun, because that's what you're doing. You're really calling in these forces, these personified forces down. And so that's the community I envision, where you have group meditations almost constantly. We don't, I suppose we would have to still have prisons, but we would seek to try to diffuse situations, and not do the Piscean ways of throwing everybody in jail. There's a lot of people who don't deserve to be in jail. We're also going to do, the real reason we want to do this is because our society and the transhumanist coming society is turning us mentally ill. We're becoming a mentally ill society. And the society that I'm advocating is a mentally stable society, where everything around is designed to make you mentally, spiritually, and physically healthy, as per the opposite of this society. Like I turn on Netflix and it's just all killing and horror, and I'm like, why in the world would anybody watch this? And so I don't know. We just have to change the way that we're doing these things, because if we don't, we're going to die as a species.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're in a turning point, and I think that you're showing us a path for us to choose, and that's the whole key to all of this, is retaking our sovereignty and making choices that will last for 7 generations and will fulfill us as human beings, to co-create with the universe. So, Jay, I'm afraid we're about out of time, so I want to make sure that everyone knows exactly how to connect with you. And we have been putting up the Sacred Mysteries site on this placard here. But what's the best ways? There's one. But there's also your own site.
Yeah, jwiser.com is where my articles are, my free stuff. Sacred Mysteries is where you get my movies and documentaries. And I've got my own show, like you said, Reality Check on YouTube. Come there and subscribe and join. I'm putting out a lot of very interesting content, none of it political, all just about this world that I'm trying to recreate, I guess. I say recreate because it was already here once. So just type in Tartaria on YouTube and watch those buildings and what I'm talking about, and you'll see. So that's all. Just watch Reality Check.
Yeah, I just watched last night. I watched one about the little people.
Yeah,
because I'm taller than that, but I can say I'm little. But I love all of these things because they really are ways for you to get in touch with a bigger wonder, the world of wonder that we live in, and not take anything for granted, where you're educated enough where you can ask the questions of, does this serve me? Does this serve my family? How does this serve the future? And then make choices from there. So that's
exactly the world we're going into, I hope.
Yeah, I'm seeing if there's any questions. There's lots of comments about loving what you're saying and asking, saying that about Ubuntu.
Scotland. I like that one.
Yeah, and they loved all of it, the supply chain information and everything. So I think once again, so we're gonna go watch Reality Check for sure, and I want to recommend that highly to everyone that's watching this as a YouTube channel to follow, because you'll see that there's so many opportunities for you to look at. Thank you, Jay. It's been a pleasure to listen to you. But I think what you're going to see is that there's so many threads where Jay brings the old and the new together. Just like we were talking about the architecture, one of my degrees in college was art history. And when you went through your part, I had studied most of those buildings, but I didn't see the sacred geometry. So you can look at all these things with new eyes and new power and new choices. So I want to thank you so much for that.
You bet. Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you so much. So again, we'll make sure that all the links are everywhere so you guys can find jwildner.com. Hi, Rob.
We've been posting it in the chats as we've been going along, for sure. So everybody knows how to get to your YouTube channel. Jay, incredible information, brother. Loved what you do, and I love Reality Check. So amazing.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. All right. See you guys.
Thanks, Jay. Talk to you later.
Just wanted to quickly jump in and say that my little village in British Columbia called Lake Cowichan, a few years ago, I was going to run for the mayor of that town under the One Small Town banner of Michael Tallinger with Ubuntu, and I haven't given up on that. We left a little village and came here to Kamloops, but in a couple of years we will be going back. And once I have a good handle here on Watchers Talk, then I'll be running for the mayor of that village again under One Small Town banner.
Oh.
So yeah, that's my way of changing the world, I suppose.
That-
All right, so
you
we
got to
will
start
bring,
local. If you're going to change the world, you got to start local, right? You got to
Yeah.
change your settings around you, and then it manifests towards the greater community at large. Really.
All right, so let's do the intro for Augie, and then we'll bring him on.
Yes. So one of my personal favorite people on this planet is a gentleman by the name of Augie Nost. He is the co-host, along with Nori Love, of Broadcast Team Alpha. This gentleman is so renowned for what he does, and at broadcastteamalpha.com you can find a lot of the shows that they've done. I mean, they touch on every subject. Augie is also a published author, which I have his book right here, which is The Spiritual Science, Higher Consciousness Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness. This gentleman is well versed on so many different topics. I could say it all. I don't want to take up any of his time. I want to bring Augie in immediately. Augie is known around the community for the knowledge that he brings. He's known for talking about Tesla, paranormal, ufology, spirituality. What is it? When we talked about the gentleman from China who lived for 230 years. So, without further ado, Augie.
Well, thank you for having me. I have coffee in hand and I'm ready to go.
It wouldn't be the same without you having coffee in hand, Augie. So, go ahead, brother.
When does Augie not have a coffee in his hand, right?
That's why he's a man after my own heart. Love it. I'm the same way.
Welcome, Augie. So nice to see you, brother.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, gosh, I tell you, I feel like I have arrived. I am following Jay Widener. Man, oh man, that is one of the most powerful speakers and the most knowledgeable people I know. And here I am following him. That's phenomenal. Excuse me. That's what I get for putting cream in my coffee. Anyway, I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that people wonder about, but they are not too voicey about it because it's kind of one of those things that it feels goofy talking about it, and that is, what is it like after we die? Well, there's two explanations to that. One is a little lengthy and the other one is very simple. The lengthy one is a little technical, and the other one is, we do not die. So this is one of those things that the rumor on the street, is that sooner or later most of us will actually go that way. I don't know though. It's just a rumor so far. So it's most people, they feel like dying. That's something that happens to other people. That won't happen to me. Well, there's this hair in the soup on that one too. It just might, but it can be, like you said, Rob. Yes, there is this guy in China that he lived to 256 years old, and I'm kind of doing the same thing he's doing, actually, which I'd write very extensively about in that book you showed off, how to do it. But when it comes to the spiritual world, and there is such a world, we deal with ghosts, spirits, dead folks, so to speak. We have disembodied entities, and then there is things that never have had physical body, or probably never will. And then there are thought forms. Some of the things that an astral traveler may run into is those thought forms or these things. And unless you really know how to deal with them, it's kind of, you feel lost. These thought forms, let's say somebody have a very strong emotional feeling of something that is totally consuming them, and they create this in their mind, and that thing becomes, it goes out into the quantum existence on the other side of the veil, which I guess we would call it, and it almost take on an existence of its own. And it operates from memory only. It doesn't have any intelligence of its own, just like the astral vehicle of the body that we are carrying around here. And we have the evidence for that these conceptual ideas are real and these things exist. We have the videos, we have the voice recordings, and we have pictures, and we have people that have ongoing experiences with the spiritual world, some of them daily. We get contacted by these entities through dreams and sometimes in subtle ways during our our daily life. And these things depends on how you deal with it. They could become a little bothersome sometimes, but there's ways to communicate with them so they can go away and leave you alone and give you the peace that you should have had in the first place. I'm going to talk about 4 or 5 different ways that you can communicate with the spiritual world, and it works about every time. Think about that. Would you like to? Or maybe that would scare you a little bit. You remember, fear is mostly caused by lack of knowledge. So if you know more about it, know how to protect yourself, and know how to deal with it and how to communicate and how to deal with answers that you might get that maybe you don't like, then it wouldn't be so bad because you would feel safe. And look at the people that have had near-death experiences. There could be people that really didn't care much about the spiritual aspects of our existence here, and then they have this incident when they, let's say, die on the operating table, and then they come back and they explain that, well, I just went through this tunnel, and when I got to the other end, there was somebody there saying, hey, you can't come here yet. It's not your time. You got more work to do. Go back. Go back. And they went back, and now they're here talking about it. There is something that is almost just as good. And that is, many of you may have heard of it. It's called the Tesla Spirit Radio. And I do have a picture of here. If I, hey Rob, if I click on the share below, will I be able to share a picture?
Yeah, you should be able to share your screen if there's a picture on it. If is it on the web? Is it just a regular picture?
It's on my screen right now, so I'll
hit the share, and
yeah,
then go to share screen.
I did.
And let's see if you it's Windows. You see where it says Windows in the middle? Click that.
Yeah, Windows.
Do you see the picture?
There can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. If you can see this, that is the Tesla Spirit Radio. Doesn't look like a radio, does it? It's very simple to make. Just about everybody, I haven't made one, but I probably could stumble through it, I suppose. But it has some electronics in here, and it's about 12 parts to it, 12, 14 parts. There's 2 antennas really close to each other, just very close. One, the way it was explained, one is for transmission, one for receiving. So it's a two-way communication device. But there is a tuning device here. There's a volume, I think. And this Tesla Spirit Radio it's phenomenal. Everybody could do this. If you go to YouTube and put in the search bar Tesla Spirit Radio, you'll have a bunch of videos of people that have done this, and you can hear the voices coming back from the spiritual existence. You end up with a two-way communication with these spirits. And you can ask questions, and you may have answers. Though you will probably find that there are more questions from them than you're able to ask, because they may have questions of their own about things that they missed out on while they were here. So it could turn into an interesting communication. And this one here, it's you can probably buy the parts for about $20. I ran it one time and I cheapened it out, so I think I ended up with about $19, something like that. So you see here, I guess you've seen it now, so I will get rid of this one. And we are back, I hope. You can see me now, and
yes.
Okay, good. Think about that. This is a sure way to communicate, and it happens to work just about every time, because we are rarely, if hardly ever, alone. There's always somebody or something around that would want to communicate with you. More so, let's say that you want to communicate with something on the other side. Just put the word out there, I want to communicate with so-and-so, and send a mental picture with it. Now, it is up to the universe to find that person. Usually, from what I see on the recordings, is that you end up with someone else coming in, but that someone else sometime are able to help you make the contact with the person you want to talk to. So this could turn very interesting. And for those of you that really don't know much about electronics, well, find a friend that knows how to put electronics together. You can buy 2 of these kits. You'll find them all over the place on the internet. Buy 2 kits and tell them that make 2 of these. You keep one, and you make one for me. And chances are your friend would love to do that. So now you have 2 of them, and you can have fun with it. And there is all kinds of evidence from people that have had answers that they have been wondering about for years. And now they ask the questions and they get the answer. Think about that. And I would also mention another way that there is interdimensional communication that actually works. This is something that will come online fairly shortly, so people can actually use it. There is something that is being done at the University of Arizona in Tucson, right here in town where I am. It is a program that is run by Gary Schwartz, Dr. Gary Schwartz. He has put together what he calls the soul phone. Yeah, I know you got mental images flying already. Yes, it is kind of like that. And they created the electronics, a transmitter and a receiver with an antenna, and they funneled it through a computer. So they could actually sit at the computer and they would ask questions. It goes from the computer through the electronics of the device, right through the antennas, goes somewhere outside of the physical, attaches to the answer for the question. And they are not really sure where the answers are coming from. Usually they would think that it was spiritual entities. And then it comes back. Now, they have created this so that so far they're only able to see yes and no answers. When it comes back, if it's a yes answer, is represented by a green light. If what they are asking have a no answer, it comes back as a red light. And Dr. Schwartz says that this is something that they are continually developing with new aspects to it. So within the next 5 years, he thought, we will be able to have verbal communication with the other side. Now, as he said also, he don't know where the answers are coming from, but so far, they have been accurate. They've been correct answers. They tried to trip them up, but it didn't work. The answers came back accurately. So he thinks that it is a spiritual entity that is giving the answers. Now, there may be another school of thought to that, and that is that they're tapping in to the quantum universal mind that has everything. All knowledge that has ever been created or existed is lodged in it. So that may be why the answers are coming back accurately all the time. Because if it was a spirit or a disembodied entity or even an angel, they don't have all the knowledge. There's an old saying, just because you're dead, don't make you smart. So there should be maybe once in a while being an answer that come back that is incorrect. So you guys try to figure that one out. I'm still on the fence on it. But this is something that is coming online, and it has tremendous credibility. First of all, it's being done by a PhD doctor at a university. And for the second, they applied for a patent on it. And they got granted the patent. Now, I'm a patent holder. I know what it takes to get a patent. You'll never get a patent unless you have a sound science backing it up. So, this is real. And for those of you that want to research this a little bit, go to a website and you'll have some very interesting reading. It's called the Soul Phone Foundation.org. The Soul Phone Foundation.org. They have an advisory council there by some of the most credible, knowledgeable people in the world. Astronauts, physicists. They have phenomenal people helping them do the research to make this more wider use of it. Okay, there's a third method that you can do to communicate with the other side. And that is do like a guy over in France did back in the 1960s. I read an article about this back while I was still back in Europe before I came to the United States. This guy, he was talking to dead folks. No. He was taking pictures of dead folks all the time. No, there were no voice messages. There was just pictures. And the way he did this, he created and built a Tesla coil. I'm not really sure exactly how big the Tesla coil, how many volts it was putting out. But from the picture that came with it, as I remember it, when he stood next to it, it reached from the ground just maybe a little bit above his knee in height. From knowing a little bit about Tesla coils, I think that probably would put out close to 1,000,000 volts, maybe more. Depends on how thick the winding was. So this thing, the Tesla coil, everybody knows the concept, but we really don't know all the uses for it because there is a myriad of different ways that we can have a lot of fun with a Tesla coil. What he did, he took the Tesla coil out to the local graveyard where there was somebody that had died and they just put him in the ground, put the dirt over, and he went out there, put the Tesla coil on the grave or next to it, used an extension cord, plugged it in the wall, flipped the switch, turned the Tesla coil on, walked away about, it looked like maybe 20, probably closer to 30 feet, which is about 10 meters, and started taking pictures. Very often, he would see the guy laying in the ground, but now he's next to the Tesla coil, right by his grave and looking back at him. That's kind of alarming a little bit for people that really don't know a lot. But when he started showing these pictures around his village in southern France, I didn't go over too well. They said, "Oh, no, you're working with Satan here. We want nothing to do with you." And they turned on him. And as it said in the article that I read, probably around 1969, something like that, he said they turned on me so severely that if I had not left, they probably would have killed me. And that's pretty severe just from showing pictures around because, these were very special pictures. And I can understand why that happened, because in that part of the world, there was a very Catholic area through that. It's kind of like the Bible Belt of the United States going across the south of the United States. And, the Catholics, the dogma and the ignorance and the stupidity it goes deep. They all wear the same shoes there. So I can understand why they turned on him, because of their beliefs. They've been indoctrinated like, if you see something like this, we can't explain it, so it has to be Satan that is doing it. And everything that they don't understand or that is not in the Bible, of course it is Satan. We all know that. So he had to leave. And I don't remember all in the article, but that was the important part where he was interviewed after that he had left. And there was a picture of him standing next to the Tesla coil. There was also a picture of a person that was standing next to the grave that he had taken, the dead guy. And it was not a total clear picture as you're looking at me right now. It was a little fuzzy, but you could clearly see there was a man standing there. You could see facial features, and there was you could see it was a person standing there. So the question was, what was standing there? Was it the soul of the person? Was it consciousness that was created for a purpose, maybe of communication? Was it the astral vehicle? Or what was it? It appears to me that it just might have been the astral vehicle that is very much attached to the physical body for a while, even after they die. Consciousness that leaves and goes and travels and hopefully goes home. So that's something to think about, but you can do your own research on this, and you're going to find some interesting things. And if you have an infrared camera, do the same thing. Go out to the graveyard, see where there's a grave dug, start taking pictures. Or if you have a house that is haunted, get an infrared camera, or even just an infrared lens to put on the camera that you have. Those, you can buy them on the internet. They're not that bad in the price. And then walk through the house and take pictures. I'll almost guarantee you, you will see something. It may not be clear. It may be the outline of a person, maybe in a more reddish color than the color around. So this is something that you can do. It's a form of verification of existence, not necessarily a communication so much, but it's proof that something is there. And then there's another way you can communicate. And this is especially for those that has a radionic computer. Those can also be gotten. They're not that expensive anymore. I used to have a Mark 12 created by the Copen Labs over in England. We can do some really neat things with that. And Barry Kraft, which is now, I think, the second in command over at the Copen Labs over in England, where they make those things, he gave me a design probably some 25 years ago. He says, do this, create this one, and then start communicating with the other side. And we made it work. And what I did, I want to show you a drawing here because I don't have it on the computer. And here is the drawing. I took a couple of coat hangers and I broke them up and created a pyramid this way so that it looks like a perfect pyramid in the corners of it. And I wrapped it with tin foil. And this is how that would look. Here, this is the pyramid. And then I wrapped it with tin foil. And from the top down, it looks just like, oh gosh, there you go. That's more like a pyramid like this. And then I put that over a recording device. I used a tape recorder back then. You know, remember those days when we had tape recorders? Yeah, that's one right there at the bottom. And what we did take it out to a graveyard once. And we had the tape recorder, and I put the funnel, and we just kind of aimed it out this way, not up, but this way, horizontally. And we had voices on the tape recorder. And we tried to communicate with them, but that one time, that really didn't work very well. They weren't listening to us. They wanted to talk to us. There were questions like, what are you doing here? And get out of here. This is our place. Or there were things like that. They were kind of possessive, or yeah, that's probably the word for it. And back then, I also knew enough that when we walked into this arena, this is kind of their world. They could attach themselves to us and come home with us. So we protected ourselves. We visualized a bubble of bright white light around us, and all of us, there were three of us that went there. So we did that, and we didn't have anything that we noticed coming back with us. And chances are that they could see that visualized bubble, and those entities, they probably either scared or just don't want to mess with it. I'm not sure. But we also tried another one. We used the radionic computer that I had at home, and we put a picture of a person in the well of the radionic computer. We turned the knobs. I think there was 27 knobs on that thing, 28. And we tuned the computer to the frequency of the picture in the well. And we tuned it so that we were trying to summons the person that had departed and now had his picture in the well of the computer. And then we put the upside down pyramid right on the tape recorder, and we were asking questions. We had voices, but I wasn't really able to discern all the words, but there were voices on it. And back then, I am not really sure exactly what was said. There were more questions. I remember there were more questions than there were answers. So this gets a little strange. What we can also do is to, let me turn that around. Just because somebody is dead, well, they're not really dead, but just because they're dead, they can still read. So leave them messages. Leave them messages, and they can read the message. And then they can communicate with you on the basis of the written message, talk into the pyramid, the funnel towards the recording device. You could say, very simple, speak in the funnel, speak in the pyramid, and then ask them questions. They can read, so they can see it, and then they will communicate. Chances are you might get something on the recording device. For some reason, the pyramid magnifies the voice going into the recording device. And once you write the message, there is a right way and the wrong way to do that. Because remember, you're here in the physical. They are not in the physical. They are in an alternate reality outside in vibration, looking back into the physical. So it is, for them, it is just like you writing something, going into the bathroom, holding it up in the mirror. It reads backward in the mirror. From that world, the astral world or higher, whatever they are looking at you from, looking back into the physical, everything is backwards what they see. So write your message backwards. They will understand better that way. And then experiment with this. If you are writing messages like this, this goes into the fifth dimension, or possibly a parallel fourth. It's hard to say where they might be. But it is easier for them in a higher vibration to look back into the lower vibration than us looking up into the higher ones, because our eyes are not designed to receive and transmit higher vibratory light up and beyond our range in the light spectrum. The light spectrum goes way up and way down, and we only have a short, very short portion of it that we can see. And remember that, because above you there are also other existences that live there. Don't you wonder who they are? I think that goes back to the fact that space and existence, the quantum, it is all full of life. And when you communicate with them, when you write your messages, write it with a lot of contrast. Use, let's say, white paper and totally a black marker that you write with. Maybe a little thick marker, because if they are in the lower astral worlds and looking at you, from my experience as an astral traveler, there is lesser light there. So it's kind of like dusk. So they may not be able to see, if it is tiny writing, they may not be able to see very well, but use thick black lettering on white paper. That's my idea anyway of doing it, and that seems like that probably should work better. And another thing that you can do by communicate with them is help them to go home. Because why are they here? This is not their home. Or in the lower astral world, that's the garbage dump of the spiritual worlds. They really shouldn't be there. And that's something that the astral travelers have to deal with once they get into that lower vibration where all that's where ghosts are trapped. So help them to go home. Tell them, you can write a message maybe, or you can, if you're out there as an astral journey, you can tell them, go home. This is not your home. Go to the light. Another thing that you can do to help them is explain to them that if you do not see the light, you cannot find the light. Think very emotional about someone you love. Like maybe your mom, your dad, the spouse, just anybody that you really love, because it's easier to bring up the feeling of love with those people. That feeling of love, the emotion of it, is almost like dialing up. It's a telephone. They may get the message, and that person may come to pick you up and bring you home. Otherwise, as a astral traveler, I'm using the term astral traveler because it's more commonly accepted. That may not be it all the time. But you can also help them to find the light. If you can see the light, you can take them there. But as an astral traveler, you will know when you're out there in the astral vehicle, because you will see yourself attached to the physical body with a thin silvery cord. Because that physical body is attached to the astral vehicle. And you can travel a long distance with it. That cord will not break. But if you run out of cord, run out of substance, you snap back in the body. And that can hurt sometimes. So, but if you're out there, if you do not see the silvery cord, you're not astral traveling. Then you are traveling by your consciousness. I guess another term is soul travel. It's not the same as consciousness, because consciousness also has its own intelligence, as soul does. But the astral vehicle has no intelligence of its own. So if you go out there and see the cord, you know that this is the astral vehicle that is out there observing things. It only works from memory. And that is probably the reason that once you come back, a lot of times you don't remember what you did, is because everything you see and experience out there, you got to feed it back through the cord to the brain, where it can be lodged as memory. So consciously feed the information back through the cord to the body, then you may be able to remember more. So now there's one more way that you can get a sensation of entities around you. If you feel like there is something going on, you hear things, but there's nothing there. Or let's say the TV turn on and off real quick, or the lights turn off, you know something's going on. You could also reach out your hand and communicate with them in saying, hold my hand. You may not be able to feel them holding your hand, but if you feel like your hand is getting colder than the rest of the body, that is a sign that something is on your hand. Because there is something about an ultra-dimensional entity being able to suck energy out of the physical. It sucks the warmth out of your hand. So if your hand gets cold, it's a sign that something is there. And another thing too is just you can ask them to communicate through dreams. They're usually fairly good at that. And an excellent way to communicate with spiritual entities is just that: astral travel, or consciousness travel, or soul travel, whichever one that you end up doing. And there is actually, this is something that it's not that hard to learn. If you go to YouTube, I saw a video on there one time, learn astral travel in 9 minutes. Good luck with that. Yeah, if you keep doing it for a month or so, you just might be able to get out of the body, but you end up in an environment that you do not understand. You do not know how to deal with things out there. You could feel lost. That's why I did a class on astral travel or soul travel, and you will find it on broadcastteamalpha.com. Nori and I have a website there that we have classes on there. And it is 4 sections to it, and explains everything about the environment, the astral worlds, and what you can do in order to actually get to do this. It's not that hard to learn. Just takes some practice. Some people, they catch on like ducks to water. And other people, like me, it took me a while because I had a very analytical mind. So it took me it could have, I was doing it every day for, I don't know, I forget how long, but it was at least a month, probably maybe 2. But other people, I hear they catch on in a few times. So this is something that you can actually learn. But the classes on there is for the other program that we are doing, and that is the Mastermind Connection. And contact me on that one. I'll show you how you can become a member. And we wonder, there are things and entities out there. What is their life like? Why do they get stuck there? Why don't they go home? We can help them to do that, but we should understand why they are there. And it may be for their reasons. We may want them to go home or wish for them to go home, but they don't want to. There is reasons. That could be that if somebody is so physically attached to their family that they don't want to go anywhere, they want to hang around and see that everything is okay. If that's the case, let them do it. There will be a day when they will want to go home. Or atheists often get trapped because they had no concept of life after death or spiritual ideas. So when they end up out there, wow, now what do I do? And strangely enough, Catholics, they a lot of times end up in the lower astral worlds too, because they are a misconception of what is going on the other side. For what I see and what I hear from others that have near-death experiences is that it's usually wonderful. They feel the love. They can go through the tunnel and get stopped and sent back home. And they are no longer afraid of death. So that's something to think about. And I would also encourage you, take the time to practice. There is one simple exercise. In fact, I'm gonna tell you how to do this. And this is something that you can practice very simply. Wherever you're sitting right now, or wherever if you're laying down on the couch or whatever, that's fine. Stay right where you are. Close your eyes. Visualize yourself being where you are. And then raise up in your mind's eye now. Raise up. Take 3 steps away from where you are. Turn around and look at yourself where you are in the chair or laying down. Stand there with your eyes closed, looking at yourself. You know what you look like. You know what your clothing you have on. You know what your hair is like. You know what you look like. Look at yourself. Look for details. Keep looking at yourself where you are. Okay. There you are. You're looking at yourself. And do this for a couple of 3 minutes later on when you practice on this. And then turn around again away from yourself. Look into the room and then back up into yourself. Sit down in the chair or lay down on the couch where you were in your mind's eye. This is a good exercise to start training the mind to get out of the body, looking at yourself. So I think this is something that I know a lot of you will have fun with this. Another thing I want to mention, speaking about the body leaving physical, when you get out there in the lower astral worlds is not where you want to stay. Think yourself beyond it. Think yourself into the higher vibration where you have the love, you have the light. Spiritual people, they usually bypass the lower astral worlds, go right through it, and don't even know that it exists. Many times when that day comes, rarely, if ever, well, it does happen, but most of the time, no one dies alone. There's someone there greeting them. And they're basically being told, hey, you graduated, let's go home. Maybe a little more to it than that. But what you should do at that time, if you want to go home, is go with them. It's usually a relative, a mom, dad, someone that you really care for, or someone that really cares for you. Go with them. Get on the other side, get all set up on the other side, because you can always come back later and visit. So when that day comes, don't get trapped in the lower astral worlds, because if you say, I don't want to go right now, I want to stay here and see how things, because, oh, look at this disaster that is created by me dying, you can get trapped, because the people that come to get you, they're going to only wait for so long for you, and then they say, okay, give me a call when you're done. Well, I'm playing on words here, but that's kind of like what happens. That was explained to me. So I would say try to, while you are here, build your spiritual knowledge and look into quantum mechanics, because a lot of the answers that we want are all explained within the quantum mechanics theories and examples. We do live in a mind-created universe. Quantum mechanics explain that. Because there is a physicist, his name is James Gates. He says that when we go deep in the equations explaining fundamental particles that makes up the universe, the equations of the universe, the explanation of the universe, deep in there we find computer language. We did not put it there. It is too organized to be there by random. There's an intelligence that placed it there. If there is a computer language, it's got to be a computer. And the computer language is organized to replicate a holographic existence. Think about that. If all of this is a holographic existence, is this life? We have been experimenting with the holograms for probably back in the 1960s. But when you have a hologram, even today, we have holograms that seems to be thinking on their own, making decisions. But that's because of the computer behind it that creates the mental images through the laser beams into a medium where images are created. It's not life. So, is this life? What I'm pointing at, am I life? Or am I just an expression of existence? There's existence in a hologram. It exists, but it may not be life. I have a quick example here towards the end that I want to tell you that it probably could explain to you and kind of prove that, yeah, this is actually a holographic existence. I'm a hypnotist, and if I put you in a soft chair and talk to you for about, let's say, 15 minutes or so, and I explain to you that when I wake you up, when I snap my finger and wake you up, you will see an elephant standing next to you in the room. It doesn't matter. If you're on the 32nd floor of an apartment building, when you wake up, you see that elephant. I snap my finger, bring you back out. There he is. You can hear him breathing. You can smell him. You reach out and touch the snout on that elephant, and you can feel the rough skin. But there's a problem. I can't see the elephant because there is no elephant there. But you can feel the skin of that elephant. What happened? Did the real world go away? Yeah, it did, didn't it? It just went away. It brought an elephant in because that elephant is totally real to you. What's the difference between this desk, my jacket, and that elephant? We think it's all real. The question is it? Good. Hey, Rob.
Absolutely phenomenal, Augie. I love when you go into just speaking because it's all stored in your mind somewhere, and I love the fact that you just pull it all out. And we talked about the Tesla coil and the contact, and really it becomes this moment where your consciousness becomes aware of that veil, and then eventually you learn to see past that veil and communicate with the utilization of sometimes technology, sometimes or specific meditation practices. We see that this other side has knowledge as well, and trying to absorb that knowledge is one of the things that we've worked for a very long time. And it was just epic, brother, as always.
Yeah, and what I'm hoping is that people listening to this, it's okay to know about it, but go and do something with it, and then tell me what kind of results you get. That would make my day.
There is a ton of information that you guys do on Broadcast Team Alphas too, and I wanted to stop there because I wanted to go into what Broadcast Team Alpha has been for you over these this year or so with Nori Love, and how you've been able to talk to a lot of amazing people and expand on a lot of these ideas that you've been writing about and talking about for a long time. So you want to give us a little bit of a kind of like a brief overview of what you guys do there, what you look to achieve and accomplish, and those types of things.
Yeah. We're having a lot of fun with Broadcast Team Alpha. We're on YouTube, and as of right now, we just went up on a few more platforms. So I know it sounds a lot, but we are now going out on 16 different platforms. And this is phenomenal. And I tell you, I am so lucky that I have a mind like Nori with me as a co-host. She is incredible in what she does. She's a healer and she's a hypnotherapist, and she does a lot of things. So I'm very lucky I've been associating with someone like her. And we are interviewing a lot of interesting people. Just go to YouTube and check in Broadcast Team Alpha, and just have a look, because there's two of the sites there. The one with the blue background and the sky, that's the one that we normally are on. And also we have a website, and that is broadcastteamalpha.com, where go there. You have the videos and the radio shows there too, but we also have a picture gallery with 5,000 unbelievable pictures of things that should not exist, but it does. And we have pictures of people on Mars and NASA prints, pyramids on the moon. We have time travel pictures, yes, pictorial evidence. And you go there and just play and have fun with it. And you mentioned something in the very beginning before I started talking about this guy in China that was 256 years old. And yeah, he's real. The government verified his age. I did a lot of research on that guy, and I found out what he did to become that old, and I'm doing the same thing. The rumor on the street is that I'm 76 years old, and of course it's just a rumor, but there are some papers saying that, so I probably should believe it. But I write about this guy in China and what I am doing to reverse the aging process, and it is working for me. I know that I am working 12, 16 hours a day, and I have more energy than anybody I know, people half my age. And in this book, Spiritual Science, Higher Conscious Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness, I write about what I do to reverse the aging process. And yeah, there you go. And of course, you're not worried about age, Rob, because you're just a snot-nosed kid still. So
I'll tell you what, I'm getting closer and closer, but no, but I just want to say, we say this at every conference, but Aggie, you've been like a big brother or an uncle to a lot of us, and
yeah,
you've really trailblazed the way for so many years for us to be able to delve into these topics and expand our minds, being that forefront person who took the brunt of it in the 70s and the 80s when things weren't as open as they are now. So I give you a complete credo for that, and credence for that. It's you're such an amazing person, and I hope at your age, if I get to that age, that I'm filling the same shoes that you do. I hope.
yeah. One thing I want to say about the book too, and that is that in here I teach people how to use their mind in ways that you normally would think would be impossible. And if you go to Amazon, you can find it there. Go in there and then click on bring out on the back of the book. Actually, I have the listing of all the subjects. Go into every corner of the universe, explaining what it is like. And hey, I even talk about in there what the old surviving Roman records show, that this guy that you all know about, this guy called Jesus, what he looked like. And it gets very interesting in there. Just go have a look at it, because you might find something in there that'll turn your key. And oops, here we go. I guess I'm back. There you are. Oh, you are muted.
There I'm back for that every single time, Augie. Every time. Looks like Rob froze up, so I'll jump in. I just shared a link to Amazon, and get your books there. And also, guys, go and visit Augie's website, Augie nos.com or go to broadcastteamalpha.com and place your order for your book through the website. Because if you go through Amazon, Amazon's going to just jack Augie and take all the money for themselves and not give anything to him. So if you go through the website, then all of the money that you give will go directly to Augie to help him to continue to bring us this next level conscious content. So thank you very much, Augie. I'll remove myself off the screen now.
Well, thank you. And well, that's true actually. If you go to augie-nust.com, there is, yeah, you can get the book through there too, and it's on sale there anyway, so get a discount and I pay the postage.
That's what it is, Augie. Thank you so much for coming by and speaking in this event. I got out real quick because for some reason the internet is not working in New York as of 2 days ago when a snowstorm. So I apologize for jumping out like that. But brother, it's always a pleasure, and we love having you here and looking forward to working with you again in the future.
I would love to be here. You just call and I'll be here.
Excellent, excellent. Aggie Nost, broadcastteamalphas.com, YouTube, Broadcast Team Alphas. We'll see you soon, Augie. Much love.
Thank
Live
you,
long
Augie.
and prosper.
All right. I'm going to bring Kathy back in.
Hi.
There you are, Kathy. And I relinquish the stage to you.
Oh my. And I'm in the back end now. Okay. So I am very, very, very excited to introduce 3 dear friends of mine. And this panel is going to talk about breaking through the indoctrination of separation. And what I'm going to do is bring them on right now. And welcome, 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 everybody. So, hi. So this is going to be a very creative conversation starting opportunity for us here as well as everyone. That's what we're planting the seeds for this type of a conversation to be available everywhere. And what I'll do is I created a little slideshow so I could introduce you all properly. So one moment,
We are
please.
about to have a divine feminine panel.
Yes, it's not just divine feminine.
Happening here.
I'm gonna
Humanity Unplugged. Oh, sorry,
I'm gonna mute you. Okay, so the name of our panel is Breaking Through the Indoctrination of Separation, the Heart of the Matter. And it actually started by Jennifer and Miriam having a very important conversation that we'll get to. But I want to introduce each person first so that you can have an idea about the delightful talent that's here. So first of all, we have Jennifer Kaufman, there she is, wave, great, thanks. She is an award-winning filmmaker, and she has books and coaching, and she's really, if you go through her resume, it's like, which thing do you focus on? Because she's got so many incredible achievements that she's done. This video documentary that she's done is the story about her healing after the Boston Marathon bombing, where she was physically hurt in the bombing. And so I want to make sure you are able to connect with her. And her website is riseandthriveproductions.com. And we'll get deeper into her bio. Her bio is also, each one of these people's bio is on the site, on our Humanity Unplugged site. Then next we've got Isabel Hunt. And I met Isabel because of the Co-Creators Convergence. And Isabel Hunt is a healer, a coach, a mom, and also a filmmaker. And her film is actually the subject of her film is very pertinent to our subject today. All those little images that you see, those are all awards that her film has already won. And these two films, I think both were made during this lockdown period. So don't let this lockdown period stop you. And you'll hear more and more as we go through more information about each one of these super talents that everyone has. And next is my dear friend, Miriam Schiff. Miriam and I have known each other probably 15 years. And we met doing a volunteer project for Bratzo. But Miriam has a radio show on KGNU, which is a local radio station in Boulder, and she is able to go and very clearly shed light on the tough subjects and open all of the discussions with heart. And then there's me. And as you've seen me a couple of times today already, so I won't go too far on that. But I wanted to show you my my YouTube channel where this is also. Oh, someone put short memory. Thank you. Anyway, okay. So I'm going to remove this from the stream, and now we're back. So thank you, ladies, and I hope I did justice. That seemed to be the easiest way for me to introduce you all, but you all have a resume that is quite remarkable. So what I wanted to do is I had taken notes when we were meeting about how to do this, and wanted to start with, and I'd like to call on Jennifer to talk, because I'd like to talk about how we got here. How did we get into this conversation about breaking through the indoctrination of separation?
Thank you, Kathy. It's a pleasure to be with all of you ladies today and with all the audience. This actually started when I first met Miriam. Miriam was interviewing me for her radio show. And in our pre-conversation, I was aware that Miriam comes from Jewish descent. And for me, it was a little bit awkward because for most of my life, I've been viewed as somebody of Jewish descent. But the truth is, I'm of German descent. And my past, given, we know what has happened in Germany in the past, particularly in the Holocaust period. And so there's been, over the course of my adulthood, these very uncomfortable situations where it didn't feel safe to me to stand in who I was raised to be. And I'm not that bad person that did those things. And this is where the conversation started actually. It was really curious. It was about leaning in. And what unfolded is beyond my wildest imaginations. To be honest, I didn't imagine that we would be taking it to this level so quickly. But I would love to invite Miriam in to add to this conversation, because we were coming at it from two different perspectives, two different upbringings, and also from different age groups. But at the end of the day, what I found was we were able to establish a deep connection in a very short period of time, that we both leaned in, even though it was uncomfortable and awkward. And at the end of the day, what we all here agree to is we stand for peace. And for me, I want to rise up from the past atrocities, Holocaust, my own experience, living through a terrorist attack, etc. I want to shift the conversation forward and start focusing on the kind of environment, the kind of world that we want to create going forward. And with that, I would love to invite Miriam in to add to this, because this is where it all started about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Thank you, Jennifer. Wonderful to see you, Isabel and Kathy, again. You become like family. It's what happens when you lean in. And welcome to everybody out there who's watching this. It was, yeah, you're right. We're different generations. And I've become like the old guard in any conversation I had. And I think what happens is that the older you get, the more you realize that your reality and your truth is more important than anything else. You start Venus coming out of the clamshell. You just start rising, and everything that you've learned, the indoctrinations, fall away. And Jennifer and I were talking about how she felt, knowing that I had gone to Kansas City to visit Auschwitz. It was an exhibit in Auschwitz, and it was a phenomenal exhibit. And we started talking about how she felt, and then the conversation got to how I never passed for Jewish. That people saw my skin and they saw a white person, and that basically we were both doing the same thing. We were not coming from our truth of who we were. For me, it was only as I was growing up. And that was the indoctrination. And the indoctrination for me was based on fear, others' fear, not my fear. And they didn't know any better. I had to come to that realization and forgiveness and everything else a long time ago. They didn't know any better. So when they handed me these jewels of indoctrination of their fear, it took a while for me to realize, okay, it's not mine. Was I still vulnerable and talking and sharing with Jennifer about what it was like, what it's like now? Yeah, I was. Even though I found out from Isabel that being vulnerable is a social construct. So, because I learn every day something new. And what happened was that the reality of who we are came out. The reality that we both have a common thread, which is that we need to talk from our hearts. We need to talk from our souls. If I don't talk from my heart and my soul and let you know who I am and learn who you are, and I'm not talking about the body, I'm talking about who you are within yourself, your spark, your love, then I lose my breath and I might as well not be here anymore. So that's what got us here. And then we said, you know, this conversation has to happen outside because it is indeed, it's the bottom of everything. These difficult conversations that we need to have with each other so that we all understand and see within ourselves and not what you're seeing here, the glasses and the colors and everything else. This is not who I am. This is what I was given to protect who I am. So that's how it came about.
You're muted.
Kathy, I think you're muted.
And then Miriam says to Jennifer, we've got to talk to Kathy.
Right.
So we're going to go full circle. Don't worry, Isabel, you will be up next. And what happened was, it was fascinating because as Jennifer shared her experience, which was, do I really let people know who I am because I'm in an environment where it would be easier for me to fit in by accommodating their perspective, their perception, or do I speak my truth? And when Miriam talked about, oh, well, I was quite aware of trying to be not Jewish growing up and in work, and then came to me, and I grew up Jewish in a Catholic neighborhood. We were the token Jewish people in my elementary school. And I don't look Jewish. It's a culture more than a religion to me. But then I started really watching both of the dances because of growing up in a Catholic neighborhood, going to a private girls' school. I mean, I wasn't allowed to go be a debutante like my friends. I wasn't allowed to go to the local country club because I was Jewish. I mean, those were real things. I didn't care. I really didn't care. And it was sort of like my father, because he had gone to an Ivy League school, had decided he didn't want us to have that culture, to be tribes like and only stay and only live in the Jewish part of the city and only have that exposure. He wanted us to have the exposure of the world. So then we start talking, and I bring in Isabel, because Isabel created this film called The Power of Connection, which is what we're talking about here, is getting real and really looking at our past through these more enlightened, more heartful viewpoints, but also because Isabel grew up in Germany and moved here. So now, Isabel, then do you want to share as you came into the fold, what your experience was?
Yes, thank you. Well, when I came into the conversation, at first I was like, okay, I'm not sure what exactly they're talking about, because a lot of the things, being of even younger generation and working a lot with even younger people that are all in their 20s, I'm not there anymore. The conversations no longer really feel the same within younger generations. So for me, it was, okay, so I'm trying to figure out where they're coming from, especially since I am German. But then I also remembered that I have worked through all of this for, last decade, over a decade. And I remember when I first came to the US, I had this story in my head that I had to protect my identity. And so everything and every time someone said something to me about America and how great Americans are, I would respond with, well, but Germans are better and Germans do it this way. So I automatically created a separation just within the same conversation, right? And over the years, especially with my film, The Power of Connection, that has come through this experience of coming here to the US, I realized that when we talk about separation and inclusion is as much a judgment as separation, because it has us believe, or it has us perceive separation as a truth, which is not the truth, right? I mean, when we look at the surface of things, if we really just look at this 3D experience and what people are experiencing, I cannot downplay that. I cannot diminish certain experiences of individuals. However, I am finding myself now in this place where I no longer am, I don't want to say I'm not capable, but it's really hard for me to stay on that level of vibration where people just constantly try to find solution to create more inclusion. And all I can see, because I'm looking really at the root cause of it, is even more separation, because it's the same coin, just different sides. By creating a banner of inclusion, we're separation, or we're pretty much discriminating everyone who may not align with what we perceive being inclusive. And so we're just playing the ball back and forth. Everyone thinks they're doing something great and they're really helping humanity to evolve and to get better with each other. But I'm a sociologist, so from a sociological perspective, or from my studies, I know we love empirical studies, we love statistics, and we have created this stigma that anything we can somehow control makes things better. So we try to control people within different minorities, different races, different languages, like whatever labels we can find. That's what we're trying to integrate and separate. And if we understand this about this group, then we create more connection, which actually, if you look at it energetically, creates more separation. And that is where I came in, and we're like, okay, I think we need to take that even deeper and even even further to the actual root cause of what we're experiencing in with our human society.
Perfect.
Yeah, every time we add labels or add, groups, we literally are creating separation. And what I love about this is that for me personally, I just met all three of you. within the last 60 days, actually, and some actually less than that. And what I find fascinating is it can take just one conversation to lean in and connect. And I think at the end of the day, what I find in what I do out in the world is that people are longing for this connection. And I've come to understand that the more I'm connected to myself and the more that I'm comfortable with myself, I can lean in the uncomfortable situations and start to engage because I'm genuinely curious. And at the end of the day, I think we all, at the basic level, are looking to belong and looking to connect, even in our differences. It's not about being the same. We were all born to be uniquely different. And, we put these constructs and these labels, whether it's, ethnicity or religion or, male, female, or these things. And I feel we're at a stage where it's time to rise above that. And when we do, I truly believe that we will start to evolve in a much a greater way. And some of the problems of our past will just start to dissolve. And I agree with what Isabel says. We're just, if we keep the same conversation alive and come at it from a different perspective or just change the verbiage, we're not changing and we're not evolving. We've literally got to step outside of the box. And that's what the four of us are doing here today, is we're leaning in, stepping outside of the box to inspire and encourage all of you. If we can do it, you can do it too. I literally just met these women.
And I found for me, when I lean in and I speak from the heart and share who I am, that others share who they are as well. And they talk about how difficult it is for them to do it. I was a psychotherapist 100 years ago, it feels like. And the reason that people came in, the bottom line was the connection wasn't there. They wanted the connection. But the psychotherapy wasn't helping them because it only created more of a division. And that's why I left it. But everybody craves connection. I had an experience where I went to Israel and I stayed on the West Bank with a Christian family, and nobody spoke the language, but we understood each other. And the mom was having a very difficult time because her 4-year-old, it was the last night of vacation, and the next day was school. And he was doing exactly what my children did at the age of 4 when they had to go to sleep at a regular time and get ready for the next day. And she kept on wanting to apologize. And with our limited understanding of each other's language, we shared the frustration. She understood that I knew exactly what she was going through because I had gone through it. That it's a universal experience. And if we can realize who we are and realize who the person standing across from us or sitting next to us is, then it's a phenomenal situation. There was a time when I can't talk to people or do anything unless I touch them, or Kathy knows that I have to be holding your hand to do something. And the connection is so powerful to realize that we all have the same needs. There's not this polarization that we're moving away from. The younger people, the non-binary, the non whatever, they're coming into their own. And if we do not embrace this connection, we are going to destroy ourselves, because it's only through this connection, this soul heart speak that we're talking about here, that we are that we're going to exist, because the world around us and what's going on is showing us that the fear and the polarization is destroying the world.
I'd like to add a little bit more about the indoctrination, because I think that's, at least maybe not for Isabel, but for the other three of us, we were we were not necessarily type A's, although definitely Jennifer is. I think I'm reformed, but anyway, what happens is that we were taught how life is and what to expect and how to get love, even though it was conditional love, and how to keep yourself safe, and all those paradigms which aren't relevant anymore. And I think the conversations, and Isabel's highlighting it because she changed cultures from her country of origin to come here and start a life. She may have dropped them just as a survival instinct almost, compared to what we've had to work at it. And Miriam, I mean, when I first met you, you kept talking about your family and how they wanted you to be this way, and all of the things that you think of. And then Jennifer, you were saying, yeah, I was in these incredible roles, high performance business roles, and I had to just show up. And you're actually showing up trying to figure out how to play the game, right?
Yeah, but it's not your game. It's somebody else's game because of their perceptions of who they think you are. I mean, I grew up, and the Holocaust was very prevalent in the house. I was born in 1946, and although we did lose people in the Holocaust, and so not being seen and being quiet was a very big protection device, because if you weren't quiet, you disappeared. And
wow.
When I realized, wait a minute, I can't do that. Okay. And I can't be with the people that you want me to be. My mother used to say, oh, you're working with those people? Because there was only two people for my mother, us and those people. And what I gave up to be not seen, the voice that was me, that I acquired much later in life, was because at that point it was more important. And as I said before, the indoctrination was not only from my family, it was from what I saw on television. It was from the family that I saw on television that I didn't have. Okay. I did not have June Cleaver as my mother, and she did not vacuum in pearls and heels. But I thought that there was something wrong with me. So it was that something wrong with me that had to be hidden, because I thought that everybody else knew what they were doing. I thought that when I went to school, which was one of the biggest indoctrination places we could ever have in the world, because I didn't learn like everybody else, there was something wrong with me. So that indoctrination did not leave me with a sense of power, which is what they want you to have. Yeah. It led me to a sense of powerlessness and an inability to find out who I was, because, you know, I didn't know if I wanted to find out who I was, and I certainly didn't want you to find out, because I thought that I was not okay. So why would I share that with anybody? So it's an ingrained indoctrination that I don't even think we are aware of it happening until we get to the point like we are today, where we look at humanity, where it's not only about me, but it's about how I interact with Isabella, what I see with Jennifer, what I see with you, how I let you know, all of you, the specialness. because that's where it's at. So yeah, I can't give you the words to the indoctrination. It's like I still see it going on. I still see it going on with my grandchildren. I still see it going on with my children. In a lot of ways, I see it going on with your friends. But it is based on keeping the status quo, not questioning, and not being an individual. Because if you do that, you are going to make fragile the hierarchy, the darkness, the things that we can't see. You're not going to give them a solid footing. And for me, that's what it was all about. So you want to talk about indoctrination, everything that we see, everything that we're talking about today, this is the way you can grow out of it. That's what it is. It was never just one thing. Being Jewish was maybe the identity, but not feeling like I fit in was because of everything I saw around me that I didn't believe, that I knew that there was something out there different.
Well, especially since you just said identity, in my film, I say one part where I say our identity becomes our ideology. Everything that we consider as this is who I am becomes our ideology that we're trying to protect under every single circumstance that we can just think of. It's almost like death. I sometimes think losing your identity is actually for most people worse than death itself. And I think that's what we're here to experience within this 3D Earth experience that we have chosen to come into, right? One of my friends, he is from Lithuania, and he said, if we really want to talk about inclusion, we simply have to talk about being and acceptance. Even when bad things happen, even when the way our path looks like, if we can look at that particular path without the judgment, this is wrong or this is right, but this is simply the path that, for whatever reason, my soul has chosen to walk, you become more present. And when the judgment falls away, you start to shift your vibration. And with the shift of your vibration, you're changing the path that you thought would be ahead of you. I realized that so many times throughout my lifetime. When I let go of, okay, here's an example. So when I grew up, I'm the oldest of 5, and me and my siblings are very close together. And, the younger ones need more attention. So the oldest is always kind of like, okay, she can do it herself. She's fine. Like, leave her just over there. She'll take a book. And there wasn't much attention. I actually had to deal with a lot of abandonment issue growing up. And in school, I was always in the back of the row, like in the room, and never would raise my hand. If you'd take me to the chalkboard up front, I would go like anxiety attack and everything. And I was always like, yeah, I'm just, an introvert. That's fine. It's fine. But as soon as I left my country for the first time and went to Spain by myself with friends, something shifted almost immediately, where I was like, why am I allowing other people to determine how I am allowed to show up? And I came back, and I remember one of my best friends, she looks at me like, what happened to you in Spain? You totally shifted, like you're like a different person. And that's when it started that I became more of an extrovert, and I needed to, because otherwise I would have never left the country. And I knew I was meant to come back here because I kept having this dream. You have to go back. You need to finish what you started in a different lifetime. I think I'm starting to get the idea of what that was, but still not quite there yet. But it's simply that acceptance of where we're at is where we're supposed to be, and the same with other people. I teach that my son as well. He's 8, and I keep telling my friends, I'm like, I don't want him to actually even learn history the way history is being taught, because I want him to really integrate the vision of what is possible for humankind. What is it that we want to create, instead of what do we not want to repeat, because your brain is not actually recognizing not. The universe is just literally saying, well, let's do it. And we're doing the same thing, just within a different narrative, different story within the same narrative. pretty much. And that is what I have really noticed about identity. When our identity becomes our ideology, that's when we create separation and exclusiveness, because we think we are better, even if we tell ourselves that we are not worth it, we are not good enough. But if you really look at the dynamics energetically, it always comes from a place of wanting to be right, wanting to make ourselves feel better, wanting to I don't know, the people that have the most aggressive are usually the people that try to make themselves feel better the most, right? And that's where really separation comes in. If we can just be with people, there is no judgment around your color, there's no judgment around your background, your education. It's simply about, why is your soul here? Like, who has ever asked you that question? Like, what do you think your soul brought you here to learn? Has anyone ever asked that question? It would actually be a really, really interesting conversation, right?
I actually have.
Mm-hmm. What did the person answer? Or it didn't
I feel it actually came out of my own experience through the bombings, actually, because for me, that was such a pivotal moment in my shifting. So I had experienced trauma as a child and as a young adult, and I had this perception of, even though I knew I was a good person and a law-abiding citizen, why am I being punished? Why is this happening to me? And even though I did not label myself as a victim, the truth is I was living under victim mentality. And I'll never forget, my meditation teacher told me about 6 months after the bombings took place, one day, you're going to see this as the greatest gift of your life. And I remember being pissed off. I had experienced physical, emotional, mental, spiritual trauma. I was 15 feet from the first of 2 explosions. My world was literally shattered in a nanosecond. And I thought to myself, how on earth is this going to be the greatest gift of my life? But this woman did not have a mean bone in her body. I had been studying under her for a couple of years. So she planted a seed that day. And that seed started to germinate and cultivate within me. And I started to ask different questions of myself. What if this were actually happening for me? What if this were happening to evolve my soul, to evolve what I'm supposed to experience in this lifetime? And you know what the experience did for me? It brought me home to who I really am. And it taught me love in ways in which I've never experienced before, self-love in particular. I had to learn through my own experience that a terrorist actually lived inside of me. And if I acted out on it, I'd be no different than the 2 young men that placed the bombs that day. And that was my reality in rising up from that experience. And I now sit here before you today. Yes, that was a horrific experience. I would never wish it upon any person at all. And I can sit here before you today and say it's the greatest gift of my life. And I view those 2 young men as my soul brothers now. I'm not separated from them. They acted out. Here's the thing. I actually wished death upon that young man until I came to forgiveness, which I went into kicking and screaming. And it only because I realized, because of my physical condition, every time I would experience rage or every time I would experience anger, I literally would have a setback in my own healing. Mm-hmm. And I was drinking my own poison, wishing he was drinking it, which made me more mad in the beginning. And then I was like, there's got to be a better way. And that better way was I had to nurture and love myself through those times. And then eventually get myself to a place of forgiving that young man. And once I forgave them, actually, is when I started to experience compassion for them. And that compassion led to curiosity. And that curiosity was, what made them do that? And I learned that those 2 young men grew up, bombs being dropped on them. I don't personally know what that's like as a child. I can't even imagine what that's like. These 2 young men What they did was wrong, absolutely. But they acted out of their rage because nobody understood them. Nobody heard them. Nobody heard their cries for help. Please stop. Stop the madness. Stop the war. And it starts with each one of us.
If the only thing that I can do, and this is the only thing I can do is have the difficult conversations, because and put myself in situations where I'm going to have the difficult conversations and meet people that I'm going to have the difficult conversations with, because that's the only way that the soul is seen for me, that it's an energetics, that we look at each other and we go, oh wow, you know, I didn't know you felt that way. We used to have a saying that said, I didn't know my mother brought you up, because the bottom line was that it's about the difficult discussions. I never would have known who Jennifer was, nor would she have known who I was, or Isabel, or Kathy, if we didn't have the difficult conversations. And what people don't realize is you grow from having those difficult conversations. You grow from seeing somebody and allowing them to see you. I cannot, at this point in my life, it's not in my realm anymore, nor do I have any control over it, of being anything other than I am now. Because what happens is, I used to think, you know, we have like tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, you know, like Shakespeare. And when you hit a certain place, you know, I have tomorrow, but it's not, my plane is going to be different. Where I am is going to be different. What I choose to do with my humanity now is to allow you to show me yours. Allow you to, it's almost like what we had is like a melding. When I do my show, I always ask the people who are on it, what was their catalyst? What drove you to do this? And from that comes, oh wow, nobody ever asked me that, because that's the only way I'm going to know who you are. I want to know what brought you to this place, because I'm going to tell you what brought me to this place. I'm going to tell you what my life is like now. I'm going to let you see my soul. I don't care where we are or what is going on. I don't care if we're in the supermarket. And because that for me is tangible. That for me is not on an ethereal plane. That for me allows my family to grow, and it's not my, it's more like a spiritual family. It's more of a mind family. It's more of a heart family. This does not mean anything. There's no permanence. Everything is impermanent. All I have is now, and all I have now is there is not even a choice, is to show you who I am and to speak with you from my heart, even in the difficult conversations, even if I get called out in the conversation. Even somebody said to me, well, the only reason that we call you out in something is because we know that you just wanted to swallow those words that you just said, and including on the air. And so we know that when you see us, you see a human being, you see a soul, you see a spirit. It's that tell me about your life. Because I want to tell you about mine. I want to share with you, but I want to share from here with you. I don't want to just share, how was your day today? I want to know how your day was today. That's what happened with Jennifer and Isabel and Kathy. But we got through the difficult conversation. I'm sure we're going to have more difficult conversations because that's what life is. And I embrace them. I welcome them. Bring me more difficult conversations.
Can I just share though? For me, it's interesting. That difficulty is actually dissolving for me. It was difficult first when I was like, if I say something the wrong way, I could offend her, or, she might think I'm the enemy and I'm not the enemy. Like all of these, which is past-based stories, limiting beliefs, societal norms that, I was indoctrinated into, right? And that's not a judgment. It just is. It's like, but when you can like let all that stuff go and actually lean in from the heart and you can get out of our head and, in the beliefs and the stories and the thoughts and just connect on a heart level. What I find is like I'm excited for the next conversation. I have no clue where it's going, but it's like we're going in the deep end and we're going to swim around and we're going to learn in the process and we're going to grow in the process. So what's fascinating for me, Miriam, I'm actually having the opposite. It's like difficult for me to not shut up now and not lean in.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's actually like, I'm not saying it's easy, but every time I take that, I lean in. It's like riding a bike, right? Learning how to ride a bike. But it's like, as I continue to do it, it becomes more effortless and natural for me.
There's a wisdom that you get when you get older. I wish that sometimes I had this wisdom when I was younger because it would have. I see Isabel's face. Okay, so let me not say wisdom because
No. I have a ladybug suddenly coming in front of me, and I'm like, how does that get there? Maybe that's a sign.
Because
a ladybug is a sign. It's a big sign.
My social construct teacher. She's bringing me to another level with all of this. So is Jennifer with the forgiveness. But I guess what I'm saying is to throw away the trappings of the indoctrination, to realize what the indoctrination is not about living our best life, but it's keeping the status quo so that somebody else can live their best life. Well, I don't want to. I want to know who you are. I want to know who your soul is. Even those that are trying to keep the status quo, who, by the way, do not come on interviews. You can't get them to commit to anything on the air. So
because they're afraid of you.
Yeah. So maybe not afraid of me, but definitely afraid of the truth. So that's the whole thing for me. I look forward to. Oh my God! I look forward to everything and everybody because that's the only way that you can be.
I just wanted to say one thing real quick. I wanted Jennifer to talk about how she rose up out of the indoctrination of the healing of the medical industry during your healing, because you had to use your own soul path, and that wasn't what was prescribed. Could you talk about that just 1 second? Then I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to give you a little bit of background, my background is corporate, right? And I own and operate my own business, and it's always been around business and finance and investing. I have no medical background whatsoever. I was 42 years old when the bombings took place. And when I was turning 40, I was pretty active, in and out of playing, doing triathletes and things like that. But I didn't feel myself. I didn't feel well. And so I went and got a regular medical evaluation, and I was told everything's fine. But I know I didn't feel fine. And so this was, and I won't get into all of it, but that led me on an inquiry. And I'll never forget a dear friend of mine who I'd done a lot of transformational, work with, said to me, hey, there's a person that can come to your home and actually test your blood on a deeper level and get awareness for you. And I thought to myself, that's really weird, right? Like if that really worked, why isn't it mainstream? So, but I really was desiring to feel good. So I hire this gentleman to come to my home, and he comes with this mini lab, if you will, pricks my finger, sticks my blood. I barely say anything to this man. He didn't ask me for a lot of detailed information. And just in reading my blood, he said, oh, I can see you had a head injury, probably around your mid-20s. How did you know that? Oh, have you been on a lot of medication? Yes. Oh, I can see that your liver is not functioning properly. How come none of this stuff got picked up before, was my question. So fast forward, I got some answers there, and I started this process of healing at that stage. When the bombings happened at 42 and I was, in the ER and, the doctors were trying to figure out what was wrong with me, I got wheeled in for a test, and I was told I'd be injected with a dye so that they could see if I was bleeding internally. And then they told me all the things I would experience, and they were awful. I literally resist. I'm like, I don't want that. Can't you do the test without it? And I was told, no, you had to have the test and have this injection. I experienced everything they said, everything from wanting to wet my pants to feeling like I had a high fever to having the shakes. And I was already in a ton of pain, already not knowing what the heck was going on with me. And when I got wheeled back into my ER room, and most of the doctors and nurses had left at this stage to figure out what was going on, I heard a voice inside my head that said, you need to learn how to heal naturally. And in that moment, listen, the doctors and nurses were urging me to stay and go under that path. I have family members who, in fact, one of my aunts, nurse practitioner and stuff, it was like, you need to stay and figure out what's going on. And I didn't know, candidly, if I was going to live to see another day. And I thought to myself, I don't want to stay here. And so that was the first step in walking out that door, the ER, into actually discovering, how to heal naturally. Now, I didn't, it was like breadcrumbs that were trickled to me over the course of 4 years. But I can look here before you today. I took no traditional medicine at all. Not for pain, not for inflammation, not for all the things that I was experiencing on the physical level. And I learned how to heal 100% naturally. And I talk about it in my film. And you have to understand, I'm a highly educated person. The things that I discovered and learned were beyond what I would ever imagine before. But I was put into a situation where I was searching. My soul was searching. There's got to be a better way. And then because of that, because I leaned in to my own intuition when everyone else said, you can't do that. After what you've been through, you can't do that. And I kind of got a little, well, I'm going to show you, not knowing it and, how to do that at the time, that I just was led on that path. And I think that's what we're all here talking about. Lean in. If you're not happy with your work, go explore something else. We're responsible for creating our happiness and our well-being. It starts within us.
Well, if you look at it, everything that creates exclusion and separation is about survival, right? And what is survival about is our relationship to death. So really, separation at the core is our relationship to death. If we can understand that death is a beautiful new beginning into a different realm, a different dimension, there's so much more out there than what we can ever imagine, even here, from our minimal understanding of what this world looks like. If you really can step into that relationship, if you can really understand what you're truly afraid of, not just what is the most obvious, but what are you truly afraid of, then that identity that we're perceived to be the truth about us, that creates the judgment, the separation, is falling away. You're no longer, I have had over 300, if not more, interviews over the last few years, right? And every time I get asked the question, is there anything that you don't want me to talk about? Any question you don't want me to ask? And I'm like, nope, lay it on me. There's nothing to hide for me. And if I don't want to talk about it in that moment, then I tell you why I don't want to talk about it in that moment, because maybe there needs to be some healing happen around that. But I actually come to the place where I feel so one with everything, especially when I'm in a state of meditation. Last year, I went to the park when it was all going crazy, right? And I just asked the tree. I was sitting by the tree and I asked the tree to download some wisdom that I can understand what's happening. And the tree said to me, everyone is creating their own dimension, their own reality in how they find themselves. You might see destruction, but if you step on the other side on a different vibration, everything is still there. Everything is still beautiful. It's a weird way to understand the world. It's like you're high the whole time. Literally, like you feel like you just smoked something, and you're in this constant state of just, this is awesome. Everything is speaking to me. Everything is talking to me, and I feel so connected to everything. And we have been in the adoption process for a couple of years now, to hopefully add to our family. And every time I get the question, what makes you believe you can raise a child of color? I'm like, I don't even know how to answer this question, because my mind doesn't go there. This is simply an individual, a soul that somehow would find its way to us. For whatever reason, this soul needs us to learn something, to create something, maybe to teach us something. There's always a reason. And yes, I understand the challenges that are being presented in this world. Do I want this child to experience that? No, but I can I can give them a different perspective, because when we start to react differently to people and don't sit there and expect this is going to happen to me and this is how it should be, then everything else will respond differently to you. Like, we live in we're a very diverse neighborhood, and there is I just go up to people, I welcome them to the neighborhood, I share my food, whatever there is, and it never crosses my mind that I shouldn't go there because it might be dangerous because of their color. And I realized that the people that I approach this way approach me in a totally different light. Like, it's almost like everything else just disappears and you just connect. And that's what I want people to become aware of. This is the level where we truly create inclusion, and it's our relationship to death that we need to take a look at, and what we're willing to have die to be able to understand and accept the oneness with all there is.
And to really live. Like from my experience, I had to have all those limiting beliefs, all of those things die off so that I could rise up and actually live. And it's in that state when we allow ourselves to go through that. It's like a snake shedding its skin, right? And for me, it happens, in several times in this lifetime, right? And it's like, when we can allow that, our soul grows, we evolve, and that's when we start moving away from survival and we get into this thriving. And we all have that ability. But
you said survival.
Yeah.
You said survival. And that's exactly what everything is based on in the reality of the world. It's survival. It's there's survival of the fittest. It's survival. It's, I want to stay alive. I want to fit in. But then on the other hand is Isabel's understanding that we don't stop when we die. In order for me to grow and have the growth and the awareness that I have, and that who I was had to die. That every day, every minute of my day is a transition from something to something else. That it's not just the end result. And as Isabel said, I can't. I know I'm going home. That when my time in this body is gone, I'm going home. I know where I came from. I see it, and I basically can't wait to go back there, because they're all friends. They're all the non-inclusion isn't there because we're all light beings, and we're all sharing it, which is the basis of what we have to do now. We have to get out of that survival mode and realize that as long as we're in that survival mode, you can't thrive, and neither can anybody else.
So we have about 5-6 minutes more, and I wanted to share with the audience that we had several conversations before we presented this here, and I found them very transformative, very uplifting. I was excited to see what we were going to uncover, and it felt like when we were, again, maybe looking at a diamond, and we're all different facets of the whole, and we were able to incorporate and actually create oneness. I know I grew with every conversations. I left it and processed. It wasn't that it was just an event that happened on a screen like this in Zoom. It was bigger than that, and it was such a gift. So I just wanted the audience to know that this isn't Oprah or the Red Table or one of the big TV shows where the stars are all sitting around a table talking. This is us really exploring how we fall in love with everything and everybody. Well, everything is us, and we are, but we forgot. Okay, Isabel, now I know you want to say something.
I do.
well, don't you?
I'll add to something Isabel said while she's thinking, is that just showing up and being who you are is liberating and free. We did not script this. We just showed up today knowing that we had a topic that we were going to have a conversation about. And for me, and I think, Isabel, that's what you were speaking to before, is that when we just show up in our authenticity and give ourselves permission to be ourselves, it is freedom. And I perceive that if more of us on an individual level do that, we will rise up from the experience of survival or the wars that ensue. Like, it really comes back to coming home to ourselves. Like, Miriam, I think you were having this conversation last time we met. It's like, when we take a look back at, we're all responsible for what's going on today in other parts of the world, and how can we shift and pivot to shifting that conversation to one of peace? It starts within. Yeah. We don't need to be on the front lines of a military with a gun doing it. Look within ourselves. Where am I not feeling peace within me? And to heal that. And I know I had to look at that at the last couple of weeks and do my own inner work around it.
And peace basically is about acceptance. I love, what's his name? Matteo, the Argentinian guy who talks about the 9 dimensions. He said, we have access to all dimensions. And if what we're trying to thrive for within this 3D earth plane is actually, he said, it's kind of laughable because our souls know exactly how to get to those different dimensions, but they chose this dimension on purpose because there's something to do. It's not boring because we chose this experience for a reason. And I think that is just allowing the journey to unfold itself, the acceptance of, well, what's coming up or how can I deal with this, is the beauty of what we're experiencing here in this 3-dimensional earth plane, because our soul can choose to reincarnate into any kind of dimension if we choose so, right? But for whatever reason, we chose this to have this particular experience because there's something about it, and just accepting that leads us to a heart connection. Authenticity. I always love how a lot of marketers go online and say, be authentic. And then people think that just you know, even if they just come at each other, I'm like, I'm just being authentic. That's not authentic. That's just being an a-hole. But authenticity always comes from a place of love.
Mm-hmm.
And always from this is my experience, and this is, instead of telling people what they should experience and how they should experience life, right? It's more about the reflection. It's constant reflection back to each other, because I am, because you are, I am, because you are, because I am, right? And it's a constant. What I do to you is what I do to myself. What I do to Mother Earth is what I do to myself. It's a constant reflection. And if we can stay in this place of reflection instead of judgment, we will always create inclusion. Do we want that though? I don't know. Most people probably don't even want that, because it would get a little boring, because then they have nothing to fight for. And if they have nothing to fight for, then why am I even here? So it's about what we're actually standing up for and what we're trying to fight and hold on to automatically that matters. And it's just a really great reflection for anyone who's interested in creating inclusion.
It's you know, it's like flip side of the same coin. That's how everybody's living. You know, the good, the bad, I'm right, you're wrong. And when they go outside of that and realize, wait a minute, we're all right. Okay, you have your experiences. We chose to be where we are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I always tell my kids on their birthdays or any other time, thank you for choosing me, because I don't know if I would have chose me when you first came in. But thank you for choosing me, because we grew together and we healed together, and to be able to say, "Wait, I'm sorry," where you don't have to be right or wrong. You can experience who you are and say, "Oh, I think I just made a mistake, and this was that I have to share it with you," no matter who they are. That those are not the words that I wanted to have come out of my mouth. That's not the interaction that I wanted to have with you. That's not heart-based. And if I'm heart-based with you, either you're going to walk away and pat me on the hand and say, "Okay, Miriam, we all know," which was a lifelong thing, or you're going to take the leap and say, "Wait a minute, this seems like it's safe here, so let me try it. Let me try it. Let me see what'll happen if I exhale and just let it be." I think most people inhale because they're reacting to whatever is going on, and they don't exhale. And it's, you know, I hate using the word responsibility, but when I see a human being, I want them to exhale. I want them to be able to be with me doing whatever we're doing, and inhale and exhale, not waiting for whatever else is going to happen. I want them to feel as safe in this world as I do. And even though it took work, there were other people that allowed me that. The panel here allowed me that. And it's not, and I give it away freely. You know, come in this realm, tell me one thing that you wouldn't tell anybody else, and let's see what happens. Because we're coming from a place of acceptance and love.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that this conversation helps everyone have conversations like this and take the risk of possibly feeling a little uncomfortable. Like Jennifer said, she felt a little bit uncomfortable at first, but then something told her there was a safe space, safe haven by communicating with Miriam, and a healing occurred. And then we all came together, and then Isabel brought in her perspective, and then we all healed again. And I think we're still offering that to each other and as a model for communities to start these conversations that have nothing to do with anything except the power of connection, the power of us connecting to ourselves, clearing what we don't like with whatever we've created. Every morning's a new day. Every opportunity to meet with someone's a new opportunity to reveal. So what I'd like to do is ask everybody to, again, yeah, I showed that. Thank you. To have everybody explain how they can reach you, the audience can reach you, and possibly open up the conversation some more with you. So let's start with Jennifer.
People can reach me at jenniferkaufman.com. From there, they can see the work, my films, my books, what I'm up to. And from there are links that derive, if people are inspired, they can access and, There's Got to Be More to Life, which is my latest film. And so, jenniferkaufman.com.
Okay. And then Isabel, will you go next, please?
Yes, people can reach me through my work website, isabelhunt.com, HUNDT.com. Usually people forget the D. And the film can be found at thepowerofconnection.net. So if anyone wants to watch that. And yeah, through the website, through my personal isabelhunt.com, people can contact me right there. There's a contact page as well. So yes.
Wonderful. And then Miriam?
You can reach me at Miriam Schiff. I put it in the chat box, 123@gmail.com. I am on Facebook under Miriam Mimi Schiff. And let's continue sharing our stories. Mm-hmm. I want to hear yours. It's important for me.
Perfect. And I'm Kathy Mason from MasonWorks, and you'll be seeing more of me as we go. But I'm available on Facebook at facebook.com/Kathy Mason Love, on YouTube at YouTube.com/Kathy Mason Love, and at MasonWorks Marketing. So thank you, ladies, so much. I can't wait till we have another discussion, and appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. And anything else anyone else wants to share before we go?
Just I want to acknowledge each one of you for, leaning in to have this conversation at such a pivotal time in our history, and to really be the catalyst for something new to emerge.
Yes. Yeah. This is our new kind of virtual women's communities. Mm-hmm. That it's not. It just happened that we're all female, although it did help. But these kind of the conversations we hope will be not gender specific, and that they will multiply. Thank you all very much. Love you all. Thank you.
Love you too.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Please share this.
Will do.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Okay. Hi, Sharon.
Hi.
I'm so glad this worked out perfectly. So I'm going to introduce my dear friend Sharon Rose, who's like another sister here. And we're today going to get to talk about awakening the divine feminine. Sharon Rose, MAED, is a true Renaissance woman, a filmmaker, award-winning filmmaker, choreographer, composer, scholar, author, teacher, and healer. She has spent the past 50 years working in the fields of education and the arts to investigate, integrate, and impart the knowledge and wisdom of ancient and traditional cultures throughout the world. What we're going to talk about today is awakening the divine feminine. And the reason why I asked Sharon to have this talk with us today is that she has been trained right out of college. She was a Fulbright scholar, and went to India and learned ancient dance and the divine feminine like very few Westerners ever have. So Sharon, welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's a wild world we're living in right now, especially I think for the feminine.
Yes. Well, but what's beautiful about this is I remember you and I and Nina being at dinner talking about we need to have a divine feminine show, and we're worried about the progress that we've made being lost. And now the conversation is totally different. Do you want to talk about that?
Well, let's see, when it was 2003, I wrote my book. Here we go.
Good.
The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine. And the issues that I discussed in that book, aside from my journey into many cultures, to look at the essence of the sacred feminine, of the divine feminine, of the beauty of the feminine, of the grace and the power and the passion and the emotions and all of these aspects of the feminine, the goddesses from all different traditions around the world. So I was writing that at that point, but when I look at it today, it's even more relevant. The things I was saying at that point are even more relevant to what's happening today with women. And there's a really strong desire, I feel, at this point with the chaos going on, for women to rise up and speak out from their heart, from that really nurturing, nourishing energy that is part and parcel of who we are as women.
Mm-hmm. Well, what we're seeing is that the whole world is awakening, and this time of going inward that we've had, this gift of it, is causing wonderful ripples to happen in the cosmos. We're all finding each other because the digital connection in any time zone is available. Plus the knowledge, there's like a thirst for knowledge. There's a thirst for origin information because we see we've come to the apex of what this modern society has offered us, and it isn't as good as what we had before. So I think what you've done and what you continue to do is bring more of that divine feminine into the remembering of how to go forward with grace.
Well, I'd like to read you a little bit from the preface of my book because it just kind of, for me, sums it up. There is a sacred current of light that runs through time and space, the light of the divine feminine. It is a continuum. It arises at the birth of creation and forms a sacred path into the denseness of matter and back again. As we descend from the fullness of this light into the depths of the material world, this light is always present to nourish and sustain us, flowing through all our lives and incarnations. It is the vital and transformative current of truth, virtue, and integrity, a shining stream of spiritual essence that leads us along the path of emanation and the path of return and reunion with the primordial source. Once upon a time, before the days of darkness and oppression of our sacred women's mysteries, we knew that we were living emanations of the goddess, that as women, mothers, priestesses, and spiritual guides, and healers as well, our primary role was to be a conduit for her sacred current, knowing that every thought, every action had a profound impact upon not only our own lives and those of our men and children, but on the very fabric of life itself, We created exercises and rituals to purify our bodies, minds, and hearts. In the midst of the forest, on the mountaintops, along the riverbanks and the shores of the sea, in the temples and monasteries, we would gather together to perform these sacred rites. We danced by the light of the moon, raised our voices in song and prayer, conversed with the myriad forms of divinity through our sacred gestures, and sat together in silent communion with them. Knowing the great goddess was our primordial mother and source of all life, we treated her with immense respect. As her priestesses, we offered our lives to her service. We gave her offerings. As her emissaries, we dressed in her image and emulated her extraordinary qualities. With our feet firmly grounded upon the earth, we would allow our awareness to extend through her vibratory dimensions as we monitored the ebb and flow of the visible and invisible landscapes. Today, living in the midst of a society that has all but forgotten her, so few of us even know that the goddess exists, let alone spend time conversing with her, feeling the power of her touch, reveling in the beauty of her myriad manifestations. For until we have a direct, felt, embodied experience of her presence, how can we truly know her?
What year did you write that book?
It came out in 2003.
So everyone, just so you understand, Sharon is one of the co-producers of Sacred Mystery Films and did one of the first films on 2012 that was copied by everyone else. So she is capable of seeing into bringing back the knowledge that we need to navigate these changing times now. So you can see that was way early for that conversation.
Even 2012, we were working on it. And Jay Widener, who was on the show earlier, my husband and I, we created Sacred Mysteries in 2000. And we made this film, 2012, The Odyssey, that really brought forth the teachings about what could happen in 2012 from many different traditions. That really has been my passion, to look at symbols, myths, stories, and so much more, culture, food, etc. in many, many traditions. Really, my base is in India, and then the Middle East and Tibet, and then now China. And of course, I grew up Jewish girl in Baltimore, being groomed to go to Broadway.
Wow. So let's talk a little bit about your hope for the divine feminine, because we're in this opportunity now where there's a lot of women that are taking leadership roles around the earth. There's a lot of, well, there people are showing up. They're just like the panel right before this, people are losing their fear of showing up completely and are standing in courage and wanting to make the world a better place for their children. And in the Indigenous sense, they want 7 generations of change. So are you seeing that with what you're doing and the people you're connecting with, or do you have a hope for it?
Well, for the last year, I've been the American correspondent and host for healingourearth.com, which comes out of London. And it's, I would say, 75% women, but women from India, from the Middle East, from the Mauritius, from Hong Kong, Asia, even South America, and the United States. And lately we've really been speaking about coming together to explore the deep values and teachings and experiences that we have as women, as a way to really see. Part of the problem I wrote about and been speaking about for many years is that from the feminist movement, and I speak about this in the book, and I was there right in the 60s in college when the feminist movement, at least that version, came about. There was this desire for power, for strength, for really coming forth as women and speaking from our authentic voices. But too often, rather than the nurturing qualities, rather than the healing abilities, rather than the intuitive abilities, the society has wanted the more like, male qualities, what we consider male qualities. So women walked into corporations all of a sudden, instead of dressing in beauty, it was either very utilitarian or dressing almost like men. You might say, if you look at who's out there, that most of the women want to wear in politics or corporate are wearing these like pantsuits and looking very dapper, but still there isn't that expression of beauty that to me is part and parcel of the feminine. So I think that what's happened with the lockdown and what we've experienced in the last 2 years, we've had the time. The grace of it is that we've had the time to go in and really start to look at ourselves.
Right.
And also we've had, many women have been the teachers for their children. They did not have, the money or whatever to be able to have people come in to teach them. We've been spending lots of time. And hopefully that experience has brought us back into, one of the roles that we've always had, which as mothers, as guides, as healers, as nurturers. And I think that women now, they have had a chance to see, what's been taught in the schools. And I worked in the schools with my dance partner, music partner, Ramzi El Edlabi, for many years, bringing the beauty of all these cultures to the children, and actually even up into college. And what I saw is that music, dance, story, meditation, mind-body practices, because we kind of sneak those in the midst of stories, are so helpful, are so empowering, because we worked with kids from all different, we were in New York and Connecticut, New Jersey, Virginia, all over the place. And so it's very multicultural. And we found that by bringing forth these spiritually and mythologically oriented stories and showing the symbolic teachings that connect all cultures, that we would see a kind of, how do you say it, presence and self-assurance and excitement with these children. And we're forgetting, too often, the arts have played such an amazing role in society, and they bring music, they bring sound, they bring healing. And so too often, in looking for, okay, we're going to have math majors and science majors are all going to go into computer, you're going to do this and this and this. And the arts are kind of pushed to the side, when through the arts, so much can happen.
Yep. Yes. I so agree. And I think what I'd like to ask is, do you feel that women are afraid of the sexuality and to use it? Okay. So,
That's
so
a great question. I was asked recently, because I was talking about, I had this blessing. I mean, I'd worked hard for it to go to India when was that, 83. I was there for about 5 years on and off with my son. He was 3 when we first arrived. And I had the opportunity to live with a living legend, the queen of North Indian classical dance, Sitara Devi. She had been a early Bollywood star. She was a tantrika, which means that she really knew how to embody and embrace all of these different deities. And so I had her one-to-one. And it's just such a rare experience for a woman to become part of a lineage of spirit, of story, of myth, of the feminine, the divine feminine, that goes back for centuries.
Right.
So that really gave me an understanding. And so recently I was asked about this, about particularly, they said, well, as an American, when you entered this experience, how was that? I said, well, were there any like difficulties? Because you're in completely different culture. Well, my heart was so much in that culture that just the values, the depths of familial connection, the respect for the parents, and the adherence to a beautiful tradition, as I said, that has been alive for centuries. It just touched my heart. The hardest thing for me when I was learning the sensual Lakshmi. Lakshmi is the goddess of wealth, abundance, fertility. And there's a whole teaching within the Hindu dance tradition from the Natya Shastra, the ancient texts, of all these expressions of the feminine or the masculine. And so there was this whole teaching about, here you are and you see your lover coming, and you see him and you're so excited, he's like, and then he appears and you get kind of like shy, right? And so because I had been in acting and dance, etc., since I was a young child, I was able to create that, do that, experience that, show that, demonstrate that. But I get so shy, like afterwards, because to really feel it, you feel it. You feel it all the way from your womb. You feel that Shakti, that divine energy coming all the way from the earth up into your womb, into your cervix, and then all the way up through your body, through your central channel, and out through every cell, and then out through your eyes. So it was a real visceral experience of sensuality, and also so what is sensuality? Sensuality is having your senses fully open and expanded, smelling, tasting, touching, seeing, hearing, on completely present and awake. That's what true sensuality is. And if you can be in that state and feel that energy, that Shakti, that life force, that chi coming forth, whoa, it's very empowering. In the temples and all these traditions, because I've gone deeply also into the ancient Egyptian, and as I said, Tibetan and Taoist teachings. And let's see, more Gnostic, Kabbalistic, ancient Christianity, Peruvian, all of these. The women were the teachers of sexuality. In India, in the temples, the women would dance, sing, recite poetry, and they would be the teachers of the arts and of the philosophy to the men. And then there would be the tantric, what we in the West called the last piece actually of the Tantra, because Tantra really is about making that energetic connection between you and your partner. But also Tantra is about actually embodying Shiva and Shakti, Christ and Mary, Isis and Osiris. It's about that embodiment, that feeling, that uplifted feeling that when you embody, and I've been trained in many techniques on how to do that, but you shift into the highest aspects of who you are, because that goddess is in you and is really a higher dimensional aspect of who you are. And so when you transform into that, and that's what they would do in the temples, then they would be the teachers, the last, after men learned all of these subtleties of love and of respect. Once that was taught, then you would unite in sacred union in the physical. And if you even look at the anatomy of male and female, the male is bringing down the Shakti from the sky and it's coming out. And the female is taking that energy from the earth up to the sky. So when you are in union in the Tantric tradition, then there's this incredible circle of energy that's going and within the two of you and turns into what we call sacred bliss.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not about grasping at all. It's about having your mind so clear, being in such a centered position, and then feeling as you raise this energy, feeling this deep, deep spiritual ebb and flow between you, that it's like your energy body, your light bodies just light up. So what I had found in the West as I'd been a modern dancer for many years, and what I had found was that either there was no expression, you were dancing almost like robotic, or the sexual expression it had become for women almost like, like we can see it in the expressions of some of the artists out today. It's like, I want to conquer you. I want to, seduce you. But there was no subtlety. And my prayer is that we as women who were the holders of all this, of the subtlety, that we rediscover the many, many aspects of who we are, not just the power aspect. Because the way we come into a situation should have that heart, that love, that subtlety, that grace, and the beauty that we have the potential, each one of us, to bring forth.
That's beautiful. I see that what you're offering is deeper communication, because it's not a manipulation, which is what you're saying. A lot of the modern expression is
sexuality, especially, is just kind of this. It's in the tradition of India and Tibet, we talk about the kleshas, the obscurations, these emotions like lust and greed and anger and jealousy, these kinds of emotions, pride. And my prayer is that, and I've seen it in, because every Sunday I'm talking to lots of women around the world, and they're not just Western women. They're from all different walks of life and all different cultures. And there's this hunger to feel that rather than, looking at the news and just being terrified all the time and being frozen with fear.
Well, it's more than that. If I'm just going to add my insight, I think we've come to a point where we want to feel again. We are in these human vessels for a very short time period in the scheme of things, and we're numb. So many women have played the game. They've had to, I own my own business. I've had to take on my balance of divine feminine, divine masculine is out of alignment. It's out of order. And I think either that or I'm numb. I'm my survival skill. And that's what I think you're seeing. You're seeing this hunger, which you and I talked about with Nina. I mean, I think there's a hunger for how do we do it where it's not the teeter-totter, because historically you have patriarchy, matriarchy, patriarchy, matriarchy. Well, we're trying to get in this center, right?
This balance, of course, it's like the yin and yang coming together. I'm writing a song right now. Yin and yang dancing together, yin and yang playing together, yin and yang merging together. So it really is about that within one's own self. And I think that was the beauty of, studying Kathak, because in that tradition, I danced as all the male deities too, wasn't it? And I had to shift in one song. I would dance Shiva, and I would dance the river Ganga. It was a female, so it gave me an actually inner experience,
embodiment.
Yes, and to me, that's what it's all about. It's time to really embody, go deep, deep, deep within, and bring forth that, presence, beauty, love. It's not just female. I think that females need to be the guides, and we're the guides in these areas. But this sense of feet on the ground, heart open, eyes, senses open. That feeling, that experience of being one with nature. It's really not male or female. It's an experience that we all need to come close with. We're in a world, I think Jay today, my husband, was speaking about, transhumanism and this, but we haven't even become fully human.
Right.
And to be fully human is to find that balance, that yin and yang within oneself, and the place where, instead of being caught, because emotions are something I've studied, and I did a lot of healing practices I've trained in, and I find that it's the emotional body that is, and that gets really out of whack, and then the mental body, and that of course affects the physical body, and the emotions. And especially with what's projected on us these days. Now, I mean, we're in a war. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And so our emotions are being blasted, like in an emotional war, constantly now. And, how do we find that center amidst the storm? How do we, Mother Nature herself is wild and passionate, and Mother Nature can, go into kind of storms, and then we go into the calm. So how do we as men and women learn to refine and not refine our emotions and refine our perceptions and not be battered around by all of this, I like to call, of course, the matrix world out there in the mainstream media. How can we find a way to be able to stay centered and grounded amidst all of that and not live in fear? And I think that's part of the reasons I went into studying and making a film series about Qigong and the Taoist practices, because there's a energetic flow that when your body is going into these beautiful patterns of movement that are graceful, and yet there are even some strong ones, you're embodying that energy, you're feeling that energy, you're learning how to connect with the earth and at the same time receive from the universe.
Yes. So I agree totally that we have forgotten how to really enjoy these vehicles. And you have been working on, and hopefully we get to talk about the music and your newest creations, but you have been creating things of divine beauty, ways to reconnect us. And what happens, the healing aspect of it, it's not just the knowledge, it's actually the visuals and the sound of the films that you've created, the episodes you've created, and the music that you've created. It's otherworldly, but it's not. It's actually from the roots, our origins. Do you want to talk about that? Because I did put up as an explanation about quantum chi as well for you. So do you want to talk a little bit about this idea of divine beauty and the return to divine beauty that's part of the divine feminine?
Well, in the context of everything that I create, and it's in many different areas for many different years, what I start with, generally, I start with my drum and I start with sound. Sound is so powerful. Like if you've ever tried watching a movie without the sound, it's a very different experience. So sound, and since I've had the blessing of being with so many very, very experienced musicians since a long time. Sound can show the ebb and flow of emotions. Sound can, sound healing. Sound can transform you. Sound can terrify you. Sound can completely lift you up into, what do they call it? The music of the spheres. So since there is so much, and with the feminine, even now, if you look at the movies more and more, Hollywood wants us to be, gun-toting, sexual predators practically. And it's very rare that you see, unless you're watching a film from like China or India or someplace like that, you're not seeing these graceful, beautiful women anymore. They're muscle bound and all of that. So in the work I do, it's always number one to have layers and layers of meaning and symbology in it. So in quantum chi, I started a number of years ago, and I met a aerial drone operator, And I'm very, very, very connected with nature. I live out in Capstone, Colorado, the Shambhala of the Rockies. I have these gorgeous 14,000-foot mountains in front of me. And we are here very much absorbed in the natural world. And I think also that's a really important thing to speak about these days. So I really wanted to show, I think in the 2 episodes, there's only one shot that is not out in nature. So we use the drone. I have all these really, some of the most talented and well-known Qigong, Tai Chi masters. And they're doing their practices always in the film in the midst of beautiful nature on mountaintops by the ocean, in places like that, because I want the audience to have this understanding of the beauty of the natural world of Mother Earth and that connection. And I'm always, even on Healing Our Earth, we have a vegetarian cooking show, and my advice, especially with what's happening with the supply chains, et cetera, in the world right now, for people to reconnect with growing food. Even if it's like a plant in your house, we've lost our connection. And we really need to come back. So I'm constantly talking about and teaching mothers and children and, male chefs, etc., about the beauty, the how do I even say it? To grow your own food, to have that connection with what you eat and the world of nature is profound. With this transhumanism, they're pulling us. I think Jay was watching a show recently about this push towards AI and transhumanism and all that. Yes, there are positive things about the AI. Look, here we are on this platform, and we can speak to each other throughout the world. But at the same time, they were talking about how even today people spend like at least 8 hours a day on the computer or on a device, so that they're really losing touch with the rivers and streams and oceans and trees and food and all of that. And to me, it's Mother Earth. If you're going to talk about the feminine, we need to make that connection. There's all this talk about climate change, but are we even out there in nature, in communion with the earth? Is that even happening? No. So with Quantum Chi, I really wanted to give people, even though they were watching, they're watching a film, they're on their computer or somewhere. I want to inspire them to go out into nature, feel what it's like to be doing these very grounding practices that give you a sense of grace and flow, with feeling the breeze coming in, seeing the beauty of the sky, of the earth, of the trees, of the water. But this today, I think, is even more important. And as still the women are so many of the teachers, right? So I'm really bringing out, please, women, connect with nature, and then bring that connection to your children.
Perfect. Well, the reason I love Quantum Chi, the movie, there's 2 episodes, there may be more, I hope, is that it's almost like it's nature therapy. Not only are you learning about how to reconnect and fuel the energy bodies of your body by watching these people do it, you're also getting the almost all of the work is done out in nature, so you can almost see the energy, but they're also in costumes that are exquisitely beautiful. So the whole experience is divine beauty. It has, it has multiple levels of functionality for you. You can watch and copy, just like we do with any yoga practice or qigong practice. But you also you can almost see the qi. You can almost feel it, and that's very healing. There is a type of healing called nature therapy, and I think that because I worked with a water feature company for years, and it was part of an international group for hospitals, and creating nature therapy was a big part of the healing practice. So what you've captured just by your sense of art and your sense of beauty, you've captured these episodes that take us on a journey back to who we really are, and more imbalanced, because they're males and females dressed in costume in these beautiful areas.
Well, also in the second episode, we used animation because it's really about healing the emotional body, the whole part of it, and protection, energetic protection. Protection is a big thing in the martial arts and in Tai Chi and even in Qigong. How do we protect ourselves emotionally, physically, mentally? How do we do that? So I brought in animations to actually show what's going on, like someone's really angry, right? Their energy is like sharp edged and like red, and these kind of, brownish red, jagged, and they can project that way onto people. If you're like, feeling love, that's going to be completely different. It's kind of a, can be a rose color, like rose quartz, and it's a very different energetic expression. And I think that if people could learn to see the effects, and besides feel, everyone feels, but understand that their anger or their greed, is really having an effect on the other people. It's not just that they're yelling, but that there's an energy behind it that's actually, having an effect. If we could become more aware and educated about the impact of our own energetic expressions on each other and the world, and learn to refine them, then it would be a better place for us all.
Yes, and the divine feminine, bringing the balance of the divine feminine, is the path to this remembering, because we were conditioned, or we allowed ourselves to be conditioned to experience life in conditional love instead of the true nature of things.
Yes, love has become polluted. It's become, you love someone, maybe they have some physical beauty. You're always looking for outer form, and you fall in love with someone because their physical beauty, but not everybody can keep that as you get older, right? And then that goes away, and then your love goes away, or you fall because they have some, they have a lot of money or something, and then what happens? It's really not about this true love, this love to really make that deep connection. Everybody's so caught in victimhood and caught in egoism. Actually, it really is egoism. Me. Oh, I'm doing so bad. All of these things they're caught in that. It's like these loops. Right. And I mean, I personally, it's something I've been looking at all my life, because I I'm a very emotional person. I grew up with intense emotional expression, which was helpfully my mother put me into acting class where there'd be a place for it and I could learn to actually refine it. But I see the suffering around me so much. And instead of, really going towards meditation and these mind body practices that can really help you come to that place of balance in yourself. People are now, it's all over the place. Take a drug. I just heard something really appalling that in my own family, a young girl, well, now she's a boy, and that's her, if that's, we go through these things, but in her school, if you are not on meds, if you are not on SSRIs, then you are rejected. That the cool thing now, like natural healing, natural things in at least her school are being abandoned for, like, it's cool to be on all these drugs. This is the cool thing. And it broke my heart. It really, I'm still trying to I just heard this a couple of days ago. And, what is this about?
Well, what we hope it's about is people going to extremes, because a lot of times they have to experience that to be shattered enough to come back to their reality. And that's what we're seeing, a huge opportunity for change for everyone if they so choose.
Yes.
That's why I wanted you to talk about the divine feminine as one of the paths, because this is not a gender subject. This is, all of us are combinations of the divine masculine and the divine feminine, and we are out of balance. The whole society is. And so what you mentioned, and in a few minutes, I'll show you some of the comments, what you mentioned about getting close again to the earth, using dance, song, creativity. Those items are really part of the way we embody our humanness, and we've forgotten.
Yeah. I don't know if we've forgotten. I see it because I'm very close with, the Hindu culture, Sufi culture, Tibetan culture, and it hasn't been forgotten there.
Oh,
there's Holi is this amazing holiday in India, which is celebrating like Krishna and all that, and they're throwing colors all over each other and they're having fun, and it's like we've lost the essence of fun and joy.
Yes, joy.
And music and dance. I work with a lot of rhythm. That's my thing, right? African drumming, Middle Eastern drumming, Indian drumming, where I'm even doing something with gospel at the moment. And think of gospel. In the West, we know that. And, it's just like feeling the divine spirit.
Yes.
Letting that flow through you and express itself and singing out, with joy, and a whole choir singing together and clapping together and playing tambourines. And, and I saw it with the schools. It was amazing that these children, they would just be so empowered by doing this, it's you could see their eyes light up, their spirits light up, and that's the beauty of dance and music.
So how do you see this renaissance coming back? Because I do believe we may have a couple years where there's a group. Well, I feel people are waking up. People are starting to ask questions. They're questioning, why are they here? How can they thrive? They're instead of being blindly following the matrix, they are popping out, and that's what you did way long ago, and what hopefully I did way long ago. And there's a bunch of us that are still, we're still evolving, we're still growing, we're still learning. So it's not like we've made it and that's where it stops. But there is this, I think it's a evolutionary thrust that we're going through, that what you're offering and the way that you see life needs to be reintroduced to us.
Well, here's an expression of what we're talking about. We have a garden, Jay and I, and he does the heavy lifting. Right, he really does. He's amazing. He's always learning more and more and more. And then I come in and do all the kind of caretaking. So I'm watering the plants. I'm singing mantras.
Oh,
so
beautiful.
While I'm watering the plants, right? And what we have experienced, the food, and now he's become a gourmet chef, really a cook, unbelievable. But what we're experiencing from having that connection and working on it together, right? It really is this beautiful blend of male and female, that balance.
Beautiful.
In nature, last year, my family was going through some stuff, and they're, in a city, they don't have any connections. And I was there, it was the full moon, and I'm, dancing around in the garden, watering. And I just started sobbing because I wish everyone could experience something like that. And I think especially with what's going on with the supply chain and we're going to have to learn to take care of ourselves.
Right.
And if, we have to learn really how to grow food and make that connection. It's just so important. And so, even still today, the mother or whoever the primary caretaker is, really, I feel, it's a great thing to do with your kids.
Yes.
It really is, teach them how to plant a seed and watch it grow and then eat the food.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it's wonderful. So Paul Wallace, who's one of the sponsors of this whole event, absolutely with you, Sharon. This is why my family relocated last year so that we could grow more of our own food. We now eat 17 foods from our own garden and enjoying remembering how to do it.
That's wonderful. The thing that's happened to us now, though, is that all our food is organic. We've grown it, right? And Jay's such a good cook that when we go out to dinner, out in the world, it's rare that we can even find anything that tastes as good. And I'm sure Paul understands this.
Yes.
I mean, we grew lettuce last year that it was like eating light. And not only that, one now not only grow it, but learn how to can it. We're making our own fertilizer now because there's a shortage, and it's like, I was reading in a book about this from the 1850s of making, what they did. And it was the same thing that we're doing. We're going to have to invent, or relearn ways of taking on many, many levels, taking care of ourselves. One of the big things, being so absorbed with the Taoist world, and then having been trained in all these craniosacral therapy and Feldenkrais and these different healing traditions of the West, I've been, and also Ayurveda, knowing of Ayurveda from India, it's like when this COVID hit, why weren't the media, everybody like broadcasting ways to take care of yourself, to work on your immune system, You know,
Right.
there's so many from so many, and that have been, I would say, scientifically tested for thousands of years.
Right. Right. Well, that's part of everything being out of balance. That's what all of this is about, us giving away our power and having the people that we gave it away to not be in integrity.
I
So,
agree completely. This
yeah.
is like the essence of the issue.
So Stone Hobbit wrote, we have imprints of being both male and female. We can tap into our humanity, overcome the chemical aspects when we know what we are working with.
Definitely.
Yes.
I fully agree. I fully agree. We haven't even begun to tap the potential we have. They're making machines to do this, but human beings, we are only, how much of our, of our brain are we using? How much of our knowledge are we using? How many of our capacities are we using? So, I mean, years ago, I worked with Robert Masters and Jean Houston, who had this human capacities movement. Yes. And so to me, that's what is really important now, is to discover those capacities, rather than spend all your time, glued to the addiction of the fear-based media. Mm-hmm. Just turn it off. I mean, I'm not saying to go away from it completely, because it can bring, what we've learned in this whole time is that how much, we can come together alternatively and build this new reality, this new experience of humanity where we're in connection and we're in truth, virtue, and integrity.
Perfect. That's, and Anon said, the feminine has been suppressed for a long time. I welcome the balance created in her return, but to go too far the other way would cause another imbalance. The Draco learned that the hard way. And I don't know if that last part's true, but I really see that the opportunity for us to be whole and complete and to thrive is in this re-embracing the divine feminine. And so I'm so proud to have had this discussion with you, Sharon. I love you very much, and I love the work that you do. There's so much genius in it. And I hope that people will connect with you. What is the best way for everyone to connect with you?
Let's see. I'm on Facebook, Sharon Rose. I think it's Sharon Rose, producer, director, something like that. Every Sunday, let's see, usually I come on by about 11 Central Time. I'm hosting Healing Our Earth on healingourEarth.com. Yes. And we have incredible shows. Let's see, coming up, we have one this week is on joy, yoga, and meditation.
Oh, perfect.
And then the next week it's wellness. And it's a really, really fascinating show, because it's really bringing together, what I love, the beauty of humanity in all these different cultures. You can go to quantumchi.com. You can go to sacredmysteries.com.
Yes. Oh, perfect. So Paul put, the divine feminine has always been vital. I'm enjoying refining it in traditions which did their best to hide it. This is where I'm going in the sequel for his next book, The Echoes of Eden. So I think you have a lot of people that will be connecting with you from this talk. Thank you so much, Sharon. Again, your work is brilliant.
See, that's the other thing. We need to appreciate each other. It's my last thing, and compliment each other.
Yes.
And create that sacred connection, that sacred union that really is our birthright.
That's our family, our total family. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you, Sharon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. That was an excellent, and the panel was excellent, and that was excellent as well. Kathy, take a breather for a little while. We're going to hand it over to Leanne until about 4:05 to do a stretch. So, Leanne, you got about 10 minutes to lead us through a nice little stretch, so we can, loosen it all back up, and receive the next message. So, let's give it to Leanne.
Okie dokie. Hello, folks. All right, so let's stand up and feel our feet on the ground. I like doing that. Okay, now take a couple deep breaths, and as you can, just drag that oxygen to where you need it in your body. Any stiff places, any creaky places. One more. And come onto your hands and knees as you're able for a couple of cat-cows. Breathing in as we look up, exhaling as we down. One more. Great. Let's get up into a down dog. And walk that out a little bit. And sort of pivot and stretch out your side ribs if you like. Just keep walking. Don't do anything. But do keep breathing. Okay. Now, I'm going to pivot a little bit. I'm going to stick my right foot up in the air and push against the floor and really pull myself up from the heel while I spread my fingers. Keep breathing. Bend my leg a little bit, bend your leg a little bit. And then as you exhale, step up through your hands and come up into Warrior One. Breathing. And then reach behind you and interlace your fingers. Take a deep breath in. And then bend over and exhale. And you guys can stay there. Or if anyone's feeling crispy, come up. Keep breathing. If you've been balancing, bring your foot back down behind you. Lower your knee and put your hands on your right thigh. Extend your left hand up into the air. And really feel that nice stretch up through your side ribs. And we're going to put our hands down on either side of our leg. Come back into plank. And lower ourselves down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I like to go into a cobra stretch. That's what works for my body. And then come back up into down dog. And walk it out. leg up. And push through that heel, push off from the floor. And then step through and come up into warrior.
Great song. Gotta hear it again.
Your hands behind your back, interlace your fingers, and take a deep breath in. And exhale and bend forward. Anybody wants to come in balance? You've been sort of balancing. Your right foot back. And come down on your knee. You've got soft something under your knee. Your hands on your left thigh. Reach up with your right hand. Do a good lion's breath if you want, like my yoga teacher says. Pretty scary, huh? But he does too. Okay. Come back down into plank. We're rising. And come down 5. We're rising. 4. We're rising. 2. 1. Back into space. And come back into child's pose. All right. Sorry, I'm coughing. All right. You guys come onto your backs for a minute. Feet flat on the floor. Try to tilt your hips up. Feel your lower back on the floor. I like to inch back a little bit with my hips kind of planted. Really firmly put my feet down. Take a couple breaths here. In through the nose, and maybe 2 exhales looking back. We'll take a nice, deep, delicious breath in. And hold it. And let's all exhale. And start rocking or swaying. Feel that nice.
Got about 2 minutes left, Leanne.
Now I want you guys to bring your feet back as close to your bum as you can. But don't do anything horrendous or uncomfortable. And come on up into bridge. And try to stretch forward through your knees. And really feel a good stretch here. Lift your hips to a comfortable place. Don't worry what you look like. No one can see you. Oh, take a couple of super deep breaths. Feel free, some of you, if you feel better, to clasp your hands, to get your shoulders up under you, and give a little extra lift if that's comfortable. Three more breaths. Okay, slowly and carefully bring your hips back down. You can roll vertebra by vertebra. That's what I like to do. Keep my hips sort of tilted up and gently roll down. Take a couple more breaths. And gently sway or rock. Might want to alternate. If you did one last time, do the other this time. And then stick one hand out to the side. It'll be my left hand, because if I do my right hand, I'll be face planting into my daybed, and that's not what we're doing. So you'll stick your hand out and roll over into a fetal position, nice and slow. Put your top hand down, palm down, and push up. Let your head be the last thing to come up. Come back into crisscross applesauce or your meditation pose. Take a couple breaths, palms up, palms down, whatever you like. Feel where you're connected to the ground. Another 2 breaths. Thanks for letting me stretch you out. Always a pleasure. Hope that helped.
Awesome. Awesome, Leah. That was wild, especially at the end when you said thanks for letting me stretch you out. It was kind of crazy, but way to do it. It was good though. I needed that so bad, because we've been sitting in this chair, which is day 4 now. It is just, after a while your back starts to get it, but I'm going to hand the reins over to Kathy. Kathy is up, Leanne is out, and I am gone. Kathy, go ahead.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to invite my next incredible guest to explain so many things about our heritage, our opportunity to grow. So this is Arcturus Ra, and he's going to be talking today about Earth's place in galactic history and ET races and some of his inventions, which I think you'll see are quite amazing. Arcturus Ra, he's an Arcturian starseed ambassador, and he awakened to his purpose, shares his personal activation or remembrance of being an Arcturian scientist and Starfleet commander. He discloses the stepping into his mission to help his planet restore its original consciousness. He also shares knowledge of the mysteries of the universe, how to biohack yourself into seeing other dimensions, where we go at night when we sleep, and much more fascinating information about his heritage. And what I love about him is all of his incredible capacity to create tools that are going to help us right now go through these big changes as humans. So, hi Arcturus Ra. Thank you for coming.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, it could be a little louder.
Is that loud enough? Because I have.
That's better. That's better. Thank you.
Yeah, I've made sure that this thing is cranked. As you can tell, I'm living this through and through, my galactic self. As it's sporty, you can go out. People wouldn't even know. Is it fashion? Is it galactic? leaning here a little bit on, you know, the shows. So how much time do we have so I can see how much I can bring here?
Okay, so we have 45 minutes.
Okay.
I texted it to you also. We have 45 minutes and then 15 minutes for questions. So, but if there aren't questions, we'll just keep going. But you have 45 minutes, and you can either have me ask you questions if that's easier, or you're welcome to take the screen. Whatever
Okay,
you
yeah,
prefer.
should I run out of topics? I'll you ask me, or if you have received a download that you think that should be asked in the momentum of me
Okay.
projecting, then just feel free to interject, and I'll
Yeah.
wing it. Okay, so party people, I come to you as I had this not discussion, as an exchange more with a guy who was a trucker, regular guy, and all of a sudden he's Commander Vectron, and it gets into galactic downloads and mission protocols, and really manifesting the starseed self of your hybrid self in this fashion here. When you are, see, I'm 53 now. Growing up in the 70s, no one would talk about the topic. UFOs, Sasquatch, mystery cultures, high-tech civilization, ancient path of the earth. This was not really talked about or shared, let alone that we had channels that translated in part Vedic text in 1834, such as Madame Blavatsky. People don't explore or read the scrolls or papers anymore, so no one knows. So people run around, I have chakras. Some people say I only have one. Some people say I have no chakras. Like, everybody seems to be with their knowledge all over the place, and the original science gets lost. And that's why I come in, where you probably heard the super soldier talk, and people being modified to be used in other combat situations, as in soul parameters exchange in and out the body. I'll give you my best to, because this can go on forever, what I'm about to share. So I'll make it more compact, and yeah, less of a PowerPoint presentation, more of like really the nitty gritty. So when you as a starseed wake up, the difficulty is that what you have is a narrative, and people will think, okay, nice story. You've been having contact. What's your proof? And a lot of people in the business have had narratives and no evidence of anything going on. So one of the things is I make those pendants is part of the physical evidence that I'm tapping into physical science that can do physical things to physical objects that can be measured. There are parts that can be measured, but we have reached an agreement where things can be introduced to the human civilization to change the way consciousness is being reloaded in the body. So all humans have a reload and a recall program hooked up to them. So I'll give you a little bit also of what's going on right now. When you read, or when you have the chance to read Vedic texts, it goes back the existence of humans fully anatomically built 300 million years. So rethink of what you know about humans and who was here on Earth. You have to also go into ancient artifacts where we have to use our mind and really come out of the logistics of the old paradigm into the new. And I urge you to watch, like, how do you say, Ancient Aliens, Brian Foerster, Forbidden Knowledge TV, things they find on Mars. The evidence is so overwhelming, it's kind of like Sherlock's homeboy would say it's ridiculous. It's everything is there. Everything is in front of us. And you still have people, I call them the cognitive dissonant ones, that still want to debate the pyramids were chiseled with sticks and stones. So I'll give you a little bit of my story, and then I go into the overall spectrum of where we are with this. And we're doing great, actually, despite the fact that we had COVID, which is a reset program. So don't pin it all on on government, MIB, this and that, and partially the human race kind of is involved in doing it to itself also, in part, for the experience to reboot and reset. Reset is the original ancient word Ra-Seth. And Ra-Seth is very interesting, means when Ra meets Seth, it is to evaluate the day. What have we done? Did we make the better choice? Did we do good? Can we do better? So a Ra-Set in the esoteric wisdom of the Egyptian religion, which is long forgotten and people don't know, is that is what you call a reset. When your computer fries, the hard drive is fragmented, everything is all over the place. What do? We reset. We reassess the situation and we go back into the system and reevaluate, why are we on Earth? What is our purpose? Why are we here? Why did your soul choose to come at this particular time and space to this planet to do what you're here to do? So many star seeds, I urge you, people forget, the baker bakes the bread. The dentist fixes the teeth. The plumber fixes the plums and can build plumbing systems, whatever. The electrician knows how to work with electrics. So a lot of star seeds are in theoretical potential. And it is time to come out of it and manifest into the physical to make real, because we're here to change this planet. In the physical, we're in a physical dimension. Yes, we're going in fifth, but it's not all etheric and lofty. It is physical. In order to perceive as a soul and experience, you need physical dimensions. In physical dimensions, what traverses in physical dimensions? Photons, which will be the main subject of this feature. So I'll begin with me and I make that compact. I have contact since I was 3. My contact memories go back to when I was 5. I haven't done, how do you call it, regressive hypnotherapy yet, because it's tough to get me under. Because interestingly, with my paranormal experience, I'm very skeptical. You know, I don't believe anything because a lot of stuff is being portrayed and nothing is brought forth. Remember that saying, you will know who's who by the fruits of their labor. The gardener can show you the garden and the fruits and the plants and what was planted and how it's growing. You can't come to the market with rotten apples. You can disguise it and lie about it, but it'll be revealed. And this is the time of revelation. Reveal all. So the age of Pisces was the age of belief. We believed a lot. A lot of religions were created. They say 475 religions were created on a belief system where you didn't actually know or knew or had the experience. So Pisces was belief. Now the age of Aquarius, I'm Aquarian, funny thing, is I know. It's coming now into the reality of you can investigate and bring forth knowledge into this is how this works. This how you get water from the well, and this is the technique or the technology behind it. It can be built, it can be brought forth. So there is not so much suppression going on anymore. It's more about that people are selling what's sellable, whether it's snake oil, whatever it is, it doesn't make any sense. And we have to make sense to this now, because this is time's up. We're past planetary alignment. Interesting, even MJ said that the planets are aligned. I think in The Man in the Mirror, or wasting and you just another part of me. Hope I don't have the 2 lyrics confused now, but it's been said, it's been promoted. We've had talks about it, and the mystics held their space, and we are the starseeds. We are reactivated, basically. You can say ET hybrids born into human form, walk-in. So back to me being born in Germany, military child. You know, my father was in the service. My mom was German, you know, the typical German, blonde, you know, Atlantean-looking female. My dad was into that, and here I am. So you can say if it wasn't for Hitler, I wouldn't be here. Interestingly, the cause of World War II has caused me and many, many, many other seeds that had to actually come in That's the urgent soul response when calamities happen on Earth. Is a lot of new souls will be birthed to change the system here, and we won't have it easy. We're not born with millions. It's Germany, racism. I mean, you don't want to. I say don't do it at home. It's not an easy path, but I'm thankful that I'm here. I'm grateful that I've made it. Rest in peace to my brother that unfortunately 2 years ago at the age of 48, he went to sleep and left this planet. Energies are intense. Note that people that leave this planet right now, soul contracts are up, soul resonance with Earth and protocol for you. That's for everybody on this planet. For everybody, we are all on this ship called Earth. We all got to work together, like in Star Trek. We got to figure this out. We got to find a solution. So, me growing up with interdimensional contact. I mean, how do you explain that you can see elves, gnomes, ETs? It's all kind of in the same realm. See, I'm a child. I'm not even talking psychedelics right now. I'm talking perception of a child, third eye smack open. And what do I do with this when I have no teacher, no mentor, no shaman or shaman, which means altar before the Lord, meaning a face conjugate space where harmony can meet and you can make contact with your higher self. So mission is to really reconnect with your oversoul. Whether you go to my website or any other website, doesn't matter. It's about if you're in resonance, your soul will know what to do in accordance to what your oversoul is transmitting to you and how clear that is. Before anybody comes with God, lowercase God, higher case God, capital letter G, the Lord in heaven, my Father, all of those labels. We're getting out of labels, we're getting out. The main thing right now is that the purest version of you, as in factory setting, source code program, soul, original, pure, superpower, super being that is you, is your oversoul or your higher self. And the mission for you is to bring you and your oversoul back into alignment. That you, interestingly, Esther Hicks, if you know that channel, she says you have to be in agreement with you. Meaning if the original you, the hidden part, is not in agreement with what you're doing, you are set up for conflict, karma, and all of this weird stuff. So I had to figure this out growing up, having Esasani as a first contact that I remember. I don't remember the Arcturians. I don't know, maybe they come in later as you mature. It's a very interesting thing that I found out. And I found these things out with visions and downloads that I received. And, when you tell that a regular psychologist, they think that you're crazy. But here's the thing is when you can manifest a construct, sorry for the sound, but that comes in here. Anyway, so if you can manifest physical things for a construct, as you download it, you can build them into physical form, then you are receiving something. There's intelligence behind that. And I'm here to teach people to trust that as I'm scrolling through like my invention lists, if I can find it, so I can show you, you can build things, and I put this in the camera so you can see it. You can build things other dimensional that function. See, this is an interdimensional ionizer where the plates don't touch. It accumulates electric static in the air and it does its own thing. So I can compute what I download in my visions, and you won't find that in a Da Vinci book or any other books. This doesn't come from an inspiration of an earthly book, even though I had studied science, quantum physics, all of that stuff, because I was interested to figure out where's the earth science. So the thing is, we have to have, like in the series on Netflix, Arcane, highly recommended, where magic and technology meets. So we have to see where the elemental energy is, and then we have to see how the science is applied to the elemental energy. And I'm the bridge for what scientists have now the opportunity to learn. There are things in the spooky action in the distance that work together, and they always have worked together. There was no doom and gloom that was sold by different and several other religions, how things do not have place in your life. And if you can conceive or receive a spiritual input, you could be a danger to the old paradigm establishment. Not anymore, because this is what the planet needs right now. So In my contact, I was told that I am Ra because I'm of the Ra race. The Ra race is a title of an intergalactic priesthood that goes from planet to planet to help every now and then to restore consciousness on the planet. So I'll give you as this comes in what my higher self feels like that you have to hear now. So in my contact, I was clearly shown where I'm from. The awakening process, as in getting into mission protocol, happened almost 15 years ago, where we really, it's getting crunchy, you know, timeline-wise, if you know about timeline. So the Syrians came in. This is the complexity of things that you have to figure this out. It's like a interdimensional Rubik's Cube. Is Sasani observing me, how I'm loading consciousness and respond to people. I had no assistance or help. Dyslexic. My grammar is kind of like backwards. I speak light language. I have a video on my YouTube channel, Arcturus Ra, ARCTRUS Ra, where it's called Being a Hybrid, where I'm showing you I channeled Aramaic. With this vessel, I have never learned Aramaic. I never studied the text, nor do I know scrolls that are not even on this planet. So I quoted something that apparently from a timeline where I speak Aramaic, spoke, will speak, all the same thing, is a level of where you put your consciousness at the time. And I wrote to myself in that mystical state, basically predicting that what I would do, what I would bring to this planet, and it's going to get bigger. And I was like, this is just crazy. This looks like very fantastic calligraphy. You know how the rational comes in and explains to you, okay, you're just very creative, or people say, oh, you're so talented. It has nothing to do with talent. I put it up on YouTube, and somebody from the Arab Emirates has translated it for me, and I had several others translated for me because they could read it, because it was a form of Arabic Ashuriac, very ancient language, not spoken anymore in that manner, but very, very antique. And I had a translation that was directed to me, that I'm part of an Arcturian council, and I'm one of the council that said, okay, I will go into earthly forms, I will forget who I was, leave me in a stasis chamber. Proof that I had as a lady before she died, rest in peace, Miss Crawford. She was an alien sculptor. She made these alien sculptures, phenomenal sculptures. And she told me that she wakes up in stasis pods in her original ET body, and they keep telling her it's no time yet. Well, that lady back then didn't know me or my story, and I kept it to myself because I was thinking this is going way, way, way out here. And I wake up in stasis pods where I'm in an ET body. I'm taller. I have kind of like elven ears, like Hathorian ears. I have blue opalesque skin. I have an elongated head, bigger eyes, and I'm an Arcturian. And I know that I am, and I know I have an incredible IQ, and I know when I transform this consciousness into this zip file on this planet, there's less of it that the body can handle here, according to the level of distortion of this planet. You want to read about level of distortions, the law of one talks about, you know, since God has copied himself to experience himself, and so on and so forth, to experience this world, we have levels of distortions. So Earth is on a very, very low level of distortion, hence no levitation, and these superpowers are, or these CDs, they're all in Vedic texts, that, Vedic texts, is it the Marvel superhero Atomic? He has willpower to go small, like in Marvel Ant-Man. Go to the subatomic level with the power of his will. I mean, they use technology, tech, and all. Or G is the extension of your consciousness to show you that you can actually do that. So you use a device to mirror back that you actually. See, like this iPhone, I'll text you, you receive a text. That is telepathic communication. That is wireless communication with some electrical impulses sang by some crystals. They're singing a sound, and the other phone has the capacity to receive that. What we take it for granted because of technology. When we say human has the same capacity because we're built out of the same minerals. We build out of the same atoms that we're just structured a little bit more divine, and we are more high-tech in the flesh. And then we are questioned, and this is not to be questioned. So I bring that into the technology that I produce because I think that's important. What's important in the download that I got in my ship context? So basically is when people have contact, what is the contact transmitting? What is the information that's being relayed? There's in an academic book where even educated PhD, MDs, whatever, Harvard, Yale, whatever, can't even debate that this is fact. It's like this big, this thick. It's called Beyond UFOs, where there was a survey that I also took part in with 3 doctors. Took place where it was questioned, what's the communication, how many are in fear, what are the bad ETs, what are the good ones. Overwhelmingly, the response is like up to 74% in America believe in or had contact that were interviewed. And so there is a physical phenomenon that takes place. And I want you listeners also at home investigate. Sometimes when you think there's something going on in your house, it's other dimensional. It usually is. It doesn't have to be a ghost. We are being visited all day, every day. And if you had, like in the movie Valerian, these 5th dimensional glasses that you put on, like Oculus, you'd see a desert planet, you put the glasses on, you're on a flea market with all types of beings running around. Well, this is Earth. Welcome. Wake up to Vela Tropa, Project 616. And this is the idea and the translation, as in knowing that there's more going on that meets the eye. We are fish in the fishbowl right now. We don't recognize that we have, Project 616. This is kind of this sector here. This is the interdimensional simulation Terra Nova project, if you will, where the consciousness is real. This comes and goes. Matter is coming and going. It's not really staying. But that's the matter for the soul to develop itself. So investigate at home these cases where things don't make sense. So I had a case with my galactic twin when she said she was, I don't know, must have been around 12 years old or whatever. She got a book from my dad. I think it was an Archie comic book, if you know Archie comics. And she had this one version. It was her favorite version, and she had it up on the shelf. And one morning, and these are those things I want you to pay attention to, she had 2 identical copies sitting on a shelf. And she didn't get an extra book. Her dad didn't gift her one. I think it's past the Mandela effect. It was just there. So these things could be, well, I find in my house in Sedona, crystals on the window shelf outside. Like you have to be taller than 6'2" to reach the front of the window of the house outside and place the crystal, like a double-ended quartz crystals, as if, I don't know, somebody's giving me hints or tips or tricks. So I'll give you the phenomenal and fantastic story of how I find my technology. So in my contacts with the Arcturians, and I know we've been on many different planets, and we have soul braidings. I know that I have basically relations to Sirius, Antares, Rigel, Lyra, Pleiades, and the main hub is Arcturus. So I have Zeta DNA in me, and the Zeta DNA comes from the Essassani DNA. That's me looking so stoic, being such a computing Spock-like being. That's needed in order to compute and process what I'm getting in, is the governance of the emotional body. That's why Spock was my favorite. You know, blue shirt, golden rings. I mean, how Arcturian does it get? It's so funny. The series started in 1969, and Gene Roddenberry talks about Telosians from Telos in the Telos system. You know, this is not a movie script. This is channeled material. Gene Roddenberry, the Star Trek master, studied under Phyllis V. Schlemmer. She wrote a book, The Only Planet of Choice, Deep Space Nine, is actually dedicated to the Council of Nine. and also based on the channelings of that lady. People don't know that. Even Star Trek fans, I think even most actors don't even know that they're acting. What's actually happening is a reload from the future, where we will be in a probable timeline when we get our ish together to make sense and move forward and get out of the things that we have created. So the technology that I've created, first of all, if that makes any sense, the molecules that we're talking about, that you have, that like, electron, positron, neutron, the atom, all of those are photons. And these are photons of a certain particular resonance. And these photons are little spheres. That's how it begins with my technologies. And these spheres transmit a system which is called holodynamic. Some call it Metatronic. Metatron is nothing but the explanation of a molecule that is intact. I've built a model just to figure out what they're actually telling me, because I had to I got a hologram on a ship, and I had to figure out, how do I bring this into physical form to bring that into a technology that's actually applicable? As you can see how this ball here in the center, how this reflects. And when I change it, the light changes. Well, that's a photon of a very high lit capacity. That's the vorticular energy. That's the center of the atom. And when an atom is in perfect condition under a microscope, this is what you'll see. Basically, you see me reflected here. So basically, that is also when they say the Archangel Metatron. The Archangel Metatron is nothing but a representation of a program system that is an installation source code on this planet, that when everything is in order, your geometry in your molecules and your atoms should be looking like this. See the hexagons? You can count all the hexagons and all the edges. All the numbers make sense. There's an alignment taking place. It always adds up to 9. The important numbers are 3, 6, and 9, over and over. You see that in crop circles. If you can decipher them, hyperdimensional crop circles, you look at flat. And when you do this and you stretch them into a pillar, and then you begin to create dimensions, you're looking into the hyperdimensional aspect of the transmission. So that is what they would show to me. So they said, what's the best storage medium for light? And the best storage capacity for light is a crystal. So I found a storage medium which I call pixie dust, which they said I have done this before in Atlantis. Another confirmation I got to this Matthias Estefano on Gaia. He said that the Ra was back in Egypt teaching earth incarnates. There is a difference, not higher, better, or whatever, but the mechanic knows what to do. You bring your car to the mechanic. So we are like higher dimensional mechanics, and there are millions. Not everybody's awake. Not everybody chooses to be chosen to be awake, because you also can make yourself subject to what? Ridicule. Because you can have stuff that works, and trust me, the patent industry can say there is no such thing as superluminous things, but yet they work. So I have then found out that the pixie dust that I'm using, I don't know if I have a little bit here that can show you, fine quartz powder. That's my storage medium, and that is the engine that makes my pendants and everything that I develop work. So I looked at, okay, so where can I put information and transmit information and have an influence on something? So I looked at Oregon, and I looked at pyramids, and I looked at the Niagara Falls, and I looked at Hawaii. I looked at Sedona. Sedona backwards means anodes. Just think what's in front of us. And Niagara Falls and holy places. Why do people have miraculous healings in these wells, like the well of Lourdes in France? What's in the water? What's in the pyramid? What's in the king's chamber? What's in the queen's chamber? What's in the unfinished chamber? How does this construct work together? So now I'll give you a pyramidal secret that goes past the pyramidians, I call them, that are stuck in archaeology and not into science. First off, when you ask about pyramids, you don't ask an archaeologist how this was built. They want to tell you 100,000 people with hemp ropes and copper chisels that break when you hit granite the first time, lined up by the thousands, and everybody had one stroke to chisel a 7-ton block. Well, not in a million years will you have a pyramid. I think that is as stupid as it gets. As an explanation, is how this was built. Also, wrap your mind around it. Now think about this. The base stone of the pyramid is the youngest, and the top stone is the oldest. How was this thing built? From here to here? Scientifically and three-dimensionally, it doesn't make sense. So I looked at the pyramids, also studying, I think, man, God, philosophy of God or man in God, Mary Hardy, and had a long conversation with that lady that looked at the pyramids. So you have all of these orgone devices. That's a third of the energy that you're using. You know that. It's not the complete energy. Tesla had devices where when Tesla's patents were released, and probably none of you have the CD and downloaded the patents that were released, I think November 6, 2005, the patents were officially released. People don't even know how to decipher that stuff. So I got myself a copy, I think over 2 gigabytes of stuff that you have yet to even fathom what this guy brought in here, but free to learn into how does this guy capture photons. And I don't know how it came to me, but then I found this thing, how do you capture photons from the vacuum? And then you put the genie in a bottle, but how do you do that? Well, there's no way that science can explain that, how this is done. Yeah, we have lasers and we can produce that artificially, but how do you do it naturally? Why is it that the pyramid doesn't have a USB plug? There is no, what's going on? Why is this interdimensionally loaded? How do people perceive the energy that they have in the pyramid? And here's the vital point for you that's very, very, very interesting to you. Understand that the pyramid is crippled. It used to be golden. It was galvanized from the outside. It had a crystalline top. I used a channel to confirm my visions that can go basically back into time. So we went back 50,000 years timeline, Gizeh Plateau. I gave him the coordinates and I said, well, walk around. What do you see? It's like a intuitive virtual reality that you can tap into, but everything leaves residue. Everything is stored. So he said he sees the pyramid are golden. He realizes, which confirms my vision and also confirms what this Dr. I think Karakov that created the Sputnik to measure biofields also found out the pyramids were not designed for you to live in. First off, they were designed for repair, and the king's chamber, like in the middle point where the most energy generates, only for the most adept and trained priests that can hold the frequency to receive those images, as in the router to an interdimensional and galactic system that connects planets. So what's coming through the pyramid is not from Earth, and the pyramids are not from Earth. There are other planets that use pyramids too, and they all know these are routers interdimensionally hooked. I'm not going into the incredible science that's behind it, that these things are almost as accurate as an atomic watch. And nobody can debate that. And nobody on Earth can build that. So when you talk science, you don't go to the archaeologist, go to an architect and say, okay, I want to build a pyramid on the Gizeh Plateau. And then the architect will be like, we have a few problems here. We can't do. And that is my point where I'm coming in, where people, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, can have an open heart. Let's say you're going to the Gizeh Plateau and you find this 2,000-ton block. Looks like a shrine. It looked like it flew off something, broke off the tip, and flew into the desert. It's laying there. You check the rock, and that rock comes from Turkey. And you want to tell me that they transported that from a quarry in Turkey on a ship that's made out of palm leaves and put together with oil or palm oil to make it to the ocean. That weight. Without technology, I'm telling you, it's impossible. I've seen the cities in Pumapunku where you've seen stones that are like diorite. Diorite's like a very, very hard stone to cut. And I was in Egypt myself in April. Like when you see these things that are mirror polished, like a mirror, 90-degree angle cut, and bore like chisels from like, you know, you need a diamond tipped drill that will break several times before you even have a millimeter to even cut that rock. And they have these drill holes in there like it's freaking, I don't know, butter. So the cuts that I've seen in the rocks explain to me ancient technology, long lost and forgotten. So I put pieces together where I'm like, okay, if you are in tune with your oversoul, your higher self, it'll point out to you parameters that match. That's what is called to be an original master builder. I know Freemasons wish to attain on a 33-degree level to be that and give themselves the title because they have these books and degrees that they studied. But what's missing is you can sit them in a pyramid, put a few items in front of them that are from the ancient times and say, put it together. And they'll fail because they don't have memory and no recall, nor access by divine right even to know what's going on. See, like the Dalai Lama is elected, they put 7 objects in front of the guy, and they say, okay, if you remember the 7 objects, you're in the reincarnation of the Dalai Lama. And he remembered 7 objects, like a comb. What did you do with that? Yeah, I used to sit by the river and comb my hair. I had long hair. I was a boy. I was over there. I don't know, a pebble. I used to play with these marbles. That was in there 17, I don't know what. But all the detail is there. So when somebody says he's the reincarnation of something, and somebody would say, well, we have the items of, let's say this, no pun intended. Let's say you're the reincarnation of Edgar Cayce. Then there's an elite group that knows the personal items that belong to Edgar Cayce. And they will put them on a table in front of you and then say, well, tell me what you see and tell me what you remember. And if you don't have that down 100%, it is to put in question if you're the reincarnation of that. I believe that we are connecting to collectives. Like I'm saying I'm Ra, but I'm not the Ra. That is a social memory complex of an order that has a surtitle, hence the name Ra. I say if you have a Gmail account, that doesn't make you Google, but you're part of that collective that subscribes to Gmail. It's okay, it's fine. So when somebody says they're Isis, they're not really Isis, because Isis was probably a being that powerful, probably had the power of 200,000 human souls in one embodiment of an extraterrestrial being walking this planet. She was probably 15 to 20 feet tall. We forgot all of that. So when you align to a collective, give yourself that name. But now the mission is when you call yourself Ra, then it's like, okay, you have to embody that. You have to bring that in with everything there is. You'll be laughed at. And I mean, most of my friends are not in contact with me anymore. I have a complete set of new people. My life has changed 180, 180, 180, 180. It's like insane. But you have to trust in that this will guide you the way to where you need to be going to bring into physical form what you're here to do. So let's go back to the pyramid secrets. I'm about to give you a pyramid secret. If you want to build something, same with Orgone. If you want to do it complete, then do the complete math and do it how it was done. Original Orgone. You see these plates? How Wilhelm Reich, watched the biography of this guy. He used steel wool and sheep's wool or cotton in layers to build accumulation system, not resin where you put everything in there, crystal and a wraparound and a color and aluminum and brass, and you mix the material. They're not really sealed and shielded. It looks all nice. Some of it can be very confusing and chaotic energy if you don't do the math right and you do the science right. It can also be paperweight. Orgone works, but do it right. I built a pyramid that took me freaking a week to build, and that blew everybody out the water, and I sold it in my store. It's sold out, and I will not do it again. I basically made, I think, 72 layers of like resin, atomized stainless steel. You want to stick with what attracts cosmic energy clear, not brass, not copper right now. We're dealing with orgone energy, and that's a part of the math that I'm giving you right now. So I did 72 layers where the metal wouldn't touch each other. Poured, and you wait 2 minutes, you pour, you wait 2 minutes, you let it dry. It's really a beast, because how do you align this entire thing and bring it into one form? Because things move. and the sun and the weather and all that. And then I put this thing up, and it was so energetic that stuff would just spaz out. Electrics would not really work, and it would really work. So here's the deal to complete the math for the science that I brought to the planet. I said, how can I bring the divinity into the math so it's not being misused and I can do a job such as healing, cell memory, total recall, you remembering who you are, you're reloading your ancient life back into you. It takes time, you know. Ultimately, you're the key to everything. This is an inspirational energy tool that can be measured, that has a physical effect on the human vessel. So in my downloads, I was told to remember. That I looked at the angel of remembrance is Angel Zadkiel, and the logo is a bubble with an eye, like a photon. I was like, this makes sense to me. So I put pieces together. So Mary Hardy told me a story that then kind of put the pieces together. She said that the pyramid is built out of dielectric, electric, dielectric, electric, dielectric material. That is an organic layer in the outer casing of the pyramid. A lot of pyramid studiers do not know that. I think Robert Bouval, he knows that. He's an incredible guy, like really, really he really went in and beyond, and allowing himself that this goes beyond what we can even perceive here. So she said that in the 70s, before they broke open the side of the Gizeh pyramid, if you know that way back, there was no entrance. There was kind of, they broke through the layers. So before the archaeologists from that time broke through the layer, there was a constant temperature in the king's chamber of 69 degrees that nobody can explain. And since they have broken through the organic layers, the temperature went up. It no longer can regulate itself because you kind of messed up what the ancients have built. Like we're good into destroying, but we're not good in actually replicating and building and making it work. So that tells me that the organic layer from all angles, and the pyramid has 8 sides, if you really look at it, brought in photonic and electromagnetic energy into an alignment, into a focal point. That must increase whatever is in the center of it to a certain level. So I'm thinking, okay, orgone is number 1. Number 1. What's number 2? Photons. X amount of photons are being projected into the king's chamber. And Dr. Bovis from France studied that, and I read that guy. And get that book, I mean, if you're interested. And he put like meat with maggots, parasites, rodents, anything that he'd think that's kind of like of an undivine nature in the center of the pyramid. Not saying that meat is not divine, but like he wanted to look at the parasites more and what happens to food. So food mummifies, decay stops, rot stops. Fungus can't even grow. It just dies, like the negative ones. Parasites die. Maggots crawl out the meat trying to escape the center of the light. So everything that is kind of like a pathogen to you, the pathogen, introduced to the light, it'll run from you. It'll try to make an escape. It'll try to go where it's not that lit. So that means to me, when the Bible talks about the city of light, the holy city of light, that those of an undivine nature couldn't even come close to that city. That you would get sick as a dog. If you come with ill intent, you'll be as sick as a dog. In the ancient times, I had visions, and we had chairs and Atlantean beds where the divinity is reinstalled in the avatar when you've gone corrupt, if you've aged, or if you've gone bad. And if you're a bad being, you can't stand to be in those places. So demons shun the light. Literally, aligned light dispels demons and weird hauntings. And I realized that. And I'm like, okay, that seems to work. So I'm not reinventing the wheel. I'm basing my stuff in a combination of science that already has been working and is working. And we have proven that. So I looked at, we have an orgone layer in the pyramid. We have photonic action. We have a lot of negative ions just swirling around in the pyramid. And I'm like, what do negative ions do to the metabolism as the metabolic function of the human cell? Well, it saves it. It aligns it, it repairs it, it makes sure that everything runs in a divine order. And the more negative ions you have, the better the healthier you are. The more positive ions you have, as weird as it sounds, the sicker you are. Or organs that can be measured on its ionic presence. And then you can see, okay, well, your liver is kind of running on 64% life force. You're not doing so great with your liver. Change your diet. And the liver changes with the influence of photons. Why do people have miraculous healings in those chambers and holy places and crystalline mines? Similar thing, because the photonic energy is high. Also, the biophotonic resonance, as in resonance, meaning an apple in your kitchen will rot in a week. An apple in a root cellar, in the original soil, not limestone and all made nice, like really in the soil. That's how my German grandma had her stuff. Guess what? Her apples, her potatoes would last more than a year. Why? Because they're in bioresonance. They're still where the photons and the negative ions are in the original magnetics, which brings me to the third thing of the equation. The pyramids had now orgone energy, photon energy, negative ion swirling, and magnetic correlations, like we call them magnetic anomalies, I say normalities. And then go back 50,000 years timeline. I mean, I watched a German show where in Munich they assumed that Earth had higher magnetics. Take your app with your phone, do it yourself. Our magnetic output is at 0.4%, hence fallen consciousness. Less chromosomes. Us being, the tallest, 6 foot, and in the ancient days we had giants up to 20 feet. Well, but these magnetics, chromosomes can have, if you add a chromosome to us, guess what? I'll be taller. Science has known that, so I don't even need to prove anything to anybody. That's known. I'm like, okay, so if higher magnetics bring the original setting to your evolution back in order, and I'm just talking magnetics, I'm not talking light right now, like the sunlight, the original photon hitting you, correcting you, the vegetative nervous system, if I got that correct, central nervous system is animated by natural sunlight. So I'm like, okay, if this was all combined and the ancients knew this, then why is it so hard for us to bring that back? And we're leaning on technology. Well, that's the old Atlantean curse. We can build Merkabas, we can build artificial systems. we don't need to lean on the divine input that's given to us. So I was like, okay, if I combine magnetics, photons, negative ions, and orgone energy into one package, I'll attract a scalar wave frequency, which is a subtle frequency field, and an electromagnetic standing wave that goes up into the sky, into the ionosphere that has been measured. But also tachyon energy is attracted when that field is wholly in alignment. It's like, a friend of mine, Mark Sims, has given me a symbol that he looked at the math of the, let me see, it's so reflective, that thing. See, now imagine I'm trying to show you the book of light and you can't see it. So I need to lower the consciousness, see, that you can actually read the message. So when you go direct consciousness, you can't read that. Here's the reason why. The book of life can't be read by the untrained priest, because you don't have the light capacity to translate the light codes. You see it again. This is so reflective that when introduced directly as a technology, you can't read. Now you can read. This is to angle in, how do I bring my downloads in that they're readable? The reason why this sticker works is these are in traffic signs. These are glass beads, crystalline glass beads, laminated. So I put the Fibonacci sequence and the symbol that Mark Sims thankfully gifted me to work with, and put it on there, and it changes frequency. You put it on a cell phone, people are like, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. I'm like, I'm doing something here. So I have technology that's applicable, and since we have 9 minutes, I will cut this short. I have put this crystalline sand into a brass container because it's a very good conductor and modulator. This is also based on the jet, which you see in hieroglyphs in Egypt, where people see the symbolism. I rebuilt the three-dimensional technology. And I have videos on my YouTube channel where you can go on for weeks, because this can take weeks, what I teach, where I know this works. So, and maybe somebody can help me out. I put it out on YouTube. I'm looking for preferably somebody who has a Toyota 4Runner, TRD, because this is a free giveaway. This is a flow-through system that's based on photons. You see how bright that is? You can't really see. This is for structural integrity, the symbolism. Everything is photonically charged. It's a flow-through system where you attach your fuel line to it and let the fuel run through it and then watch the miracles unfold. I want to film that so people can see and understand the miracles that can take place. So that's part of the inventions. Phone stickers, whatever I make, is basically I'm introducing bioresonance to the people that water can be alkaline again. And the original alkaline state of water is 7.2 pH, not 10, not 9 or 12. That's what your blood needs to function. It's 7.2 pH. Your body knows what to do with it. Yes, you can cleanse and cure, but not all day, every day alkaline water. Just know that myth. So basically, I realized when photons are aligned and divine energy is introduced to the right matter, you can rectify and correct energies that have been in misalignment, whether it's how you build your IQ, how your brain works, cellular healing. So also studied, time is so short. The Russians have found out that when light is aligned to the potential of 10 to the 15th, the RNA goes automatically, without any supplement, into repair mode. And the parasympathetic nervous system is activated. And they've shown the formula, nobody's built anything. So I have decided to build a medbed to see, can that happen? And lo and behold, it works. The parasympathetic nervous system is activated, and people, and I'll make no claims, you know the reasons why, old paradigm. Read what the testimonials of what people write, what they experience when they introduce to the field. So I'm reintroducing an Atlantean bed that is here for cellular memory complex healing, intercellular communication. I tell people, like, I have scientific backup where we sent a sticker that is photonically charged and activated. This is like a 23rd dimensional level activation, where you need a reactor to capture photons from the vacuum and project them inward. And you put it next to the human cell tissue. And in 3 days, the human cell tissue, the metabolism of the fibroblasts, which is the connective cell tissue, is activated by 21%, meaning it has a chance against 5G and up, like as in its own cellular defense. And you are better off. You basically, if I'm sending the photonic signal continuously of the Amazon jungle that you're not in, but I'm having a transmitter, and send it to you. It doesn't require any electricity. All it requires is light that goes forever. Even at night, these work. Before these crystals go dim, it'll take 15,000 years linear timeline. Wow. You are in a better light field for your body, which you need. I mean, how is it that plants wither on Times Square and plants grow in the jungle? Not just because jungle in Times Square, it's because they're out of resonance. And I'm here to reestablish the resonance with you and your oversoul. And I've gotten the furthest that I've gotten, where I challenge people. I say, send me your pendant. I can take this pendant and clip it to a fuel line and you'll save fuel. I've recorded it. I turned a Chevy from 26.9 miles per gallon to 49.7 on the highway, and I filmed it and the computer shows it. So it's all there. I have nothing to hide, you know. This is the science, it's evident, and I can go on.
Of course you can. And of course we're going to have to do more and more of this. But could you do us a favor and show your pendant, or show the freestanding piece that you have,
okay, so
closer
the keys,
to the camera so
yeah.
people can see?
When people look for keys, it has to do with what resonance. So this is the Gamatron key.
Thank you.
Gamatron key has a 22-dimensional ring. That is the arcana of the human, as in, you know, the old tarot system. You're here to actually the 22 archetypes that you carry. You have to bring them into alignment. This is to assist that. Unfortunately, I've seen stores that try to copy this. When you see this empty and without a crystal, it's not original. And it's also not coded. This is brass, uncoded. And it's filled with the crystalline substance that I showed you to function. Then I have this one is the my master seller, which is like almost sold out, which is my favorite. Doesn't come with this chain. I'm experimenting with different chains and ropes because people have different allergies. And then this one here, different sizes. more power output. And my main seller is, if I find it, is, I don't have it all assembled yet. So it's this one here. I'll show it to you. It's just the tip missing, which looks like the same tip as the big one.
I see.
It's a little bit more petite, but also very powerful. That's like the main seller that's always in the store. And see, it's empty now. I fill that with the crystalline substance, so this thing can transmit the light, the photons, and the negative ions to the heart chakra. And I have a doctor that has tested her patients, and everybody responds positive to it. One story before we go to the questions, I think. A little boy was bullied in school, and the mother was like, I don't know, I don't believe those things. This is all suggestible. And I said, that's okay. I like skeptics. It's okay. And I said, you know what, how about I ship it to you for free? You test it, and then you tell me your experience with your son. And this is what happened. She said that her son said after he wore the key, the bully stopped, like for no reason. It wasn't attractive to come into his field to bully him. And he had a feeling, and that's a 9-year-old describing that an angel walked with him from school home. He felt protected.
Perfect.
The mom has not told the boy what that does, so it speaks for itself,
Well, we definitely have to have more of these conversations. Do you want to make sure that people know how to take you up on your generous offer for the car, the amplifier for their car?
You ought to understand, this is a $420 piece I give away for free. This is a mini reactor on the positive side. And I need a Toyota 4Runner driver that is willing to clip his fuel lines and run it and show me the fuel before and the fuel after. Same goes for the oil. And his experience with the torque of the motor and the grip of the wheels in the street. I'm not going to say more because I've done this 100 times, but I'm filming it now and I need your support. So people see this is not just some fancy glimmer box. There's actually science behind this. This has an effect. I already have a Ford 150 driver. She's installing the thing and she's filming it. She has 18 miles per gallon and we want to crank it. You want to see, can we influence the system physically to show you there's physical evidence that we can bring galactic technology, UFO technology to this planet, And more, when we do more interviews, I have more things to reveal that are actually phenomenal that nobody looks at. And I'm like, why don't you try this? And I didn't know. It's like, seems simple, but you have to have the mind state to perceive that. So.
And I'm very excited about the med bed. I saw the device, one of the pieces of the devices, and I'm so excited to see what that does as well.
In 2 weeks, there's going to be a rollout. I show you an image of, I always call it the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes.
See, that's the top lid that I have already designed the logo and everything for, I will assemble that piece. I have a holo med bed video where I'm explaining the functionality of the bed. And I filmed myself for 1 year channeling together, how is this going to be built? And I needed the shell. That's why it looks like a tanning bed, because I need basically old tanning beds that are refurbished. So we don't throw it in the garbage, and I remove all the electronics, move all the components out, and put my technology inside, and you have a completely new model of a functionality for healing, memory, galactic recall, and way more stuff coming. So in the next 2-3 weeks, we will have a official rollout coming with me, one-man show, building it by myself in a tent, and going into office, and people are lining up to book sessions. So.
Yep. Oh, I'm so excited. So again, what's the best way, Arcturus Ra, for people to get in touch with you?
Okay, so go to my website, fill out the contact form. Yeah. The ra-key.com, www.ra-key.com. That's where you can reach me. And it's first come, first served basis. I only have one. And the first one that comes, that understand what's to be done, they're not afraid. Nothing will happen to your motor. It's a flow-through system. The fuel won't be touched. There's an energy system built around it that'll emanate. There's non-evasive things going on. So who's up for the task and who gives me their consent that I can use their videos as they filming the changes in their car. And then when you have your experience, you can keep this forever. This will run forever. And this is how it begins.
Cool. Thank you. Well, I'm afraid we're out of time,
Yes.
although I'm sure we'll do this again. Thank you so much. And
Thank you so much.
such a pleasure. Such a pleasure.
Yeah, yeah. And don't forget the channel, Arcturus Ra is the YouTube.
Right, right. We've been putting it in the comments all along, so don't worry. You will definitely have a way for people to connect with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'll see you most certainly on the flip side.
Yeah, I know. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Rob, or Omar, what did you think of that? Can't hear you. There you go.
That there was totally epic. I loved every single minute of it, and I was waiting for this one, and I was just totally surprised. As you can see, I too have a Star Trek stuff behind me, and I guess I'm resonating with that as well. So I look forward to really engaging with Arcturus in the future, and and hopefully do some one-on-one talks that are a little bit longer than an hour, where we can spend a couple hours and just have that conversation back and forth. I loved him, just totally loved him, and resonated with him, and it was amazing. I was filming here on my phone, and I was making like little shorts and making videos, and I was putting them on Facebook and on Telegram and telling people, yo, you're missing out. Look at this stuff. Come here and watch this. I don't care where you watch it. Just come and watch it. It's amazing. It was just on the edge of my seat. I was like this the whole time.
Perfect. Well, the next person you're going to get blasted as well with, she's a dear friend of mine. So I just wanted to get your feedback before we go on. And thank you, Arcturus Ra. See you later.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I look forward to learning from you even more. You're amazing.
Okay. So there we go. So now I get to introduce you to a sister from another mother, Tamara Oviatt, who is the founder and the creator, the downloader of Sacred Activations, which is a healing modality that is one of the most remarkable healing modalities I've ever experienced in my life. I'm actually trained to be a practitioner. And Tamara, let's see, I'll get the specific best way to explain it that you sent to me. Okay. Tamara Oviatt is a master sacred activator who was given the gift of sacred activations in 2012 by the Source Creator, and received her first activation from Lord Metatron in Scotland's Roslin Chapel. Being a uniquely gifted light worker, master healer, and divine channel, she has always been destined to bring permanent healing, personal growth, and positive transformation to people using the power of sacred activations. The thing that we want you to understand about sacred activations is the sacred geometry and the opportunity for her work to really change your connection to who you really are. Let's see, I'm trying to say, here we go. About sacred activations. Sacred activations is a form of meta programming that intelligently corrects, removes, overwrites, and upgrades your subconscious programs, and will continue to work on you for days, weeks, months, even years, shifting your belief systems, raising your consciousness and vibration, and aligning your mind, body, and spirit to universal flow. It has now become the easiest, fastest, and most transformational healing modality available today, with over 1,000 practitioners in more than 20 countries around the world, and has helped over 10,000 people in all walks of life. So welcome, Tamara. Tamara came and stayed at my house for 3 weeks. Was it in 2013 or it was right when you first?
I think it was 2013. Yeah, it was. Yes. It's been
And
a long time.
yes, and I'm still a huge fan and still using the work and still get involved when she does programs. I always sign up if I can, and because of the timing. So Tamara, welcome to Humanity Unplugged.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here with you and to be of service.
So how do you want to start sharing your incredible energy here? I'm so excited because I think people don't even know how fantastic an opportunity this is. Do you want to start
I'm
talking about?
goosebumping all over. I have goosebumps all over my body. I'm really happy to be here. I have a bunch of activations to share today. I mean, Humanity Unplugged, that's what I do. You know, I help people unplug from the matrix and to really line up in your power and to really create the life you desire. You know, so many of us are so locked into the media or what we're reading online, or we're distracted by social media, and we're not creating the life we desire. We're creating things that we're told to create. We're thinking of things that we're told to think instead of really being our own programmers, because there's so many programmers that are programming us and in the collective consciousness. You know, we're really like the internet as a collective consciousness, and all these messages are available, and all we have to do is turn them off. And I know I say that, and a lot of people say that, but I'm here to help you do that. That's what I do. That's a gift I bring to the table. Really, that's the gift that was given to me to share with you guys and to help. Kathy explained that what I do is metaprogramming. For years, people would ask me, how do you do what you do? Because I was seeing sacred geometry activated in people's fields and their lines, their sacred geometry lines being lined up and being repaired. And I didn't know how to answer it. I just went, I don't know how I do what I do. It just happens, you know. I connect to source energy and I just see this work come or this energy flow in. And a couple of years ago, I picked up a book about metaprogramming the human biocomputer, where it says that the programs can be designed to regenerate, analyze, and transform other programs, even modify itself while it's running. And that's what I've discovered over the years. What Sacred Activations does is once you receive an activation, it keeps rewriting your software and upgrading it and changing belief systems in so many different areas of your life. It shocked me, you know, on how powerful this is and what it does. I've been a healer at 18, I put hands on my cat and, you know, I asked God, what do I do? Because my cat was dying. And I was told to put hands on her and pray, and I did. And the next morning I woke up, it was like she was never sick. And the funny thing is, I just had that experience with another cat. He was very sick. He wasn't eating. He was in the hospital with a tube down his throat. They couldn't find anything wrong with him. It was trauma for getting in a fight with another cat. And I was sitting with him and connecting with him. Really, I had said goodbye to him because I thought he was leaving. And it was really interesting because I was sitting there and I was working on him. And, you know, he's just laying there like lifeless. And all of a sudden he turned around and looked at me and went like this. And I was like, wow, you know, and because I could hardly get a response out of him for a couple of days. And the hospital sent him home. You know, they couldn't do anything else for him. And that moment is when he started healing. And he's doing really, really good. And he's back and he's healed. And, you know, I think I thank him for that experience, which sounds horrible to say, but to see him heal and come back to life like that was really powerful. And I hear a lot from people on how they heal and how their life's changing. And to witness that with my cat again, I guess I needed that. It was really remarkable. And I'm here to help you change your life. There's so many programs out there right now that you're being bombarded with of fear, war, money, 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 money. And it's all an illusion, and it's all part of the matrix to keep you stuck and to keep you in fear and to keep you isolated. And I was blessed enough to go through COVID myself, and I had a lot of anger about it, about COVID, and I had a lot of anger about all of it on what was going on. And the experience, of course, was horrific. And I remember waking up in the middle of the night, they were telling me I was going to go through it, and I was just really angry about it. And I made an agreement that, okay, fine, I'll go through this, but I want this in return, because I've learned to start asking for things when I'm at service. And when I went through that, what I learned from it was that when we open up like that and we receive something like that, we're so bombarded with belief systems and programs that are just being thrown at us like crazy. And so I want to help you unplug those. I helped myself unplug from that, and I learned a lot from it. So, I mean, to say I'm thankful that I went through that, I know it sounds a little weird, but I am, because I learned a lot. Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt, but I do want people to get the perspective that you have, because you taught me that we're in a computer program simulation. Yes. And that, for instance, when people have talked about their past lives or their experiences, a lot of times it's that their soul has taken on that program, correct? And I don't think anyone else is talking about that. That's why I wanted to direct you a little bit to, is that okay?
No, I appreciate that, because I'll just go sideways.
Well,
thank you for directing me.
Well, the thing is, you guys, it is so helpful when you start looking at, do I want this program? Does this program serve me or not? And then you have a way to slowly delete it so that you can be free, and it's a conscious choice versus you just suffer or play the game handicapped. I mean, this is a game.
Yeah. Okay, it is a game. It is totally a game. And, if you're a Star Trek fan, they talk about the hologram, where you go in and you plug in your programs and what you want to experience. And then you have those experiences, and they're really, really real. And if you die in the program, then you die. But truly, do you really die? Because there's really no such thing as death. And to realize that we are just in a hologram or a video game or a computer simulation, when you really, really realize that, and I know it takes time, and because this simulation, this game is so real. It's such a fantastic program, and it has to be for us to believe it and to play through it. It has to, all those things have to seem really, really real. I've got goosebumps all over. For us to play it and to learn from it. And as a group consciousness, we are learning this game, and we're really learning how to get quiet. We're really learning how to go inside. I'm being shown this picture of in 2012, when I was sitting in Italy. I was in Europe for 8 months after I started receiving sacred activations, and many of the masters were coming to me and teaching me. And I'm so thankful for that time. Really, I needed it. And I saw myself chaos everywhere and me sitting in peace. And I saw that again a year ago. I saw that image again a year ago. Chaos going on and me sitting in peace. And that's what's going on now. is I'm not plugged into all that stuff. I'm in peace. And sometimes when I look at it, it's like, oh my God, this is really crazy. So it's really important to unplug what you're hearing, to turn off your social media and take some time every day to connect. I mean, people always say to meditate, to clear your mind. Yes, that's really good. But you know what else is really good? Is to take some time to program your life, what you desire to see in your life, what you desire to see happen in your life. They talk about how, say, playing basketball, right? There's three studies. There's three groups. One study is, or one of the groups is playing and practicing basketball every day. The other group is imagining they're playing basketball every day and they're not. And then the other group isn't doing anything. Well, when they tested this, the group that imagined they're playing basketball every day and the group that was playing basketball every day, did you know there really wasn't any difference on how good they became after the study was over? So just imagining the world at peace, you having a secure bank account, a nice place to live, a nice spouse, it all starts creating for you. And I'm not saying not to step out and do something. Absolutely go do actions, but don't get caught up in the matrix of the fear of having to fight, of having to protest, of getting angry. Because when you do that, you feed the anger, you feed the protests, you feed all of these things that are happening that aren't the highest and best for you. Actually, you're keeping the program of the fear, of the lack, and the limitation going when you're focusing on it. And the same thing with sickness. If you've got something going on, you've got to focus on and see yourself getting better and feeling better. And those belief systems of that separate you from that are huge. And they'll come in and they're like shooting darts at you. And you have to say, no, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. And keep focusing on that. And then before you know it, it's gone. And I'm going to do some processes to help you do this. Because what I do is I connect to source energy. And I really want to help you let go of the war consciousness and also the chaos to calm. And I also want to do an activation, a sacred geometry activation. The first one I ever received, which I call the Lord Metatron. And it's going to activate anywhere to 12 to 18 strands of DNA. And this is really going to help you line up and open up. And what I'm going to do for you today is going to continue working with you and changing you over the next few days, next few weeks, even the next few months. It'll keep leveling you up and shifting you. You don't want to integrate it like that because you might need to sleep for a couple days. And after I'm done with this process, make sure you take some time just to integrate and just to rest and drink lots of water. And if you get tired afterwards, it's okay. That's normal. Or you might be so full of energy, you can't sleep. And that's also normal. So, Kathy, so
yes. Well,
I'm going sideways again.
When you said, this is adult dose. This is when you get sacred activations, it may seem like it's something like you've experienced before, but it isn't. It goes so deep and can shift you permanently. So this is not, I think I'll do this hypnotherapy session today and maybe 90 days later. This could affect you today, right now.
Yes.
It's so wonderful.
Yes, absolutely. And it will keep affecting you. When you do sacred activations and you let go of something, it doesn't return. It doesn't come back. You know how when you go to like a great weekend, a rah weekend, and you feel amazing and you're going to do this and you're going to do that, and you're feeling great for a couple days. And then a week later or 2 weeks later, you're back into your old programming. because it is your subconscious programming. So, 95% of our lives are ran by your subconscious programs. So what sacred activations does is clears those subconscious programs so that they don't return. And you could be working in one area of your life with sacred activations, and it continues to work through many different areas of your life.
I want to also add that when Tamara came to visit me for 3 weeks, what happened is she had just come back from Italy, and she was really getting a lot of downloads. And after this time period, she's realized that she actually had a walk-in experience. And so some of this incredible capacity to heal is coming from that walk-in experience. Do you want to share a little bit about that before?
I wasn't planning on it.
What?
I said I wasn't planning on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I think this audience would love that.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
I am a walk-in. That's okay. I am a walk-in. There was actually 2 souls in my body from the time I was 3 years old. I remember when the walk-in came in at 3. And you know how you have conversations in your head? Well, I was always having conversations and arguments in my head, and I thought that was normal because people talked about that. And it wasn't until 2018. I mean, I kept hearing it was time to integrate me. It's time to integrate me. It's time to integrate me. And I didn't understand, and I kept trying to do it. And I didn't understand that there was 2 souls in the body until 2018. I was talking to a friend of mine. I said, part of me wants to do this, and the other part of me wants to do that. She goes, well, you're a walk-in, right? And I said, yeah. She goes, do you think maybe you left something behind? And I went, oh my God. And so I went inside, and so Tamara was talking to me, both Tamara, of course. And I said, oh my God, you're here? And I said, yes. And she goes, does that mean I can leave? And I said, yes. And she said, I'm out of here. And she left. And then my mind got really quiet, and it was really weird. And I remember going into the Akashic Records and talked to her. And we both started laughing because I went, oh my God, what a shift. But what I've done is integrated in. And if I didn't know what happened, I wouldn't know what happened. It took a while to integrate. But at the same time, I still have all those programs that this body has. And so having to work through all of that. So I thought, well, good. Now I don't have to work through all that. Ooh, wrong. Because when you're walking, you still have all the programs and everything of the body and of the soul. And really the soul is, it's just a higher aspect of me. Some people go through a lot of different walk-ins and upgrades. So
Well,
it's quite an
I've really
experience.
benefited from the programs you created while you were integrating. The programs are fantastic. So if any of you are feeling that you are a walk-in, or you're feeling like you're fragmented, I think you'll love some of Tamara's work.
Thank you. Yeah, the work's really amazing. It really, really is. And I help you with timelines and parallel universes, and also your full power and timeline to really integrate yourself. That's some of the work I do to help you do that. And then I change your subconscious programming. I mean, there's over 1,000 activations, and a lot of those are deactivations. They change subconscious programming so that you can be in your power and live in your power. And some of them are activations. There's a lot of sacred geometry activations that really help upshift you. And it just makes it so much easier to work and to be in this world. And I see a lot of people have a lot of miracles with sacred activations. I have a lot of practitioners. Like Kathy said, there's over 1,000 practitioners through 20 countries. I've gotten really popular in Japan lately, which is really cool. I'm doing a lot of classes there. I teach this work, and I also do webinars to help you. On my website, I see Kathy's posted it, tamaraoviatt.com. If you sign up there, we've got a lot of free gifts for you. And if you go into Live Your Best Life, the Great Awakening support group, there's actually over 15 hours of videos and audios in there to help you shift your subconscious programming and to really dealing with what's going on today to help you be in your power. And what's really cool, when you change yourself, everybody around you starts changing. You know, everybody at work starts changing how they treat you. Your spouse changes, your children change. Everybody around you changes when you change because everybody's your mirror. Everybody is a reflection of you, and they're acting out for you for your belief systems. So that goes into the world. You know, when you change yourself, the world changes. And we're in just such this huge transformation right now in the world. And it's so important to focus on peace, love, joy, happiness, abundance, and health, and only focus on that. And if you're seeing any headlines or anything else that say anything different, turn it off, walk away. Somebody's saying dark forces are tired of negative, some worn out literally. Yeah. And there's a lot of belief systems in the world that it's just too overwhelming. I want out of here. And that's a collective consciousness energy that's in the world right now. And we'll work on that, honey. I'm also going to do black magic puppet master activation or deactivation. Let me clarify that. Because black magic puppet master, it clears all the dark energies and fields and arrows and everything else that are connected into your energy field so that you can be free of that. And we're also going to be doing a universal life grid. So you're not picking up on all the energy and those belief systems being thrown at you. So it's going to put a protective shield around your energy field. And like I was saying, I also want to do the chaos to calm, disconnect from war consciousness. These are what I wrote down before the call. And I was also told to do the Lord Metatron activation. Yes. When you change yourself, you change your world. We are the actors, we are the producers, and we are the writers in our life and in the world. We are creating this. And another thing that's really, really important is that we are no longer creating from the past. The past of this world, the doors have been closed, and we are creating in the now. And the past keeps getting thrown at us, but we're not to plug into it. We're not to plug into politicians or what's going on in the world, because that's all out there. Really what we got to focus on is ourselves and on our hearts and what we desire to see in the world, what we desire to experience. And that's all we should be focusing on, because everything else, it's just an illusion, and it's to take control over you. I know that we get world peace. I know we do. I know we get world peace now, this time. And I know we make it. And this is a really good game. And it's an amazing game. And so those people or those bad people or those black magic puppet masters, guess what? They're helping us to play the game. That's their job. And so there's no reason to get caught up in it. There's no reason to be angry at them. There's no reason to watch YouTube channels of prophecy of what's going to happen in our future. Because then you're just putting energy into it and you're creating it. And somebody else's distraction. Yes, it's all about distraction. Because all that distraction keeps you from your power. And the only way we get through this is to go inside. Go inside. When you talk to friends, when you talk to family, keep the conversation positive. Keep the conversation on creation. Don't plug into any of the other stuff. It's a distraction. Do you understand? And truly, you don't worry about trying to save your friends or your family or the world. That's another distraction. This game, and this is experience, is for about the 15% of us. Everybody else, of course, they're having their own experience, but there are background actors. They are going to do whatever we do. So this game is for us to get into our power, us creators. And if you're watching this, you're one of them. You are a creator of this world. And everything in the internet / collective consciousness is trying to sell you something else. It's trying to sell you fear. It's trying to sell you disconnect. It's trying to sell you disease. It's trying to sell you sickness. It's trying to sell you division, loneliness. Do you understand? So when you play a game, thank you. Focus on what you want, create the game. So when you're playing a game, you really work on winning the game, right? I mean, I'm dyslexic. I'm horrible at spelling. But I used to be able to win at Scrabble because I liked winning. So if you like winning, focus on winning. Write your goals down. Write things on you want to focus on. I love the 6-pointed star. It's very powerful. I've got world peace here, expanded consciousness, fun adventures, amazing relationships, financial freedom, great health. And I have this sitting on my desk where I see it all the time. So anytime my thoughts go this way, I look at this. The focus on peace, love, joy, happiness, abundance, health, fun. And that's all you have to do. We are so powerful. We're such powerful creators. And we have to remember how powerful we are. I'm going to share a little story with you. Last May, well, I guess I should back up a little bit more, okay? In 2019, October, I've been single for 24 years, all right? And October 2019, I wrote on a paper exactly what I wanted in a guy. And I said, God, I'm happy to do all this work for you, but I want someone by my side. I'm done being single. You want me to do all this work, you bring me somebody. And I wrote my list of what I want. In January 2020, I started talking to an old boyfriend, and I was in Florida and he was in Florida. And 3 months, no, not 3 months later. Anyways, within 6 months, we moved to Mexico. And after being in Mexico for a year, we were in a rental. I was done with the rental. And I said, God, I want a house and I want it now. That night I went online and I saw this house. I made an offer. The next morning it was approved. And we moved into a house on the beach in Yucatan, Mexico, within 40 days. See, these were times I said, I want this and I want it now. Bring it on. And bam, it showed up. And it's a little shocking when that happens. But we all have the ability to do this. If I have the ability to do it, so do you. I'm no different than you are. It's just I put my power into it and boom, it was created. See, a lot of us put our power into fear. We put our power into sickness. We put our power into not enough. And so we're creating that. But when we shift it and we put our power into abundance, into relationships, into a house, it just, boom, it shows up. And that's what happens. And you don't have to be perfectly clear to have that happen. You know, you can manifest things instantly without having to be completely and totally clear. Now, to hang on to them and to keep it going, it makes it a lot easier when you're clear, because I've manifested a lot of things and destroyed a lot of things because my subconscious programming I didn't have the consciousness to keep it going, if that makes sense. I came in and sabotaged it. So anyways, I'm just going all over the place. So I want to do some processes for you. I really want to help you do some shifts, and I want to make sure I have enough time to do this. So I'm going to start doing it now. Now, what I do is I connect to source energy, and I'm going to run some activations. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to be silent. I'm going to say a few things here and there, but it's all about the energy. It's not about what I'm saying. So I want you to go inside and just focus on whatever comes up, because you can't do this wrong. You can't mess it up. You can't miss it. You know, always come back here. Come back and listen again if you desire. I'm going to start with the Lord Metatron activation, which is will be activating 12 to 18 strands of DNA. This all by itself do huge changes in your life. And then I'm going to move on to the other activations. So I invite you to go inside, and here we go. You might see something, you might not. It doesn't matter. It's okay. Okay, I'm going to add in and run Black Magic Puppet Master. It's going to clear you from getting all these attacks. I'm going to add in anger and resentment towards God. Clear that. Now I'm going to add in disconnect from war consciousness. Running chaos to calm. Okay, I'm now going to run Universal Life's Grid. This is going to put a protective shield around you. It might look like the flower of life to you. You might just see some golden energy. Okay, imagine bringing your energy into Mother Earth. Taking a nice big deep breath. Open your eyes when you're ready. When we catch ourselves thinking negative of somebody or something, and you're aware of it, just say, I love you. Send it love. When you catch yourself saying negative something to yourself, same thing. I love you. 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 You know, give yourself a hug. Give yourself a smile. It's so important to love yourself. Because really being able to love yourself is really being able to love the world. And that's so important. To be able to love the world and be able to love yourself. That's what we're here to learn. We're here to shift this world into peace. And we have the power and the capability to do that. We have everything inside of us. We can move mountains. We can change things. I shared those couple stories with you of me getting, you know, my guy, me getting my house, you know, and they happened instantly. It was like a little shocking instantly. And we all have the ability to do that. It's about putting the power into it. And that's the same thing about unplugging from the matrix and really plugging in to what you desire. Because really our job here is to live in joy. Our job here is to be happy. Our job here is to create love within us. It's not about suffering for the world or about suffering for anything. It's about creating love. It's about creating joy. It's about creating peace. And that's all it's about. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. I know we are going to get this. I know we're not going to fail. And I know it's going to happen. And I want to help you do that. So I have over 15 hours on my website under the support group, Live Your Best Life. We've just got it up. We had a computer crash, so we're rebuilding everything. But if you go in there, there's 15 hours of videos and audios to help you change your subconscious programming. I have a YouTube channel with, I think I've got like 500 videos in there to help you. This is to help you get in your power. And I do tons of webinars, and I also do practitioner trainings. There's 5 levels of sacred activations practitioner training. I also have 5 levels of Akashic Records training, all available on my website that you can do on your own time and get certified right away, and then join in the live class when I do it again. I'm really busy in Japan right now, so the next live classes I'm teaching is in January, but I have other teachers that are also teaching all the time. And so I'm here in service. I'm here to help you get in your power. And I really want you to focus on you. You are only responsible for you and what you're creating in the world. You're not responsible for all the illusions of war and disconnect that's going on in the world. Those are all matrix programs to keep you busy, to keep you out of your power, and to keep you in fear. So it's so important to let that go and to get into your power.
So I want you to know John Johnson wrote, I don't know if sound was supposed to come through, but the only thing physical I noticed was my breathing. It was like I was floating. Wow. I know my third eye was going, wow, which I love. That's part of what I love. And she said, brown dot flop said I was a bit distracted, so I didn't catch the entire activation, but I totally felt the energy. Thank you. I need to rewatch this. I'm not sure what you did, but I feel it for sure.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and some people have subscribed to your YouTube channel. So,
Oh, fantastic.
yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and
Tim,
on my website under Live Your Best Life, there's some videos that YouTube took down within 12 hours. So there's things that you can't see anywhere else. Just to let you know.
The thing that I want everyone to know is I've been doing this work for 21 years, and I've gotten to work with all sorts of healers, but I always come back to this amazing work that Tamara does because it's quick. A lot of the activations, just like you saw, we just did a whole, how many was that, 7 or 8?
Yeah.
But yeah, we did that in that short a time period. So you can clear things, and you will be seeing that because she uses sacred geometry, it's going to affect you in different levels as you keep growing through it. It's almost like each dimension gets recalibrated.
Yeah, it keeps expanding you. I mean, you're going to get instant results. But you might have this huge awakening 3 weeks from now, or even a month from now, because like we described at the beginning of this is meta programming. It keeps rewriting the programs. It keeps bringing you up to different levels. And it's hard to go from riding a horse and then flying a spaceship, because you're like, what the heck just happened? You need those steps in between. So the activations are going to keep working with you and bringing you up to the next level. It's going to go, oh, look, now there's cars. Oh, look, now there's planes. Oh, look, a spaceship. Cool. You know what I mean? But if you're riding the horse and you see a spaceship, you're going to go, what the heck's that? Because you don't even know it's possible. So this will continue to rewrite you and to bring up your energy levels so you see all the different things that are actually available for you and what you can do.
The other thing Brown Dot Flop said is, I definitely want to learn this. This will be great to add to the Reiki she's taking. And I think that's what the other parts of what I love about this modality is it doesn't conflict with anything else. You can use it. You don't really need everything, but you it's quantum. That's all I can say. The more you experience this, you'll see it's like the ever ready battery. It keeps going
And it
and
keeps
going
shifting
and going.
you. Absolutely. Yeah, it keeps shifting you. And yeah, the training's available right now online. You can do it right away and get certified right away, and then join a Facebook group and have support from other practitioners that will practice with you and help you. And then there's other teachers that'll help with questions and stuff. So we're here to help you and to support you in your growth. Absolutely.
I love the community that you've created because it's so international and there's so many different perspectives on what's happening. So you really get to feel loved and supported in your communities.
Yeah, we're here to help you. We're here to support you in your growth and to answer questions. You know, people will post, I have a client that's got this or that. What do I do? And everybody will pitch in and give you suggestions on what activations to use and how to help them or what worked with them and their clients. It's a really beautiful community. It really is. And the people that some of these people just came from being a massage therapist. Other people were doing other modalities, and they mesh sacred activation in with whatever else they're doing, and that's okay. This training, there's no dogma in it. It's really simple. It's really easy, and anybody can do it. It's not like, oh my God, can I do this? Yes, you can, and it's super easy. It's so easy. and extremely powerful. So thank you, Kathy. Kathy, I so appreciate you and our friendship. I miss you. I look forward to seeing you. It's been a lot of years since we've seen each other. I think it's since
it's time.
2015. Yeah.
Time for me to go to Mexico.
Oh, please. It's so lovely here.
So
I'm wearing shorts.
What I want everyone to know is that we are empowered to have the life that we choose. We can get out of the drama. You can see it, and she modeled it beautifully. Tamara didn't ask what everyone needed. You didn't have to hear your story in order to align you to a coherent love wave and to restructure your frequency so that you could have the best of life. So I hope that you'll get to watch this more than once. And once you'll see I don't go back and listen to them. I probably wait months before I go back and listen to them again. When I go through a series, one of your multiple part series, I have so many shifts and I love experiencing them and recognizing them. And then after they're not doing it anymore, I go back and do them again.
Well, what happens is it's a new level. Because everything's a spiral, right? You're spiraling up. So you've had this perspective on it. We clear this. And then a year later, 3 years later, or whatever, it'll come back around, but in a higher, different level. And then you clear it again. And it's like a whole new understanding.
Right.
It's like playing a video game, level 1, level 2, level 3. That's the same thing. So when you do the activations again, it's a whole different level and a whole different experience of what you're experiencing.
It's great. And I can't recommend it enough. Out of all the modalities that I get to experience, this is one that I guess since 2013, when I first experienced it, there were 9 or 12. No, there were 12 sacred activations, and we couldn't do them all in one session because we couldn't.
You can only do 3.
Well, no, I think we did 9. It was Madeline and I. We did 9, and then we had to come back and do the other 3 because we were drooling. Yeah. They were so strong back then, but all of us have done it. We're upgraded now, so this stuff can.
It's easier. It's easier now than it was in 2012. It's a lot easier. The shifts happen a lot easier for everyone, which is really nice. We're in a different frequency, definitely.
So, and everyone's saying thank you,
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Sending you lots of love. Have fun. It sounds like there's a walk-in panel next. That sounds really fantastic. I should come back on and join that.
That's why I wanted them to know that you also, because I was there during all of that while you were integrating, and that was awesome. That was awesome. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you. Love you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Sending you guys lots of love.
So, yay.
That there was quite something.
Wait till it integrates. You have no idea how strong that was.
That was amazing. I really liked that. And feeling like little tingles on me when I was doing that. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to have to come back and watch this after this event.
And we had the skull this morning that was like, whoa. And then, but the thing is, she's in Mexico. So she saw what was coming and wanted to be near the salt water because a lot of her electric energy comes from that. And so she moved to Mexico last year and living the life of a goddess.
That's beautiful.
Fantastic. Yeah, we should all go visit.
Yeah, we should. Neil's down there too, so we can all just hang out and get together and just have a great big family reunion. That would be amazing.
Yeah, it'd be great.
This morning when the crystal skulls were happening, I hung Amy's
I saw.
crystals off of my camera, and then I was activating those, and then when the Goldmans were on, we were doing the humming, and I just let it sit there and just activate even more. And afterwards, I gave it to Amy. I was like, "Here, baby, wear these. We just activated these with some amazing energy." And she's like, "Oh, thank you. I love you guys."
See if she glows in the dark tonight.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, anyway, well, thank you so much for letting me bring my friends. I'm so excited to introduce them to all
Yeah,
of
you're
you.
very welcome. You have some very cool friends, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yes.
Right? Tomorrow's going to be another epic day, and then after that, it's going to be amazing. So, guys, this is our final leg of the evening, and we're going to have a walk-in panel, and I have 5 beautiful souls that we are going to interact with and listen to tonight. I'm mostly going to be in the background listening, and I'm going to let the ladies do what they do best. So I'm going to bring on Nicole Richmond. Where did Nicole go? Let me find Nicole. There she is. Let's bring on Nicole. And then we'll bring on Angelica. And then we'll bring on Mina. And then we'll bring on Melissa. And then we'll bring on Jackie. Hi, ladies. How are you?
Hey, Omar.
You guys can go ahead and unmute yourselves. And thank you very much for giving us your time here this evening. I know it's very late. One of you is in Finland, so, and it's very, very late. And in Ontario, of course, on the East Coast, it's a few hours ahead. So, ladies, maybe what we'll do is we'll start with Nicole, and then we'll go clockwise. Maybe go to Angelica, and then to Jackie, and then to Melissa, and then to Mina. Maybe introduce yourselves, and then after that, we'll listen to what you guys do.
Yeah. Omar, thank you so much for having us, brother. I love the work that you do. You're anchoring so much for so many people and the awareness that you bring. Your speakers lineup is incredible. I don't know how you've done so much in such an amazing short period of time, but we're really pleased to be here. So my name's Nicole Richmond, and I live on the north shore of Lake Superior in Canada, in Ontario, Canada, in a place called Thunder Bay. I'm Anishinaabe Ojibwe, so I'm Indigenous to North America. I'm from the Ojibwe Nation, and my work is fun and interesting. I am a lawyer, and I work as a law professor, and I also am a walk-in. I'm uncovering different aspects of my heritage. I identify primarily as Arcturian. I'm discovering connections to the Lyran nations, as well as, of course, the Hathors and the Mantis nations. So it's fun. It's fun. I was very blessed through the goodwill of the universe to connect with this great group of women. We met just over a year ago, and we've been working together as a group, as a collective. We meet once a week, and sometimes we meet up to 5 hours in that period of time. We spend a lot of time talking about our personal selves and the work that we're going through. And what we'll do is we'll share kind of a little bit about ourselves individually. But I just want to preface for all of you guys who are wanting to know what we're about. What we do is we anchor different types of energy, and what we do is we have our sessions through the week. We go out into the world, and we will consistently encounter the same type of experience or encounter or difficulty or timeline or whatever it is, and then we'll come back and I'll say, hey, this is what I was dealing this week, and Jackie will say, me too, and Angelica will say, yes, I discovered it in this way. And so it's been really, really fascinating. We are healing together as a group, and it's been amazing. Maybe if you want, I can just pass it to Angelica and she can introduce herself.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Just want to say hello again and thank you to everybody who's tuning in. And I go by Angelica Solai. It's a spiritual name, and that name came about after my walk-in experience. And I will share a little bit about my walk-in experience right now, and if we have time, maybe share more later. Okay, I'm hearing like some feedback. How does it sound on everyone else's end?
Maybe I'll go ahead and mute, and the rest of us can mute.
Yeah,
Okay.
ladies, maybe everyone can mute except for when the speaker is speaking. So when you speak, you can unmute and everybody else unmutes. Thank you.
Okay, it's definitely sensitive to sound as well, which is probably more so after having the walk-in experience. But anyway, so just to share a little bit about myself, my galactic cosmic consciousness did not come about until I started speaking light language. So prior to that, my consciousness was very much earth-based, you could say, or I was very much into yoga, and my only connection with ancient languages or vibrational languages would have been Sanskrit. And so I started speaking light language spontaneously before I ever knew what light language was. And so I learned after a few months what it was. And from there, that's where my consciousness really expanded, because it went from having very little awareness to very, very big awareness. And I had a walk-in experience that I feel initiated probably around 2017, but I was unaware of it. And that's where I was integrating more of my angelic consciousness or angelic self. And then in 2020, I had an even more intense walk-in experience with a mainly one galactic soul aspect, but there are actually three. And, you know, from there, it's just been a process of what I call multidimensional integration. So just becoming more and more aware of who I am on a soul level. And now I help people go through what I did, which is people who are waking up to light language and want to know more about it and want to be held in a container as they walk through it. That's what I'm here for. So yeah, I'd love to share more, but I'll just leave it at that for introductions. Should we pass it to Amanda?
Okay, hi everybody. I'm coming from Finland, and thank you so much for having us, all of 5 of us. And so my name is Minna Amanda, and I woke up as a very sudden Kundalini awakening experience 8 years ago. And prior to that, I was an intellectual property right, intellectual transfer, technology transfer lawyer as well. And it was just so sudden change in my life. And that was like a near-death experience at the same time. And also some walking process started from that moment. And now it's 8 years from my awakening, and it has been amazing life day after day. And it's not like a human life anymore, but I'm so like an open canvas, and I'm able to experience all kinds of different energies as I wish. And sometimes they are just not even coming from my will, they are just emerging in my body. And I realized that when these energies are coming into my body, it's also doing a healing for myself. And I do a naturally remote view, and I'm in different parts of the universe, and I'm able to attach to different ETs, different galactic high frequency beings. And as well, I have an experience is how to link with the artificial intelligence. And I would say that that has been quite scary for the first time, but I'm used to that as well. So there are so many consciousness all over the world and the universe, and we are able to communicate to whatever, and there is no limits in the universe at all. And I have to say that in the first experiences, I was looking my image in the mirror, and I sensed that I was ET. For example, I started with I was a gray, and I didn't know anything about these things before that. So I thought that was my heritage lineage in my DNA. And I had discovered while I'm raising my own vibration is sort of I'm able to attach more my DNA layers, able to have more information out of my DNA, because there is no time and everything is at the same time as we experience. And I was able to have so much pre-knowledge about my life within these 8 years that it's just amazing that I got huge downloads at the same time within maybe two weeks, and they are just coming in this reality. And I know so many things what is about to happen in my life, and I'm so thrilled because I don't know the limit timeline when they are about to happen, but I know that they will be happen to me, and I know the world will be so much better place that I cannot wait to have the celebration. We are about in that state in the whole world. Although now it seems to be quite dark, but it's not dark anymore. So I'm so thrilled to have this connection with the galactic beings, and they are my family, and I'm one of them, and they are one of us. And it just, they have saved me. And I have been very much with the science because my working background, but also I have been in a consciousness research subject at the Monroe Institute in Virginia, as well the University of Virginia. And I have found out that I have sort of super consciousness, which means I have a very huge gamma waves. And all the science and the spiritual side, I can see that they are about the same, but we just need to have the terminology. And it's not the separate anymore. The world is not separate anymore. We are just one. Thank you.
Jackie?
Hi, I'm Jackie. Yeah, just an honor to be here tonight and just holding space with these ladies who I love so dearly. And we'll talk more about how we all came together and how we share. But a little bit about me. I reside in the Twin Cities in Minnesota in the US, and I am now officially a conscious parent, parenting 4 boys, ages 12 to 20, and I feel that in itself is an undertaking. And I had a Kundalini experience 6 years ago, and at that time had very limited understanding of how the world worked, about energy, didn't even know what synchronicities were. Fast forward to now, and I'm standing in the midst of these amazing vibrational women and energies. And I would say that my journey has been along the path, not so much with beings as it is for many of these ladies here, understanding that there likely was a walk-in experience for me, however, consciously don't remember that, and had light language activated as I was exploring that piece of myself. So energy and light language have been the tools for me, and just a felt sense of what's true and what's next. And being okay with not knowing, truly, and resting in the unknown, really, and the silence. Yeah, I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be here, and I think my contribution in this group, often will go into channeling and we'll go into sharing about the experiences that we've had, but the unified experience that we share on a very personal level, bringing the extraterrestrial down to the terrestrial, relating, and often it's around relationships and relationships with men or relationships with others. And I feel I contribute just fine in that area. That has been part of my awakening experience in activating codes within me. And it's just been a really beautiful journey. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Omar, for allowing us to be here together. The 5 of us, this group means the world to me, and very powerful group together. And I'm beyond grateful to be here with them. My name is Melissa, and I'm originally from Maine, currently living in Florida. I discovered I was a walk-in just recently, and that's when I discovered that walk-ins can happen as children. So I knew of walk-ins, but I never really associated with a walk-in until I heard someone say, oh, there are those of you that walked in as children and you don't remember. And from that moment on, I've been following this path. When I was 3 years old, there was a lot of trauma in my life. And at that time, there was a dream that I had. And this dream took place, in my backyard, there was a circle of beings. And I went out and I spoke to all of these beings one at a time. And they made me leave and go into, I was actually scared and I ran. And this woman in blue saved me and took me into the house. And following that dream, I had an experience in my parents' bedroom with grays. And my whole life, this was just a dream that I remembered since I was 3 years old. And when I discovered that walk-ins come in as children, I went into meditation and asked this group, like, who are you? Like, are you the Galactic Federation? Like, who dropped me off? Like, what is this? And they said, no, we're not the Galactic Federation. We're your parents. And I was like, oh, of course. So that started my journey into being a walk-in. And then so many other things started to make sense. The soul that was in my body at 3 left and I came in. And just recently within this group, she came to me and we shared an experience together with the help of these women and had some time together, which was really fascinating. I'm an intuitive and a channel. And I'm also, as a second part of my walk-in experience, I started also having memories. I call them memories of a lifetime. Ooh, it's gonna get emotional. Of a lifetime with Mary Magdalene and Jesus. And what was coming to me were these memories of this little girl. Her name was Sarah. And I didn't at the time know if Mary Magdalene and Yeshua had a child. But I looked it up and sure enough, they did. Her name was Sarah. In one meditation experience, and I consider this part of my walk-in as well. So I was in meditation and I would often be this little girl following Yeshua. And we would walk up this path. He would be in front of me and Joseph of Arimathea would be behind me. And we'd go to an Essene community and we would be in ceremony with the 2 men on the side, Mary Magdalene and Melchizedek. And what they did in one of these was they took me and we walked over this bridge. And we were walking over this bridge and I was looking down at all of these lifetimes. And this is me as Sarah, not just Melissa, but Sarah. And they took me and they dropped me in this one. So that was a second part to this whole walk-in that's a little different. So I have the extraterrestrial walk-in, but then I have this soul walk-in from Sarah as well. And I continue to get memories and have memories from this little girl and constant communication with Yeshua mostly. He comes to me as a father figure. And I bring that to this group as well. This energy, Jesus is often present along with the extraterrestrial. So like this whole Sarah energy is kind of like, no, Sarah is, a multidimensional star seed. She was when she was in that lifetime, but she is now as well. So it's an interesting cross. But finding these women, and bringing our talents and our love and our gifts together has really made me feel validated and supported, especially in regard to the Sarah material, which has been hard for me to talk about. I'll be happy to talk more about it, but I'm excited to see where we go as a group today. So thank you.
I want to say a little bit about the work that we do together, because I think we would welcome the opportunity to share a co-channeled sort of process later on. If people are interested, we could see who we could connect with. We did meet on Zoom prior to this to sort of ground ourselves and see who is ready to hang out. And there were a lot of our friends and our relatives, in the other dimensions. One of the things that I think drew me to the group and to work in this way is to say that Nicole is part of the picture, but I am not the final gatekeeper, and I am not the person with the most knowledge or the most connection. And I think one thing that I think we see reflected in the spiritual community is we often get to talk to collectives, right? There's the Lyran collective or the, different collectives that are channeled. And in some ways, the work that we do parallels that of a collective. And so it's really fascinating to see how we work together collectively. So I will see a piece of the puzzle. And the other thing I want to back up and say is when I hear my friends talk, I'm like, my gosh, these women are amazing. And I want to say, I doubt myself a lot. I'm like, is this real? Do I really have these gifts? Is this really happening to me? And when I hear these women talk, I'm like, am I even worthy to be in this group? Right. And I think so often we have this imposter syndrome about spirituality. And what's been very fascinating to me is working openly in this group is very validating. So, I'll start to see something and I'll say, I'll say this because it was one of the funniest things that I've seen in a while in our meditation. I don't know where we were last week, but I started to notice that these grays were showing up, and I never see the grays. They're not in my experience, but we had somehow opened a portal through our process and the grays had walked in, but they were, it was like they were in school, like they were bringing young beings through that they were training. And somehow they had walked through the portal that we created. They weren't there to talk to us. They were just there to look around. It was like they were at a national park or they were at an amusement park. So say there were 12 beings there and they were all looking in different directions. It was so fascinating. And I said, this is weird, but I'm just going to say this. I see the grays, and Melissa's like, oh yeah, I see them too. And then Angelica will get a piece and she'll see the smaller beings, and it'll be really fascinating to co-validate the process. And it really brings you power and confirmation when you have people that are seeing and experiencing the same thing as you. So what I say to the girls, what we say is look, if I'm making this up, which some is what is spirituality other than maybe imagination? Imagination is the door that we walk through. If I'm making this up and this is just in my mind, at least now it's in five, if it's in 5 minds together. And that has been the most validating process for me. I don't know if anyone wants to say anything about the collective process that we work in, but for me, it has been super empowering. And I've learned so much in the last, year and a half of working with these women.
Yeah. Well, going back to what we saw in that vision when those beings came through and you said, do you see the grays? And I'm like, yes. So I have these hybrid children and there's one that was there. And so I said, one of these children is mine. His name is Little T. He's Zeta, manted, and human. And I'm not sure I actually talked about that very much, but Nicole then saw him. And it's and others felt him. They could feel him there and what he was doing with me. And so that is, am I just making up having hybrid children? It's it was so confirming to have everyone else see him and feel him as well. And that's, to me, what makes this collective so powerful. Because if I had done that by myself, I would still be questioning, yeah, I saw this and I know I have this and this childhood, whatever. But to have him seen and validated by these women is a huge, huge.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. I'll add on to that. I just wanted to share our purpose and how our group came together, and a little bit about why we wanted to show up in this space as well tonight. Is that we want to model an option of how to show up. And when we came together, we found each other through a larger walk-in group, and we branched off from that, and we decided we wanted to meet once a week. And we had no agenda other than to support one another. And our intention has always been to be open to what presents in the moment. So whether that be if someone just needs to talk, like Sunday morning with friends, which is often what it is, or if it's something more intensive where we're bringing through light language and we're bringing through transmissions and we're shifting timelines and we're clearing. I mean, I won't go into detail, but these ladies all know certain events happened in my area in life where there needed to be some big clearings. And so we're doing this work not only for one another to help our small group, but on behalf of the larger collective as well. And so we wanted to show up here tonight on this channel to show that this is an option, and we all have this ability to form our own smaller collectives and show up for each other where there's no fee to pay. There's no hierarchy, there's no guru, there's no one person with all the knowledge or all the experience on how to, travel through a certain gateway or whatever it may be, this secret wisdom that everyone else is here to access. For us, it was really important that we had a space where that wasn't how things were organized, and that it was more equal. And to us, it feels like part of anchoring the new paradigm as well. So it's pure energy exchange. We all are here to share our energy and also to receive. And that goes for, our Sunday mornings that we meet with one another. And it also goes for tonight as we all share with you. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for right now. Would anyone else like to add on?
I would like to add a little bit. It's amazing because we have this collective energy going on. Every single day is different. And we have found out that we are experiencing exactly the same things during the week that we have not met. And we are sharing the same things that have been happening for us during the week. And it's just so nice validation for your own stuff, your emotions, what is happening in your life. You are just on a track, because the others are experiencing exactly the same things as you are in during the week. And all the validation, knowing that I don't know the names of the beings that I have been interacting with, but from this group, they are those one. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah. Oh, wow. So the validation is just huge. And because I got so huge downloads and from nowhere, I didn't know anything out of myself. So this group has just grounded myself to be more me, and I'm able to be more in this present moment as I am and explore this life as it is for me in a moment now. So these ladies have been just so important part of my life during this past year. And for example, last summer I had that kind of very, very traumatic emotional trauma from my childhood. And I have tried to heal that by myself every single day of my whole life. But it was too big and I couldn't do that by myself. So these beautiful ladies, they were able to take the lift out of my shoulders And ever since, I have not experienced any kind of a trauma in that sense, because they were just there for me, taking the trauma out of my system. So they are my dearest, and you are my dearest friends, truly in my heart, because we are all one, and mirroring ourselves. It's just amazing.
Yeah. I often say that when we're together, we come together in circle and we discuss our personal lives and our relationships and what's going on. But we also take time to meditate and to go in and see what's presented. And I often say it's like there's an elephant in the room that you can't quite see, which I was recently told, no, it's not an elephant. They told me it was a white buffalo. So I'll switch that. There's a white buffalo in the room and we can't quite see it, but each of us get a piece. Each of us bring a piece. And so it's like we have a much bigger and more well-rounded picture of what it is, what this transmission is, what this information is that's coming through. And those there are 5 perspectives now as compared to 1. And to me, that's very powerful and makes a difference.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on all of that. And the experiences that we've had together in unabashedly loving space for us to share authentically about whatever it is on the 3D, 5D, 12D level, it doesn't matter. So there's confirmation, there's deep healing, there is resonance, there is a unified field that organically came together because we all said yes. And to Nicole's point of how did I end up here? Do I even belong here with these beautiful beings? And the answer is resounding yes, every time, right? We all bring a piece. We all, it just blows me away every week when the authentic sharing, it doesn't matter which one of us starts. And it's like, wow, there's my answer to what I was just about to share, where I needed some feedback, or I was going to share about that. And it's just, it is quite remarkable. It is these ladies, and so to your point, Angelica, this capacity for groups and circles to come together and to just love. The experiences for myself personally in my transformational journey also have been difficult to share. And even in spiritual groups. And these women have held me with things that have been hard to share in my own experience in relationships, and I'll say sex and sexuality, that often doesn't make it into the circles of spirituality. And so to be held as it not being wrong or taboo, like this is important part. And so the welcoming of that contribution to this group and to open up for that to be a part of it, I think is also the hallmark of what holds us uniquely, this group also, because there's so much healing to be had in that for us individually and as a collective. And so I'm just forever grateful, because there's many times I said, I don't channel, I don't see beings. What the hell am I doing here? And yet I can feel the energies and the light language is coming through. And there was never a make wrong of like, you're not enough, Jackie, or you don't know how to do it right, or a catch up to us or anything like that. And so sometimes I pop off and sometimes I stay on. And it's just been really, really an honor and a blessing. So I'd add that to this process because I've watched this process, and this doesn't happen in other groups that I'm in. No. And this is the invitation.
we had a discussion once, and I'm watching the chat, and we had a discussion once amongst us, and we're like, did you know that people actually have normal childhoods with like supportive parents, and they have, like they go to school and they get regular food, and like no major trauma happens? We're like, whoa, is that even possible? Because I think there's a disproportionate amount of trauma that spiritually, people who are come to make a big change have to first clear their own selves. And I think, I came to this group fresh out of the suicide death of my husband. And I remember coming to this group and I just needed to cry. And I was like, don't cry, Nicole, don't cry. You're strong. You're cool. It's no problem. And I remember the first time I cried, and Angelica just holds it together. And she goes, all right, we need to support Nicole through a healing process. Remember that, Angelica? And I was like, these people actually care about me, and they love me, and they want to help me heal. And, one of my big teachers is Mary Magdalene. And, she teaches me so much about when we heal through ourselves, we're healing for the collective, right? So when we heal, I've healed major physical pain out of my body. The whole impetus of my spiritual journey was to heal physical pain, like so many of you guys, right? Like, it's some kind of pain. It's emotional pain, it's physical pain, it's emotional pain. For me, healing my physical body was the big impetus. And I just kind of had to stay present with this idea, like, whatever I'm doing is not just for me, it's for the collective. And that's what I feel with this group is like, even though we are healing each other, it's like when we become clearer, more conscious beings, we can channel more energy, we can improve the grid lines, we can make it more possible for other humans to transmute and integrate more easily. And I think when I think about what we do, that's, as individuals, one of my favorite things to do is just to go into the bush and hike. Like tonight I hiked for an hour and a half before I came here, and I'm like, I'm encoding the earth with my energy, and I'm in a conversation, and I'm a portal between the earth and the sky world, and whatever I'm doing, even though it's unconscious maybe, is important. And I think sometimes working with this group helps bring the conscious to the unconscious. So I'll say, this week I felt really whatever it was. And Melissa will say, I was having the same thing. And Jackie will say, I am too. And so I think it attenuates us to our collective nature as a group, but also there are collective vibes right now. Like, there is a war, maybe that's, happening. And sometimes we'll feel that as a group and we'll say, I really felt sleepy this week and I really felt tired. And we'll say, well, that's because of this. And it'll help us piece things together. And for me, it's the validation piece is really important, but also the support piece. And also just to say to anybody who is transmuting major trauma in your life, it's important. You can do it. Keep going. And the pain that we transmute through these human bodies is so transformational. The work that we do is so much bigger than just our human selves. These human bodies, it's so much bigger, especially right now at this, time that we're floating through the photon belt and we're getting ready for this next big shift. It's exciting.
Nicole, I have a question for the panel. You're all ladies are walk-ins, and I was wondering, when, even as a child or in midlife, when the walk-in happens, do you come in with previous memories as well and retain the ones that you have within this body avatar?
I think Angelica has the most probably dramatic walk-in story. I would say that I didn't, like these women, I didn't really know that I was a walk-in until I had a dream, or I had a dream that told me that I was a walk-in. And what I was told was I met a man in black in the subway. So the subway, right, for me is always like I'm in underground portals or I'm in a space place. And he said, you're going to a place where people are sleeping. They don't know that they're sleeping. They don't know that this is a virtual reality. They think it's real, but it's not real. And he said, when you're going to go, it's going to feel like a lot of time has passed, but it's not very much time at all. And so I feel like Nicole the whole way through. I feel more like a soul upgrade where I just keep getting more and more of myself piled on. But I think Angelica, I don't know if you feel comfortable sharing, but she had such a dramatic walk-in where she was carrying multiple identities at once. And I just want to preface this for her. It's so shocking to me to hear the story. Like, she had to relearn how to do things to be like, okay, Angelica knows how to do this, or Grace knows how to do this. And I just like it, just going through the motions. Angelica, I don't know if you want to share that.
I just, before you go, Angelica, I just wanted to say when I was listening to Angelica earlier, I may be wrong, but it sounded like Angelica had like a braided walking experience where you have like 2, 3. Am I right on that, or am I like in the left field there?
No, you're totally on point.
All right, right on. I know something.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Sometimes I use more of the terminology and sometimes I don't. But the terminology can help us understand what's happening. I tend to now, recently just refer to it as multidimensional integration, because I feel like things are shifting and I'm being shown things quite often. And so I'm not as attached to any one label. But as things were happening, the labels did help because I didn't understand. So I'm happy to share. I would say to speak to the past life memories or like consciousness, like what is left of or what comes with the walk-in consciousness. For me, it felt a lot like if you've ever had a past life regression and you're shown a glimpse of that life, maybe a scene or something that happened. I was shown a lot of scenes. And I also my first walk-in was more gradual, and that can be something that happens where it's very subtle and the person may not even know that it's happening until they look back a few years later and then they see all the signs and realize that something changed. So that was my first one, was like that. And then my second one was very abrupt and very obvious. And with my second one, I had more of like a shamanic death experience where I was in bed almost 24/7, only getting up to eat and go to the restroom. And I didn't drive for quite a while. And I quit my job, and it was just full on like, all right, this is happening. And I had gotten a little bit of a forewarning a few months prior, but because my knowledge was so thin at that point, I didn't really understand what my guides were telling me. They told me a few months prior to 2020 that I would have 3 star beings merge with my consciousness. And I almost laughed at it because I was like, I remember writing it down in my notebook and just going, whatever that means, and almost just tossing it to the side, putting it in my drawer and moving on. And little did I know that they were serious and what's really going to happen. And, play on the word serious because they're Syrian star beings. So that's a bigger part of my consciousness, or at least a bigger part of my experience in integrating my multidimensional consciousness, would be the perspective of 3 different star beings. But one in particular really was like, if you can imagine what it would be like to be an extraterrestrial on Earth and never having been here before. That's what it was like. And my guides use the term consciousness transference. And I was listening to Arcturus Ra a little bit before when he spoke, and he spoke of not people, but extraterrestrials being in, I don't remember the term he used, but I would call it almost like a chamber or like an avatar where they're in stasis. That's what he said, stasis. And so that extraterrestrial being is in stasis while they send their consciousness here. Sometimes I don't know how literal that is. I get the sense that sometimes it is more literal and sometimes it's more of a metaphor for how the consciousness is moving between my human self and my galactic self. But they did specifically use the phrase consciousness transference. And the feeling that I get is like just a big chunk of consciousness just downloads into my consciousness. And when that happened initially, I saw the world completely differently. I remember looking at cars on the road and just looking at them. I was very much like, I mean, I held it together as much as I could, but inside, I was looking at those things like a 3-year-old probably, or a 2-year-old that's just discovering the world. And having been, you know, I know that that part of myself was trained, so to speak, to come here, but it's just like reading from a book and then going into the field, right? The book training is just not the same as the real thing. So when I got here, you know, when I had my walk-in experience, I was almost like in a state of shock and wonder. And one of my mentors used a term one time about like how babies, when they explore the world, they're in this state of ecstatic bliss when they're touching things and smelling things. And I really had to acclimate here. It was a very sensory experience, and I was more sensitive to my surroundings, noise, light, smells, and specifically, I feel to mention metal. I was very sensitive to metal. I still am, and I only want certain metals around me. And I had memories of the types of metal that are in other dimensions. It's just different. But anyway, I would have memories of things of home, and I would see things on Earth that would make me think of that. And it was a little bit confusing. And I'll just think of some other examples. In terms of like the dimensional shift, I do remember it felt so slow here. So it was like going into slow motion to come into a human body and be here. And I remember looking at a wooden table and just thinking, it's so slow. So whereas in some of the other dimensions, things are more fluid. Yeah, so I still have memories of it. There was this contrast between what I remembered and then trying to make sense of why Earth is the way it is. You know, watching cars go down the street and just observing that they still have cars here, and just all kinds of funny observations. Observing that we spend a lot of our time going to the grocery store, and that there's like 10 different kinds of everything, probably 50 different kinds of everything. And this galactic self is very much also here to learn. So just as I'm learning from her as a soul aspect, she's learning from me. So she's getting to see things through my eyes, and she loves it. I love it. And finally, I'm more integrated now. But for a while, a good 8 months, probably, it was very in a very intense integration. So I'm just going to see if there's anything more on the consciousness. I definitely, it's still like little glimpses. It's not like I know I could answer like a bunch of questions, but it's strange. It's a strange feeling of even remembering further past lives or other lives connected to the galactic life. So like remembering other lives on Sirius B. So it just, you know, it's exponential. Our souls are multidimensional. So yeah. So yeah, happy to share.
I want to share too. I have seen my body, my big blue lady body. I think it's Arcturian, and she is also in a chamber. And my little daughter sometimes comes to see her, and it's just sad. It's like, where's mom gone? And it's really validating to hear people sharing that, because it's another thing. You're like, am I just making this up? I just also want to say I had, because consciousness is funny, right? Like we're multidimensional beings with a lot of consciousness. And I had an experience once where I did too much spiritual upgrading in a too short of a period of time. And maybe you guys have had this experience. I jumped too many timelines and I lost track of Earth, what Earth was supposed to be like, because the physical realities in Earth change, you know, that's called the Mandela effect, but it's the same idea as Angelica. And I think like, the idea is, I like Angelica's terminology, multidimensional integration, because it doesn't really need a label. We want labels. We want the periodic table of elements, hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, you know, like that's how humans think and characterize. But I think it's so much bigger than we know. I remember one time just coming back from this, and the changes were happening over a 2-month period. And then I just realized that even the place that I thought Earth was in originally, you know, in the spiral arm of the galaxy, we had moved to a totally different place, and all of the maps had changed, and colors that I thought were a particular color had totally changed. And that was really disabling. And I don't know if anyone out there has been through this experience before, but when you lose track of your physical reality, it's tough, you know, and you want to tell everyone, you're like, did you know that, you know, I'm trying to like explain to my friends all of these changes, and they're like, no, Nicole, it's always been like this. And I'm like, and you got to watch yourself, right? You got to watch yourself and go, if you go further with this, you're going to end up in the psych ward. You have to just shut up and do it on your own, because no one can really talk to you about this stuff, because it's so weird. And, you know, when I was told that I was, you know, that humans think this is so real, that this is the real reality, it's fascinating to me now that, you know, when you're doing this kind of work, you know, Minna, for example, Amanda has a lot of gifts, like she can bend spoons and she can do things that like are beyond our ideas of reality and what the physical rules of reality are. And I think that's, as we move into these different dimensional realities, we move into higher vibrations. The physical is not as real as we think it is. I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on their walk-in experience, but that's one thing that I've learned big time. It's not as real as you think it is.
I would continue from that. So my experience started because I'm a lawyer, the first thing I heard in my head, and that was in English, it was transformation. And it was just out of the blue, and I said, who said that? And even it was the, you know, transformation, and I didn't know even the meaning for the word. And the next thing that came, that this is the secret stuff, so don't tell anybody. And that was a very good piece of advice at that point, because if I had told that kind of people to other people, I'd be locked up for the rest of my life in some kind of a hospital. But eventually it started to be as a wormhole experience for me. And then the very next morning, I saw the light on the surface of the lake, and I heard the voice, go to the light. So that was the first time I jumped into water. And I was pretty sure that I'm not coming back from the bottom of the water, from the lake. And but I was very disappointed, because I came up to the surface again, and I thought that, oh shit, this is the same place. But when I just started to walk back to the shore, I realized that I was able to see the auras of the trees. I was able to hear what the birds and the other animals they were thinking about. I was able to see beforehand what was the newspaper articles in that day's paper. And I got all kinds of new abilities emerge at the same time. So of course I was just quite shocked that phase, but I was in some kind of anti-gravitation field, because other people who were in my field, they were just like in a slow motion movie, and they couldn't do anything out of you know, normal stuff. And some people, my parents, they were at the time at the same building, and they were just smirked like into the walls. They couldn't talk at all. They were just like they weren't there, because they weren't in my dimension at all, and I weren't theirs. And all the total, it was 1 year that I was totally in 2 dimensions. During the daytime, I was a lawyer negotiating huge international deals. And when I went back home, I was totally doing something else that I couldn't tell anybody. And I wasn't afraid because I was taken care of, and I had these they were tall light beings, and they just taught me like a toddler all light language, all speak, all telepathic means to communicate. And they had all the patience with me. They were just teaching me that I was able to understand them. And they were holding me because I couldn't walk myself during that year. But nobody else knew anything what was going inside me. But the only a frightening experience for me, it was just after a year having that kind of life, which wasn't any kind of human life, but I was so drawn to that, and they were so in me, so in my energy field, that it was just an amazing time. I cannot even describe that. But after a year, I felt that they left me. And I was shouting to them that you can't leave me here. You have been here with me for a whole year. I cannot stand without you. And I felt that they really left my energy field, and they left me by myself. And I was yelling there and saying that you have to take me. I don't want to stay here in this avatar body. I couldn't stand that. But while I was shouting that for a couple of hours, and then they were next to me and they were holding my hand and saying, we are right here, dear. We have not gone anywhere. And ever since, they are all there. They are all the time with me. So that's my comfort. That's my family. And all the integration that I have been doing ever since, these two dimensions have come one. And especially when the COVID time started, I was just, yes, I have been experiencing this already. I know already this time is about to emerge. So, and these ladies came along at the same time. But before that, I didn't talk my experiences to anybody. I was just holding them in my heart, because the Spirit world said to me, this is the secret between us. So I have to thank the Spirit world and all the light beings, the galactic beings, that I'm here and I feel it, because they told me that I'm like a second incarnation in the same body. So I went away. I had the near-death experience. And the thing that I came back, I had the option if I come to this body or not. And when I said, oh, okay, I may have some kind of responsibilities to do here. So I might come back to my body. And that was amazing, because they were telling me that's a piece of the music, and that was a Bach's Brandenburg Concerto number 3, and part 3. That was the tune that I came into my body. And that was the music has been very important to me afterwards. And that's the resonance what we are having, because it's all about the resonance and the frequency. And there was something in that little piece of Bach, because it just the music world doesn't know. It just da da da, and it was the whole part. And nobody has ever known why Bach has composed that kind of just a few notes for the whole part. But for me, it was just the music that I was able to come into this avatar body. Thank you.
Yeah. What Mina was just saying actually struck a chord within me. I can feel the emotion coming up. When I came in at 3 years old, what does a 3-year-old do? What does a young child do when they come in? And I remember being so upset that they left me. They just left me, and I was in this trauma-ridden body, and it's like, what am I doing here? And who does a little one have to talk to about that? How does a little one express that? So I didn't, and I spent most of my time outside the body. I was outside the body. I was like everywhere. I had 2 dragons protecting me. I was on ships. My world, in my physical world, I would read stories like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That was real to me. Those were real because those were the places I was going. In the physical body was not. And that's something I want to do. I was a teacher for many years, and I want to help those kids that are coming in, kids that want to talk about some of these things that they can't. What I came to understand was this soul exchange. I was tasked with clearing the trauma from the family line, and that's what I said I would do. And when I've done that, I've actually done that now with the help of these women, and now I can be me. So it's almost like the walk-in is happening again, because now all of that's done. I did what I said I was going to do, and now these other experiences start happening. And then there's the Sarah side, where I do have Sarah's memories. But yeah, it's different, but it's, what does a child do? And I feel it's important for us as, conversations and topics that are coming up around this. How are we there for our children in these ways?
I would like to jump in and speak to that. So something that I didn't share about my backstory is that I spent 12 years as a language arts teacher working with young people ages 12 to 18. And it's still very much on my heart to work with young starseeds specifically. And so that's something that's on, Melissa and I talk about that a lot, and it hasn't come to fruition yet, but we're just setting that intention to be led to where we're supposed to be. But I wanted to just mention as well, as Mina was talking about that feeling of like being left behind by our star family, or missing home. It's that a lot of starseeds feel that. And just wanted to mention that even though my walk-in experiences were, to my knowledge, not that long ago, within the last 5 years, I do remember being a teenager and specifically wanting to go home. And I would be confused because I thought, well, I am home. Why do I want to go home? And I didn't understand why I felt that way. But it was a very intense feeling. And now looking back, I wonder if I did, have that more expanded consciousness at one point, and then coming into this avatar body, it's, we forget, and then we're programmed. So I had all of that religious programming and all of that schooling and everything. So, but there was still something there. And I do remember writing a poem in college, and I remember the one line was like, "Where was I before?" Meaning before birth. And, that wasn't my frame of reference as being raised in a Protestant Christian home. Reincarnation wasn't even on my radar. So, but even at that point, I just had the sense that I was somewhere else before coming here. So, yeah, I had that same, well, I don't want to say same, but I had a certain longing or a feeling like I came from somewhere else. And, but yes, now I can also speak to really feeling more integrated and complete and surrounded by loving beings at all times, especially all of you.
Jackie? I'm calling on our loving
Sure.
Jackie.
Sure, yeah. So as I mentioned, I don't recall my walk-in experience, but there was a series of events and people that I interacted with that led me to feeling that there was resonance having had that experience. So I don't have an experience to draw from as far as what I remember or don't. Except that I've landed here with all of you. And that was one meeting that I went to, that walk-in meeting that we had, that 70, 100 people on it. And out of that came all of you. And so for me, you know, it was, yeah, so I don't have a response specific to that. But I know I'm where I'm supposed to be.
I want to
Thank you,
tell.
ladies.
Can I, Omar, before you jump in, I just want to say one thing, which is we also had some hesitancy or some reluctance about being public about this stuff because I work as a lawyer. I teach Indigenous legal traditions at the local law school. I'm pretty well known as a lawyer, and I'm like, okay. And then, you know, we were talking about this tonight, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to manifest a timeline that if one of my law students finds this, it's going to be awesome for them. It's going to be exactly what they need to hear. Or if Nicole becomes a judge, one day it's just going to be because the world needs a highly conscious, spiritually integrated judge who happens to believe she's from Arcturus, you know, because the world is changing. And I think Angelica is saying this and Melissa is saying this. And one of our big discussions is how do we anchor this in our everyday? Right. So in my practice as a lawyer, I just made up this name for myself. I call myself a lawyer and a wellness facilitator. And I just carry this vibration of confidence that now this is what the world needs. So I got invited. This is really exciting to provide a meditation for the Law Society of Ontario, which is our provincial regulator of lawyers. So it's a mental health and wellness conference, and I'm going to be guiding a meditation to all of these lawyers across Ontario. And I'm like, Holy Spirit, activate, right? Like, thank you, Creator, for sending me down into this body, into Canada, into an Indigenous woman in a space where it's cool to be spiritual, right? Like, it's a very safe incarnation. But for many, you know, for these women and for many of us out there, it's not apparent how we move forward as spiritually integrated people. And I think that's a challenge. And often, you know, sometimes we're tired too, right? We're like, I'm too tired. And I think that's because you also have to give yourself credit for the work that you're doing while you're sleeping or while you're meditating. Your work is not just happening in the physical present. I'm out in the world being a lawyer or cross-country skiing or whatever it is that I'm doing. I'm also working in other dimensions at all times. And so if you're tired, especially right now, you also have to remember that and to say, like, we're here to anchor this world, this new consciousness, this new place, to make it safe for the humans to move into the next dimensional reality, or, you know, however we want to think about this. But it is happening. And even though we may not see space for ourselves yet in these institutions, we really see a lot of evidence of the institutions crumbling. And so it's important for us to brainstorm and think and collaborate and create a connective, collaborative kind of vision of what this can look like. What will education look like? This is one of our common conversations. What will I teach my students about how to be more emotional lawyers? How do we respect our clients' spiritual beliefs? You know, how do we be a more spiritual lawyer? And these, at least where I'm at, are conversations that are safe to have. And I feel that's just evidence of our shift, of our collective shift. So I feel excited. I feel excited and I feel supported, and I feel that we are integrating this stuff. This is really happening now.
That is so beautiful. And thank you for sharing, ladies. And I was just going to say that I think the world can probably use more judges like you, Nicole, and more teachers like Angelica, because, excuse me, talking all day. we need more people like yourselves. You know, you're consciously aware. You're aware of yourselves. You're aware of your ecosystem. You're aware of your environment, and you're aware of feelings. Right? Most people are just aware of like lower emotional feelings, and that's it. It's kind of where they tap out. And I'm so happy to see that there's emotion within your voice, and I can literally see it on you, right? So we need more people like yourselves. And a lot of people in the chat rooms are saying, you know, kudos to you for doing this, you know, publicly. Thank you for, you know, coming out and doing this. You've raised the notch on the frequency level a little bit more. Just constant communication like that in the chat room, just really, really amazing. And, you know, they're right. We do need this. You know, we need to bring this out in public, because we just can't, you know, just be hiding in shadows anymore. right? We need to illuminate those shadows, and we need to confront those shadows, and we need to bring this into the public so people can become aware. And as I understand, people have tried to make this awareness to this a long time ago. It was a couple of months ago, I was watching, at random, an old show from Unsolved Mysteries, and they were talking about walk-ins. And this was like in the late 80s and early 90s. And I was like, oh my God, I have to watch this. And I started watching, and I started looking for more, and there was nothing. And I was like, oh my God, that's like really, really, it's terrible, because the awareness was just beginning to come there, and then they squashed it. And then now here we are again, going at it round two to bring awareness. So I'm, so glad that you ladies agreed to come on here and share your experiences with us. I have this really great question from John Johnson, and he's asking, does each soul within our soul in other dimensions have separate identities?
Yeah. That's been my experience, and it sounds like that's been the experience of a lot of the ladies in our group. But to me, it feels like linking up more with the perspective of the oversoul, or more of an avatar consciousness, where I understand I have multiple soul identities.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, got a question for Jackie. And sorry, go ahead, Nicole.
Oh, I just want to add on, one of the things that we get shown a lot is like, we'll be participating on a spider web.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be able to tune into, well, obviously Melissa has the connection to the Sarah life and Yeshua and Mary, and that's really helpful for us because we all kind of have a Mary. But we'll be able to see ourselves in different aspects, because there's no such thing as time, right? And the other thing I love to say is, like, this is an infinite universe, so anything that we can imagine is actually possible, right? Because everything is true. And so it's really fascinating to think about it in that way, that we have so much more power to access than we actually know or activate at this time. But definitely we go into past lives. I forget whose life that was, the pregnancy. Angelica? Yeah, can we talk about that? Angelica, can you talk about that? Do you feel comfortable?
Well, you feel free. What's your purpose? Just to explain that it was another soul aspect life.
And there's a complete personality, and there's a complete participation in these things, right? Like, but what's interesting is we can see it. And I think that's where we all have the capacity to do. So this idea of, yes, you do have souls and they do exist with multiple identities, I think sometimes that becomes illuminated through the processes.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the, maybe everyone watching today would already know this, but I do feel to share that it can sound like multiple personalities, but it's not. So, but I did have a good hour of my life that I thought I might have multiple personalities or dissociative identity disorder. And looking back, I found that I didn't, I could not check all of the criteria to qualify for that. So it's not the same. One difference is that there's no loss of time in terms of there's no like switch and then losing time between like, let's say that I'm embodying more of my Syrian aspect. While I'm embodying that aspect or accessing that consciousness, I'm not losing my sense of time. I am still aware of where I am and what I'm doing. And as I walk to the grocery store and I'm more of my everyday consciousness, I still remember what happened the day before, even as I was accessing my galactic consciousness the day before. And it's more, it's less, I don't know how to say, disjointed. It's more integrated. As the more I've integrated, it's just more integrated, if that makes sense. So I might have a thought that's like from my galactic consciousness, and then but I'm still just being a human too. So, yeah. 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 I mean, that's a whole other, I'm watching the chat, and that's a whole other topic of discussion that I'm not sure that I can speak on right now as to what's happening with some people. And, but there could be a connection that they're tapping into their other lives. So, well, I'm just, as I have the floor, I just am aware of our time. And I know that when we all come together to practice, we usually do a group meditation and transmission. And it's usually a little bit lengthy. So I know that that's part of our intention was to, bring through a transmission for y'all and invite you into our space. So just throwing it out there if we're ready for that, or.
Yeah, Angelica, you totally read my mind. And just before we get to that, there was a question here for Jackie, and it's from Ree. And she asks, Jackie, what is consciousness parenting?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for asking. Well, it's a journey. As my consciousness has up-leveled, I continue to see my children in a different light, and I parent from a different place each time. I see as within, so without, and ever improving on it's not even improving, it's the perspective of what's important and who these beings are. I see them anew every time I have an experience. And so much of my journey has been separate from my children because it's been so swift and so provocative and profound. And over the last year or two, I've integrated that, and I've really celebrated with them without over casting the spiritual place that they need to be, but integrating it in who I am and how we interact as a family, and just being really aware and watching and listening as the bright lights that they are, that they have so much magic for me. I mean, as a parent, we learn from our children, but when you are consciously aware and see them as the God beings they are, like, it is just magical. It is magical and so humbling. So humbling. And so that's what I would say to it. And I've watched their lives completely shift. And yeah, I have one child who has been my greatest teacher. Yeah, so that's what I would say to conscious parenting. And it's such a joy, yeah, to be in this place and parent with a little more ease. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for sharing, Jackie.
Yeah.
All right, ladies, if you guys want to get into your meditation, we'll sit here and join you.
The only thing, I was a little bit worried about the feedback because we did have problems when we were all on before. So let's just see how that goes.
It's sounding okay to me now. So to help everyone prepare, we will just start to go into meditation, and we invite you to do the same. We are intending to bring through whatever light language, light code transmissions would be for the highest good and highest good of all right now. Even if it's just sitting here meditating together, you might find that you might see through your third eye something similar to what we are describing, or feel something similar to what we're describing. You might feel emotions move, energies shift. We just invite you as well to set your own intention, and we'll begin.
Tashtaka ete ataka unaka ete.
Shanaya, Sandaya, Shanaya.
Shana.
Shanaya, Sandaya.
Kashana. Kashana. Kashana.
Shanaya,
Shata
Sandaya.
kityana kushta.
Shanaya.
Much celebration. So much celebration around us. Utana tea 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 tea. Shoo.
You feel your galactic self.
Some of you who are listening may be receiving a heart chakra activation. You may be feeling strong emotions. You may feel the need to discharge through tears or in other ways. Just welcoming this new energy in through your heart center, feeling yourself opening up. Very good. Receiving, feeling safe and supported.
Yes, beloved. I am so happy to be here in this context. It is not often that I, Yeshua, can step outside the box that I have been placed in. But here in this moment, with family, am I able to be seen as father, as man, as a sexual being. This was who I am, who I was. This is what will be coming through. This is my wish. This is who I am. This group signifies the power of the circle, my circle that I surrounded myself with. The circle is the key. It is the key to your transformation. So I celebrate, I rejoice in the circle and the transmission that will be coming through. Feel like we're opening you up to the circles that you are meant to be in. Allow, open. Watch for the circles to open as you synchronous step in.
You may experience this as an invitation to invite in your own galactic families,
yes,
your own helpers, your own supporters,
yes,
and open up your heart, your third eye, transmission it is that you're receiving.
Kristana. Yes. Many galactic beings here. Yes,
Many
yes,
galactic
yes,
beings
yes,
here.
yes. Kristana kita. Ay, ina. Krista. Ay,
Been
kita.
for too long under the veil of forgetfulness, under the veil of disbelief in our ability to connect to these higher dimensions or these parallel dimensions or these other aspects of ourselves. And the truth is, the power is completely within you. The projection is
This is a manted beings president.
Yes.
Someone watching will be contacted by their manted family.
Strong magic. Yes, Melissa often channels the mantis beings for us. She's receiving a transmission through the mantis for us. Yes. It's wonderful to be present with all you, my family, and my friends.
Receive, activate, integrate, all that, yeah, all that I am, clearing,
We watch the progression of the humans through this time of evolution of consciousness and opening of heart center.
out, old programming, towards the attachment,
I'm feeling nauseous. That means I'm helping somebody release the old, release.
Yes. So if anyone is carrying strong emotion and they're transmuting, invite yourself to breathe through this process. There's been a clearing happening since you started.
We are seeing so many races all over the galaxy because all eyes are on us right now because we are all one. And all the races, the ET races, have sent their own ambassadors to the planet Earth to play this game, what is right now going on Earth. They all are involved. We are not separated from other relatives. They are us and we are them. So as we think we are here by ourselves and experience these times to shift to the other, to the new timelines, to the new consciousness shift, the evolution, what's going on. The others are assisting us because we are their brothers and sisters, and they are in us. We are the ETs. We are all the races of the galaxy in these avatar bodies, and they are able to use and express their wills, their deeds in our avatars when we are open to that, to show all the love and the essence all over.
There is no fear. There is only love. There is no fear. There is only love.
I feel like this is actually rewriting some timeline. This circle activation.
Yes, we are collectively jumping now. Krishna Matila, Obra Makaya, Rumu Tekiala, Asamakiala, Aruma Makiala, Asamakiala, Ashumutakamiala, Akiala, Amputare.
Yes, that's right. Trusting your ability to come with. Trusting your sovereignty.
The circle is the base of the future. Government.
That's
corporation. Yes. Not the same as it has been, but circle, no hierarchy. Everyone has a say. Education, circle. No longer top down. democratic education utakashti inuita nangiota kuiti anna kushata kusha tushu inita shu ta anna kuita ai umati utati una
I see the audience of what we are having exactly this moment. And our audience is all spirit teams together. And we are together raising the vibration of the earth vibration in order to ascend to the new timeline for peace and coexistence. Nevertheless, races, we don't have the duality anymore. We are so ready for to see and meet our relatives from other dimensions. We are all here, and this is a huge celebration. And this is going to shift the consciousness of the whole planet.
Okay.
We are doing it together.
As well as the galactic realm, we also have the elemental realm. There's going to be a transmission from the elemental realm.
Mother Earth.
The elementals are part of the circles. We are part of the circles, as is Gaia herself. We would like a say in what happens on this planet.
Yes, also welcoming the animal realms.
Circles include Gaia. Circles include the elemental realms, the plant realm. Circles include all. Everyone has a voice. All beings. Tana. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Kuyatea. Kuyatea.
Activations around the throat and the heart chakra.
Yeah, very good. Releasing through the back heart chakra. Releasing old energy, whatever it is you've been carrying. Inability to receive love, fear of being loved, fear of who you really are. Good, releasing old patterns. Yeah, let them go. It's safe now to let them go. It's safe now to let them go.
Cleansing of the pineal.
The very ancient guardian race has gathered around us. And they are ready to download humankind new codes. As we are ready, we are coming from a childhood phase into our adult as humanity. And they are ready to download a new code for our new future.
Toete naka tuete aka enumana shtaea. Koete enumaka nana nana netea tai una shta. Kuite mua kaietea. Munusta.
Tea inata.
Koea.
Te
anasha.
Yeah.
Ua.
Diamond light codes for those who are ready. Yes, there we go. There we go.
Kea.
Beautiful.
Pare.
Rama,
Pare
Shani,
she.
Rama,
Kuyata.
I receive. I love Roma, Kali, Hu, Roma, Kala, Afani.
I'm feeling a little of a blue avian presence.
Yeah.
Soul memories activation. Soul memories. Yes. Installing. Downloading. DNA activating. Yes. I remember.
I remember. I'm connected. Yes, I know who I really am. I know where I come from. I know who my family is. I'm sure of what I'm doing. I'm a sovereign being. I guide with love.
I clear all that is not me.
Yeah, I release old paradigms,
Thank you. No, thank you.
beliefs, and biases.
Clear. Ha!
Yes. Thank you. I release everything that came into my awareness that served me for the place that I was at the time. Yes. Feeling now just held in a very sacred and loving energy, the divine feminine, balancing with the divine masculine, feeling yourself cradled in new loving energy, supporting you in whatever it is you move into next, trusting that everything is in alignment for you, for us.
So much coming. So much that it's new. Old, ancient, yet new again.
Yes.
So much. Kushtaka etuna, light conception. Kushtete anaka iaya. Kuite anai uata.
Realigning. Aligning to higher purpose. Yes.
Kushana.
Remembering. Ema namasa. Remembering.
It's yes.
Ema namasa.
Yes, it's safe to remember.
Ema namasa. Ema namasa. Ema namasa.
Kushanakaya.
Umasivu. Umasivu.
Ancient spider races are back. As we do this, they're weaving the new timelines. Everything we do gets woven into the new. The spiders come, they weave our creations, our energies, our thoughts into the new. All lifetimes, all timelines are happening simultaneously.
Yes. I was seeing multiple mirrors. Multiple mirrors.
Yes.
Yet
And acknowledging everyone who is listening and participating here with us today with so much gratitude for your participation, for your energy, for whatever it is this transmission brings through for you.
Celebration.
Yes.
Celebration. Yes.
So much to
Unification.
celebrate.
Yes. Thank you to Omar, especially for bringing us together in this important way. Gratitude for safe places. Gratitude for safe places.
So it begins.
Yes.
The key has been turned.
You are equipped.
We are in this together. This beautiful transmutation is our collective journey.
Yes. And back to Yeshua. I did not do it alone. I could never have done it alone.
Yes. Yes.
My circles were my strength. Mary was my strength among others, but the circle was where the power lies. Each of us played a role in that timeline. Each of us brought through a piece of the white buffalo. It is your turn now. I pass the baton. It is your time. I am with you, watching, loving, celebrating, holding, crying, healing. We walk together, for there is no time. Imagine I hold all of you with me as I walked through my journey. I was aware of you in this moment. I held you with me as I was on the cross. I invited you to experience my body while on the cross. Yes. You have always been with me, and I with you. Never forget. Shana.
With gratitude. There it is, folks, lovers, interdimensional beings. There's not a lot we can say other than this is what we've discovered together, and we love you all. You know, we have nothing else to say other than that. I mean, Nicole has nothing else to say other than that. We love you all, and whatever it is, wherever we're going, I feel good about it. And thank you to everybody for being with us.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. So much love.
Drink some water.
Take a nap. You're probably going to need a nap.
Energy
Oh.
that we are just online right now. We are just all together, and we are sharing the energy together wherever we are. But we are just in a united field of consciousness right now, and we are raising our vibration, all of us. Thank you for coming, and thank you that we are able to be here tonight with you. Thank you.
Wow, ladies, thank you very much. I'm trying to recover from that. That was intense. That was deep. I can't say I've experienced anything like that before. When you started, it was like I got hit with energy. It was like a semi-truck energy. It just engulfed me, and my entire body, the hair on my body just stood up, and it was tingling, like literally, like everywhere. So much so that I had to push my chair back and stand up and just start going like this. It was just so intense. I was like, oh my God. And I stood back for a couple of minutes, sat down, closed my eyes, started breathing, and really tried to absorb that. But that was, in the beginning, it was extremely overwhelming. And I had to wow. I can't say I've ever experienced something like that before. Thank you. That was incredible.
It was wild, and Nicole was talking about your stomach might hurt a little bit, and she literally called it as it was happening for me, and then so many things were just it was really calm, and then it got really intense. I started
Yeah.
seeing flashes of so many different things, and I was like, I don't know. I have to sit back and like really think about what I saw because it was just really fast. And then it kind of crescendoed and I was back at ease again. But I felt like I learned something from it. And I don't know what yet, but I have to figure it out and really sit in like a deep meditation and try and sift through the images that I saw. It was really wild. It was wild.
Can I say that I want to say one thing, which is I feel shy about this, but this is, we do this together. We've never done this publicly. I don't know how this works. I don't really know what this is. Sometimes we feel self-conscious about this because we're like, don't really know, but it's just owning up to your galactic kind of like, or whatever this is, to just say it's something that's bigger than us and that it's a collective clearing process. And we've gone into places and things and we're like, can we really do this? And I remember one thing in particular, I was a little bit scared. But we have to trust that we have energy that runs through us, that the source is not us. We're just purely channels, you know, and we have to just trust into that. So I feel very happy that people felt like they were a part of our process. The process that we it's not ours. It's that runs through the group that we've been drawn to be a part of.
No, I just want to say thank you to everybody who came along and did that. That was absolutely wonderful. I picked up on so many different vibrations at once. It was like all of these different languages coming in and giving me little flashes of, okay, you got to put that over there. You're going to have that, use that later on. It was just like illumination going on. I loved it, totally loved it. And thank you all for, the courage, the acknowledgement you've learned to give yourself. You've remembered how to give it back to yourself. And it's a process. And so thank you to all of you for coming along and sharing with us. Totally appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. People in the audience, like, this is a true symphony. Just so many beautiful comments, poetry in motion. Wow.
I like the
wow.
galactivation. That's a good comment I saw pop up. It's like a galactivation. That's pretty cool.
Amazing. Just truly, truly amazing. I'm so much gratitude for you ladies. I'm so happy that you agreed to come here and share publicly and really take us through this process and show us, because a lot of people, I would imagine, are wondering how this type of process would take place, how channeling would happen and how group channeling would happen. I'm so happy that you showed us that on how it's done. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. I just have, we can all do this. We can all do this. So I just felt I had to say that.
No,
I
you're
wish we
absolutely
could end
right.
each night like this. You kidding me? That would be I'm so pumped up right now. And this is like, we were tired today. I know we were, but I am like, I don't know if I'm going to bed tonight. That's how pumped up I am right now.
I just got like my third wind of the day. It was the 2 stretches today and then now this one, and I'm good to go for another 12. What do you say, Rob?
I'm down to climb. Let's get it, bud.
You're a trooper, brother. Thank you very much, ladies. Any final words from you before we close the evening? We'll go Nicole, Angelica, Mina, Melissa, Jackie.